they perform. They've got some favorites in Fortnite competing. They've also got a favorite here in Carl Jr. I want to keep adding that S. I'm an American. I just keep looking to do it.
Got the fast food on the mind.
It's just, I've just said I've said it that way so many years. Carl Jr. And he has obviously demonstrated the most dominant round. We'll see if that continues, but obviously people trying to take him down.
Yeah, Falcons looking in a really good position here. But honestly, for Trackmania perspective, AGAL actually has a better odds overall, just with having 2 players compared to 1 with Team Falcons only just having Carl Jr. But honestly, we'll find out. We're still supposedly in that position that we could be the kingmaker for that club championship.
That's right.
We'll be looking for that. We'll be interested to see how that's going to turn out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important chat. And of course, stage comes Saturday. If it is coming down to the wire, we'll see all those games played back to back to back. So quarterfinals, semis, and then your finals. So it should be an exciting one that we're building up to. Of course, we got to lose a few out of our round of 32, and that leads us to our upcoming schedule and brackets for today. Really, we just want to let you know what's happening on the scene. We'll give you a more of an overview of the brackets tomorrow, but right now we see Nako, Charles, Flimsy, and Spark taking off and starting our action on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Mutalingo, Noisia, Josh following up as well. Our second page will lead you towards our upper bracket game. So all of those first ones, we're crushing not 1, but 2 keys. This page, no one's getting crushed, but we are setting up the stage for tomorrow. Who's going to have to go only 1 more game and make it through? Who's going to have to play and be, of course, in that decider position? Carl Jr., Masa, that'll be a fun one. Pac, Gwen, Wosile, and Epos. Turbo, you might have gotten lucky again.
Yeah, I think Giga and I, we are very, very lucky with that one because we're going to end it with a bang, 22-10. I mean, it's still a long way to go. We have a marathon in front of us, but all of those matches will be so close, and there's so many storylines that will unfold here, that is for sure. Both are looking strong, of course, but let's not get ahead of ourselves and maybe talk about the match that we have coming up.
Well, it's going to be interesting. If you guys have an idea on what you want to be telling the world that you think is going to get the win today across all of these matches, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. We tell you every single day you got a chance. Make sure to scan that QR code and take part in what could be your share of $300,000 by just participating. So get your pick'ems in. Our match is about to start in just a few minutes here on the stage. All right, it's time to get a head-to-head and take a look at what we've got so far. Here it is Nako, Charles, Flimsy, and Spark in Group 1. I'm sorry to cut off your energy, Turbo, but yes, let's kick it off. Our matchup of 4 about to take the stage.
It's a great match, you know. Nako fell short towards Neon in that very, very first match of the day yesterday, and he's clearly the favorite in this one. Charles and Flimsy showed incredible pace. They are so fast, but had so many rounds that they have not finished. They crashed a lot of times. And then we are Spark, I would say the underdog in this match. Also great performance yesterday, but I think he has to step it up. And I think we're gonna have a very close match up ahead. Nako, I think, definitely has a lot of pressure on the line, and there we see him as well walking into.
Seeing the man himself, Nako, walking through, honestly, he is, I agree, going to be one of the people we're going to be looking at here for this match to go through into the next round, not having his key crush. Charles is somebody I'm also looking at here. Player I'm very familiar with. Very good guy, very fun guy, and he definitely feels the sting from the match from yesterday, and he thinks he could have gone through if he would just focus a little bit more. So interesting stories from him. Flimsy, on the other hand, I think he's chill. I think he's okay. He's just kind of playing each game that he comes across, and Flimsy should be good here as well. Spark, on the other hand, is going to be somebody we're also going to have to kind of root for a little bit more. He's not the favored one to make it out today. He may be one of the first ones we see his key crush, but I don't want to see that. I want to see everybody make it through. I want everybody to have their fair chance, and I think Spark, this is his time to put it all down and keep going.
A lot of the dynamics yesterday, if you missed day 1, were that we saw some teams, some groups where there was a clear favorite that was taking all the points, and then there was a battle for second. And some of these loser brackets or elimination bracket matches are destined to be a lot more competitive, coming down to one corner, one turn, and being able to edge yourself out over those components who also didn't really get a chance to take down the Eposes, the Grenades, those things like that. I know Rachel had a chance to catch up with Flimsy heading into this matchup to see how he's feeling now in a match that hopefully favors him a bit more.
I've got Flimsy alongside me now. Flimsy, we'll just chat about yesterday quickly. 4th in your matchup. Overall reflections on yesterday?
Yeah, I thought I had really good pace, but I was just crashing a lot. I would be first place and make a small mistake, which would put me in last place. I think today I've worked on the parts I was crashing, and I think I can clean it up some and do a lot better.
Why do you think you were crashing?
I think it was a little bit of nerves, a little bit of inexperience. Probably it's my first time on a big stage, so probably all that played into it.
What do you think you were doing well, though?
My starts were very good. I was often leading the pack out of the first half of the map. I just need to keep it together and close and get those 10-pointers.
You said you've been practicing overnight this morning on those areas. What did that look like?
Playing part maps on those specific parts, playing rounds with my practice group, just overall working to get my consistency up and try not to lose that pace that I had as well.
What will you be telling yourself today when you go out there?
One crash doesn't mean the end of the match. I just need to keep my head in the game. If I make a crash, just shrug it off and keep going.
Have you walked in the arena today? Does it feel different now that you have the experience from yesterday?
A little bit. I'd say, yeah, I'll be a little bit more used to it, but I think I'll still be pretty nervous on stage.
And I mean, in terms of the experience, you mentioned it. You're from the US, from Ohio, you know, never even been to Europe before. This is a completely new experience for you.
Yeah, it's been great. The stage is great. The whole atmosphere is really cool. It's a lot of fun, and I'm hoping I can keep competing.
Go on then, ambitions for today, what are they?
I want to win the match.
Win the match, go through. All right, Flimsy, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great insights there from Rachel. Flimsy feeling confident in a way because he's, in a way, been very reflective.
Yeah, and I definitely think him saying he wants to win the match, I believe him. I also think he is spot on. We also agreed when we were analyzing his match when he was playing, he had the pace. He could have actually done some damage in his match, but he even said it himself. He recognizes, and that's a good thing about a player, is to recognize your faults and be able to improve on that. And I think he has the capability of doing so. He admits also that he doesn't have the experience. That's something that not many players necessarily want to admit or anything like that. They want to come in, they want to, you know, kind of have the big posture that they can have, but Flimsy...
Speak it into existence.
Yeah, right? But I think for him, he has the ability to do it, and if he has the confidence to do it, he can definitely get out this round.
I'm very much impressed how really, like, after just a couple of hours, he is able to process this match so well and just get all the key points across, because yes, his starts were great, but then he was shaky. But why was he shaky? Okay, I'm here on a very, very big stage, maybe his first or one of his second ever event or something like that, but you know what I'm saying? It's just so impressive, and I think he will bounce back and eventually take that top 2 spot there as well.
How important do you think that mentality is going into a matchup like this? I felt there was almost an inevitability of some of our P1s taking the win in our previous days' matches. In this, do you feel it's the same, or do you think the little things will have more of an impact in a tighter matchup?
I think when it comes to sudden death, there's a lot more things that can be involved in a matchup like this. There's a lot more nerves. There's also a lot more players pushing and trying to min-max every single obstacle that they come across in each map. So there's a lot of room for mistakes, but there's also a lot of room for some insane performances that we could potentially see.
So one thing that I want to mention here really is consistency. I mean, just not get pulled away from small mistakes that happen to you and to drag them into the next round. I think that will be the make it or break it point here, because I think the gaps will be a bit larger in comparison to the matches that we've seen yesterday, but just getting points onto the leaderboard round after round after round will be the most important factor in this match, other than pace.
Did I hear that right? The gaps will be larger, you think?
Yeah.
In what way? Expand on that.
I think there will be more mistakes.
Ah, so you think people will risk more and thus create more of a difference between...
maybe not risk more, but the pros make it look so easy who have won their matches yesterday, but the maps are hard. I mean, I think we
know
really,
they're
really
very
neglect
hard.
that. We have seen it in the
Chris found out with you, Turb.
Yeah, he did. And he found out very quickly too. That's not as easy as it looks.
No.
But no, I think he's on the same point. I do think there are going to be gaps. I don't think it's going to be every match necessarily.
Yeah.
I think there are we're going to see at least 1 or 2 close matches, at least on this lower bracket side.
Okay.
But I do think that the gaps are going to be considerable as well. I don't think everybody's necessarily on the same playing field here in this lower bracket.
This is interesting. I mean, it kind of goes against what I would have anticipated, but you guys have seen the scene for so long. You've been in it so many years. I'm really excited for today. If anything, it does feel like it'll be a different shade of maybe a similar color of Trackmania.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. I think you're going to see a lot more interesting dynamics with the lower bracket versus the upper bracket. When we get to the upper bracket, that's going to be a whole different ballgame, a whole different set of rules compared to what these kind of matches are going to lead us into.
What do you think, Turbo?
Yeah, I do think so as well. I mean, I just got a bit dragged away there by the intro shot there from Nako. But yeah, I agree. I mean, there will definitely be close matches, that is for sure. But here, I do think that we see one or two players falling behind. And also given the factor that Flimsy and Charles have crashed so often, can they get, I mean, Flimsy said it, but will he hold that promise as well?
That's a great question. Can they avoid the fatal mistakes that deter their chances of moving on? It is do or die in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and that means that everybody has to show up with their absolute best. There are no do-overs. There's no second tries. You've got to race to the very end and find yourself getting those 10-pointers if you want to survive. Trackmania Day 2 here in Paris begins in just a moment as we kick it off.
Yes. For those joining us here in Paris or at home, welcome to Day 2 of Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. It's the second day, but also still the first edition ever of Trackmania here at this massive global event. And yesterday, I gotta say, for a first taste of actually being part of event crew here at Trackmania, incredible day. Matches galore. Long day, but still a lot of action out.
A lot of action indeed here. You know, I was actually watching Flimsy just there, talking about practicing last night after the event, yesterday, after a slug-a-thon. You know, it was hours and hours we saw our racers there waiting, racing. Got me thinking about EPOS yesterday, beatboxing.
Yeah.
Last night I went back and practiced some beatboxing at home. I've got this. I've got that so far. It's a work in progress.
A 100-mile journey starts with the first step.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. And it's time to meet our race. Don't forget, every single one of these next 4 races, we're going to see keys crushed in this competition here. Paris, I know you're ready for this. You folks, I'm ready as well. That's right. So let's meet the first 4 racers eager to stay in the competition. Would you please put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Nako, Flimsy, Spark, and Charles.
That's the opening for a good reason, my friends, because up to this point, you've not seen what is behind that LED screen. It is our crusher, where in every single one of our first 4 matches, 2 keys will be crushed, representing 2 players to be eliminated from Trackmania at EWC. The top 2 will advance and live to fight another game, but for the other 2, their day will be done. Our first matchup with 4, 2 on the elimination, 2 on the investments. Let's get our day started.
32 players, $500,000 on the line at the end of this competition. 1 player with the very first ever in EWC history to be the Trackmania champion. Please welcome to the stage, it's Staffs!
Neon!
Bywag! J-Swag!
Mona!
Bren! Epos!
Cole Jr.!
Just about, can he overtake in this final corner? So far it's pushed down the hill. Carl Jr. into first place. He's has been caught. Carl Jr.
I think a few upsets could happen. We've got 32 best players in the world here.
Neon overtakes. Bren overtakes. It looks like Bren has it.
Points on the board here for Otake. Tempo off the upright. Mistake is all that he's going to cost Epos. He goes very wide.
No surprises for the first day. The only real upset, it's got to be Mudder.
Still keeps the gap relevant to Dance and Gwen after all those trials and tribulations.
He's going to have to fight his way through the lower bracket to get into the playoffs.
Still, Mime will cross the line.
Everybody is going to be going tooth and nail in these games in the lower bracket. I think anything could happen.
And he will be making it. Pussy Tobacco is our top seed from the very last match.
Let's get this one on!
Well, we had some upsets yesterday, and I think we started with the conversation that we ended with last night. We'll begin here to set the tone. Paco taking that first out of the 3 finalist mode over Gwen and Mutta, obviously leaving Mutta now to go through the elimination side of the bracket. But that is not this group here, yet the stakes are still similar. Turbo, when you look at this, the maps, I mean, it could be the difference between finding yourself qualifying or going through something rough and saying, wow, I've given this chance away, to somebody who's taking it right in front of me.
Yeah, someone might regret it here. And Australia, first time being seen. We haven't seen, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about. We haven't seen Australia all day yesterday, and now it's the very first map today. Quickly go through the ban. Saudi Arabia is banned, as well as Norway, Argentina, and Germany. And then South Korea is map number 2 here in port.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Australia finally.
Same.
We get a little bit of variety now. We will now have finally seen every single map in this map pack, starting with this match on day 2. But yes, South Korea, Canada, Japan, and Poland, the decider again. We need a stat track on how many times Poland has been a decider.
I think as well, right?
It's been quite a bit. Argentina and Poland have been, I think, the main deciders here.
But this is do or die, guys. Bottom 2 is getting eliminated from this tournament, and I think you rightfully said it here. Someone is gonna regret it. It's a life-changing opportunity, and players are still not eliminated. They could theoretically still win the tournament.
Our first 2 players in Trackmania going home after this match. I know 2 guys who are eager to get it started. Let's send it over to Onset and Bravo for our first game of the day.
Well, here we go then, folks. Welcome back to Trackmania EWC 26. I'm Sam Bravo here to take you through this first matchup that we've got in front of us. And boy, what a way to start it. The first time we're going to see Australia. That got everybody's eyebrows raised almost immediately.
I think it really did, and maybe the most eyebrow raising might be coming from Nako on the other side of the stage. Let's not forget, when we talk about this specific generation of Trackmania players, one of the best in full speed tracks, and I tell you what, we are going to see a lot of full pedal down here across at least 4 rounds of Australia.
Now, of course, we have to reiterate to everybody who's watching right now, and also maybe just to give yourselves a little bit of an indication of how these players are going to be feeling on our main stage. Elimination is at stake. Bottom 2, unfortunately, will have to watch the rest of the tournament from the stands. They will have their tournament ended as we are heading straight into action here on Australia. And like you say, Andy, pedal to the metal, it's full speed to start.
Full speed down through the checkpoint here into the dirt. Of course, speed slide's going to get you through not only this section, but also as you get ready for this, watch the speed slides coming through. Everyone in this full loop here, it's going to be full power down as we see 800 speed into the penalty stand.
Flimsy out to an early lead. Charles just in behind, but now Nako will nestle in behind as we transfer from the dirt through the penalty stand to the first little indication of the jump, and a kind of a micro agility course here, which sets us up and gives us a little bit of a flavor what to expect later on when we hit that identity.
That's right, very important 5th gear on that plastic as everyone's trying to send it here. Flimsy and Charles going to be clean once again. They'll be back into 4th on this turn as they get ready for a little bit of exchanges to set up this first big jump.
A lot of talk about Flimsy yesterday. The speed was there, but the consistency just lacking. Some big crashes in big moments. It could have looked like a very different day for him. And with this line going a little bit wider, he might have given Charles a little bit of an opportunity as Nako will find the upright.
Atrasado. Podia lunar. Bom dia, rapaziada. Caraca, bicho. Eu acordei meio atrasado, eu acho.
Flimsy will steal away the 10 points, a first place for him.
You and I were talking to Nua as well, just about see if Spark can manage to finish this. Of course, going to have that crowd cam just blocking the timer, and it will be not enough time for Spark yet again. But I want to talk about Flimsy. 10 points on the board for him. You and I were
just Austrália, não tinha saído a Austrália ainda.
A lot of the Flimsy matches, not just historically, but yesterday as well. And Flimsy needs to just find consistency. He had the pace on a lot of tracks and needs to just simply find a way to close it out. He does that there. He will be in the lead now with 10 points.
Oh, into the full pipe corkscrew as everybody gets nice and close to that flagpole on the left. It's a real test of the nervous system, how close you want to get to that one to make sure that line is pristine. And at the start here, Flimsy going to have a very narrow lead over the chasing pack.
Foi a Austrália, South Korea, os picks, né? Austrália, South Korea, Canadá, depois o Canadá foi
in the race. Charles and Nico will now have a clear gap up front.
Japão e decide de Polônia.
Mistakes from numerous drivers so far. A few taps, a few bumps, and certainly a few scrapes to the ego for a lot of these players. And we will head into this jump before we full speed all the way through that penalty stand for the right-hand turn into the identity. Nico trying to chase down Charles here. A little bit of a difference in line, but actually pretty similar. Yeah. Charles will establish himself a lead as he makes that first jump, but it is not one that he sticks. That's some ankles being broken.
Clips on the plastic is going to have to respawn as you see there.
Caraca, a Austrália é da hora, hein? Uma pista da hora, Austrália.
What looked like it was going to be a sure thing for Charles.
Meu Deus, Charles.
Short DNF for him. He will not be able to finish, and it's actually a
da hora, gostei da Austrália.
Into the entrance on the identity mark. To be honest, it's pretty rare.
Caraca, muito difícil.
If you're coming in on that entry, there's a different sort of clip. Maybe you're a little bit off, maybe too much speed into the second piece of plastic. It's rare that you're going to see them catch the back two wheels. So as you said, a few mistakes from drivers early on that puts Flimsy and Nico now tied on 14.
You think about what Charles's head's going to be like when he hits
bateu ali.
Again, right? You're looking at it and you're going to be thinking first.
Ficou na parede.
The most simple of them before you really have to just watch how that car is rocking.
Ui.
But now seeing it in the headlights as you're heading towards it, you're going to be thinking about what could go wrong on that first jump before you.
Isso aí é quem ganhar passa, rapaziada. Não tem dois passando, só tem apenas um passando. Ui, apertado, hein? Tem apenas um passando nesse.
Into the jump we go. Flimsy and Nico with a much wider line, trying to catch that booster and narrow the line through that checkpoint down to the penalty stand. Now, Charles, this is the POV you may want to watch. And if you're Charles, maybe you don't want to see. Trying to make that first jump. This time comes clean and will take away second place as well from Flimsy. Nico still in the lead, but Flimsy is really pushing him here. And Flimsy on the line will take it. A 1:15.108. That is 10 points in the bag for him.
Yeah, just 0.016 ahead of Nico, and that's the first time here on Australia that we've seen our pack that close in a round. It was an impressive finish, of course, with the exception of Spark falling behind. Impressive to watch them all coming across the plastic so close to one another in the final identity. That puts Flimsy on 24, Nico not too far away on 20 points.
Flimsy seems to have consistently good speed on this full speed section. Always seems to be just leading the pack.
No.
Charles ricochets into the ether, which leaves now Nico and Flimsy in a battle for first and second. Spark just in behind them as well, keeping the pressure on, keeping them honest as both drivers will come through that first mini agility dash into this dirt section with the outside dirt line just lining up for this tight chicane into the bridge. Nico's still with that lead.
It's another pretty rare collision that we see from Charles. It's not the typical place you'd expect to find it, but we'll break that down after the round. Instead, as you say, it's still going to be Nico out in front. Flimsy trying to keep up here into the Lenovo Legion jump.
Yeah, Charles with a DNF. He's going to think about the next round, not what just happened. As Flimsy trying to chase down Nico here. Very similar lines into the turn before the identity. And Nico with a clean jump into the first segment. Take this one pretty carefully if he needs to establish enough of a lead, almost a second or so between first and second place, and Nico will take home the 10 points here. A much more comfortable run for him with not a lot of pressure on his back.
I like what I saw from Flimsy. Flimsy knew the gap was there. He decided he's not going to push. He's just going to also coast this one out, make sure that he gets the points on the board. For Charles, a really rare hit. Typically, if you go too wide out of the full loop, you're going to catch much earlier. He instead hits way further down the ramp on the right side. Typically, by that time, you've corrected by then. You have a straight line into the penalty stand. It's a very forgiving entrance into that penalty stand. So that tells me that not only is it maybe a little bit of just nerves going on, but maybe a bit more as he's unable to close that one out. That will do it for our rounds on Australia, and we say full speed on Australia. It certainly is. It goes by fast as well, if you ask me. I believe that sets us up now for.
Cara, a Austrália, eu gostei da Austrália. Foi um mapa muito bom, muito diferente esse mapa.
Put the speed behind him and start to think about a little bit of precision and really start to lock in as well. I think it's a very interesting point that you made on where that crash was made in that final round, because like you say, it feels like a lack of concentration may have actually contributed towards it instead of a technical mistake.
And here we go as you see players exchanging kind of positions so far. So it will be Nico and Flimsy tied on 30, and also Charles and Spark tied at 10. So quite a gap, quite a chasm developing here. As everyone's going to hold forth into fifth gear into this section. It's actually going to be Spark with a pretty good line. Charles, though, in the lead here into the engine off on all drivers coming out. We'll see who can exit here on the reactor.
Tô posto na internet aqui, rapaziada. Calma aí que eu vou. Já passo a atenção com vocês. Espera aí um minuto. Postando aqui pra ter gente.
Of that checkpoint. Charles has been pushing. Should be a clean maintain here, a fourth for everyone. Yes, it is. Charles has been pushing. He has been clipping. We'll see if he can maintain the lead through the rest of this race.
Revs dropping right down, but everyone's still holding on to that fourth gear as the engines will go off, and it's all about just tapping those brakes after that initial setup on the drift. And now,
buenos dias. Buenos dias, como é que tá? Home office hoje? Trabalho.
I think you and I were thinking the same thing. The first reactor soup, Neko just a little bit of a cleaner line, just a little bit less airtime. And when you add that up across 3 reactor soups, guess what? He makes up just enough time to steal out first place. That will put him now on 40 points.
40 points for Neko. Flimsy in behind him, just 6 points behind. That can change very, very quickly with a win on one of these rounds for Flimsy. For Spark and Charles, it seems like they're battling out for 3rd and 4th place at the moment, really falling behind the pace that has been set by the other 2. And once again, it's going to be Flimsy and Neko who lead the way.
Uma beleza, né? Graças a Deus. Não tem que ficar falando. Como é que você postou? Não tem que ficar falando com ninguém. Não tem que ficar conversando com ninguém.
That's going to see Spark quite a further back, but Charles and Spark right now, for them, they need to start taking points off the board from Flimsy. We're at the point now in these rounds, in this entire set of rounds, where they need to make sure this gap does not continue to widen. That will spell disaster for them. That will be early exits from the tournament.
Yeah, like you say, elimination is what they're going to be staring at the moment.
Aí ferrou, né? Quando volta.
Charles trying to get
que reclamaram. Ele não tá trabalhando.
It's a little bit fortunate that Charles did make that mistake. Holds on to 2nd place, but it is going to be Neko who gets across the line first. Another 10 points in the bag for him.
Huge. Also, keep in mind, that's the 2nd time we've seen him not leading into the identity, but on the reactor Zoops being able to just make up all that time against his opponents. Let's not forget, if you're just joining us, first of all, welcome to day 2 of Trackmania. Unsurprisingly, we are getting right into the action as the drama continues to develop. It's Neko, the 11th seed in this group. He expects to be ahead of the group. And right now, that's exactly where he sits.
Whoa, goodbye, Neko. Well,
só reclama quem tem problema. Quem não tem problema. Não. Só reclama quem não tem problema para resolver. Quem tem problema para resolver não reclama. Vai lá e faz. Pra quem tá com a vida sem fazer, tem que reclamar.
Yeah, it's Flimsy and Charles going just a bit wide, but look at Flimsy having made up all the time. Spark needed no invitation, but Flimsy has somehow found a way to get right back in front, wheel to wheel, and actually having the lead here into the tight right-hander. Line looks clean from both of them. He's got a sizable lead into the identity.
Well, this could be a really interesting round here if Flimsy can hold off the challenge from Spark, because you're looking at the leaderboards. Neko probably going to be thinking about finishing this race, and if he does, it will only be 3 points, whereas Flimsy will grab the 10, and Flimsy does exactly that. That is going to close that gap considerably here.
Eu falei quando eu trabalhava no Pinheiros, no Esports do Pinheiros. Oxe, como é que pode conversar errado agora? Não pode parar para conversar com os outros? Isso é inveja, né? Oi, conta, isso é inveja. Quando eu tava no Pinheiros, no Esporte do Pinheiros, trabalhei no marketing esportivo do clube, né? Entrei de boa pelo meu, quando eu tava, pelo currículo, não foi nem indicação nem nada. E aí tinha uma moça que tava lá faz tempo, e a gerente da vaga era amiga dela também, tipo, as duas eram amigas, parceiras, né? Aí a moça que estava do meu lado saiu de férias, de uma semana, alguma coisa assim. E nesse meio tempo, o clube precisou fazer um fundo de uma quadra, desenhar um fundo de uma quadra, para poder pôr na quadra nova que eles estavam arrumando, né? E a pessoal de comunicação não tinha ninguém para fazer, porque também tinha saído de férias o cara lá, a moça que fazia o desenho. Aí eu falei, mano, falei pro gestor, deixa que eu faço. E fiz o desenho e tal, que fazer uma semana. Deu uma semana por aí e mandei pra ele. E foi aprovado por ele, pelo gestor da área de comunicação. E aí a moça voltou. Nesse meio tempo a moça voltou. Nisso, ela falou, quem que deixou você fazer isso? Assim, eu falei com o pessoal de comunicação. Quem é que fez? Quem é que ordenou? Falei, não, foi tudo lá com o pessoal de comunicação. E não tinham passado nada para mim, para eu fazer, da parte do marketing do geral esportivo, né? O que tinham me passado era um evento de squash e só passaram que era evento. Eu tinha que pegar patrocinador para um evento que mal tinha informação. Ninguém quis. Então, fui fazer outra coisa. E nisso a gestora quis conversar comigo. Eu estava na minha experiência de 3 meses. Eu não tinha nem passado 3 meses ainda. Pegou a gerente pro Rafael. Eu acho que não deu match você com a moça, com a Cláudia. A Cláudia, que é o nome dela mesmo, você com a Cláudia, a gente vai ter que te mandar embora. Mas até hoje você vai na quadra de handball, acho que é de vôlei, tem lá o desenho que eu fiz, o fundo que eu fiz da quadra. Então, aí. E ela não fez nada, no final saiu as duas juntas, de mão dada lá e foram para outro lugar. Aí depois me chamaram para trabalhar lá e eu não fui porque eu tava na Libertadores, aí enfim. Mas foi isso. Eu fiz, o trabalho ficou bem feito, todo mundo gostou, não teve problema nenhum. Quem não gostou foi quem queria ter levado o crédito, quem queria ter feito. Tá vendo? Tá lá até hoje. E não, eu sei que tá lá até hoje, porque de vez em quando tem jogo lá e aparece nas filmagens. Deixa eu achar aqui. Nas fotos.
Here for him really just struggled with his line through some of those early slaloms that we do see, but seeing mistakes in front of you is going to really build the confidence, especially when it's 2 mistakes.
É difícil isso aí, trabalhar com outras pessoas que não fazem um trabalho bem feito, ou que fazem o mínimo possível. É assim que acontece. Sempre acham alguma coisinha que você fez para poder pressionar ou mostrar que tá errado. Normal. Uma coisa que eu aprendi é tem que saber escolher qual batalha você quer enfrentar. Você vê que não tem nexo, que nem adianta nada, amigo, deixa pra lá. Problema nenhum. Se dane. Mas se você vê que isso é importante, tipo, não, vale a pena, eu vou ter que falar, bater de frente com quem quer que for, aí vai. Tem coisa que é melhor. Você quer saber? Exploda. Aqui, ó. Que não vai dar pra ver direito. Enfim, essa é a arte. Esse era o fundo da quadra. E esse foi o resultado. Não dá pra ver. Tá aqui faz mais de anos que tá lá. 2018 quando eu passei a última vez por lá, se eu não me engano. Faz mais de 10 anos. Ainda tá lá. Que eu vi esses dias numa foto. Eu não tô mais lá no clube, né? E é adesivo, né? Nem pintado. Então é só eles arrumarem adesivo, arruma e põe de novo. Não sei se hoje em dia tá lá, não sei, eu vi ano passado, ano retrasado, né? Um dos vídeos que eu vi. Vai se procurar, deve ter.
Gives it straight back to whoever wants it. Does not come through the chicane clean. Charles trying to push it there, and if you're trying to push in that no break, you can very easily just take the wrong line, and that's exactly what happened. Tried to get a little aggressive, wanted to take the chicane faster than you really can, and Nako now with quite a lead over Spark. Flimsy all the way in the back. 7 seconds behind. Yeah, long way behind. I mean, you're looking at the distance even between first and second here. It's 0.8 as we go through the checkpoint, and on the turnaround, Spark will make it clean. Nako, most importantly for him, makes it clean as well. Turns the car stylistically sideways, and that'll be 10 points in the back for him. Just re-establishing a little bit of a lead here, and that's a painful round for Flimsy. Yeah, the Frenchman unfazed there. You can see barely any reaction from him, and going to have a lot of hometown support. Of course,
de novo, esse casal tá aí. Comprou para todos os dias, deve estar porque. Ontem tava aí também.
For 12 total rounds across these maps, that will wrap up Canada. As we look at the points total, just to keep everyone updated here, it's going to be Nako on 88, Flimsy on 81.
Cara, eu pus muito anúncio na Twitch. Mas, rapaziada, se vocês não quiserem ver anúncio, corram na Kick ou corram para o YouTube. No YouTube não tem muito. Tem muito pouco anúncio no YouTube, de vez em quando só tem anúncio. E olha lá. E na Kick não tem, né? Anúncio. Nunca vai. Não sei até quando, né? Não sei como que a Kick ganha dinheiro sem anúncio. E tem anúncio até no Amazon Prime, você tá assistindo um filme lá, tem anúncio. Já percebeu no Amazon Prime, quando você pausa o filme, aparece um anúncio no pause? Tipo, você pausa, a cena fica parada, aparece um anúncio por cima do pause. Absurdo, bicho. Absurdo não, né? Tem que ganhar dinheiro, mas porra.
Flimsy with the drift in. Very nice. Through the engine off and then starts it early for this tight section of turns and hairpins. Another one here, and Flimsy with a slightly different line, but the speed on the exit here from Charles keeps him in first place. This is the longest that Charles has really held on to a lead. It's a tap from Flimsy as well. Charles will take that. He will run with it now through the no-break fragile, and he will have a sizable lead into our final identities. This is a really big opportunity here for Charles. I mean, Nako's out of it. You got Flimsy in behind as well, and a gap that has appeared. Charles doesn't have to force this too much, doesn't really.
Ai, deu uma batidinha.
Now just needs to complete his run. That's going to be Charles with 10 points, and that changes things if he can keep that kind of pace.
Cara, vai ficar bem acirrado entre o Niko e o Flemsley. Nossa senhora, sabe o que eu falei? O cara bateu. O Niko e o Flemsley, 88 e 87. Quem chegar a 140 primeiro vai para a fase do finalista, né? E só passa um nessa batalha.
Flimsy and Nako, if Charles starts to put points on the board, you start to worry about him instead of your own race and what you're trying to do, with Nako at the back of the pack once more, but with more speed ahead of him. It's a tap for Flimsy. And now, out of that section, finds himself attacking Charles, who is at the front once again. Charles has looked the strongest on this map so far, without a doubt. He's led at a variety of races through Australia, through South Korea, and through Canada. But it's here on Japan where he's looking to make
o Japão é muito apertado, o Japão, cara. Olha isso.
Looked absolutely fantastic as we go into the fragile. Nako still with the lead, but you can see the ghost of Flimsy right in behind him.
Muito apertado, mano.
Charles, though. Big mistake from Charles.
Yeah, somehow Flimsy's made up all this time and now pushing against Nako.
Flimsy really pushing him to the line here. You can see, but Nako, that pressure has told as he's going to fly to the back of the pack. Oh boy, that's another big mistake coming in from Nako. Flimsy with the 10 points and Charles with the 6.
Oh no, and it's a DNF there for Nako. You can see a shake of the head in his player cam, and that's heartbreaking because it puts Flimsy on 97 over Nako's 88. And look, not that far behind, it's Charles at 69. And how the tables can turn now as this thing gets real exciting. We are not done yet and far from it.
Tá indo bem. Eu acho que ele deve passar, né? Mas o Naiko tá logo atrás. Essa sequência aí, acertou o pixel, você vai longe. Errou o pixel, tá ferrado. Ó, errou o pixel, nossa senhora.
There was a tap from Flimsy as well. One of those walls, a little crash coming in from him has put him behind. Spark trying to hold off that challenge, but for Charles, look at the gap that he's established over half a second.
Aí também acertou o pixel, péssimo no fundo até vou fazer bico de ré.
Here's the question, can he run it clean? If he runs this one clean, if he takes this win, it gets even more interesting in our battle at the top 3. Charles looks good through the final gate, through the final reactor boost.
O Charles tá querendo, hein? O Charles tá querendo. O Naiko perdendo a chance de encostar.
But Charles now full of belief after what has been a fantastic run for him so far here in Japan.
This is unbelievable. Just in case the points math is getting a bit much on top of everything happening in these rounds. We don't blame you, but let's not forget we were tied around 80 for first place.
Crashes again at the start.
Unbelievable. He's going to have to find the composure here because all of a sudden it's Flimsy on 103, Nako on 91, and Charles on 79. Charles essentially one more win away from being tied.
Let's not forget about Flimsy as well. He is in the lead and he is growing that lead as well every single time that Nako is falling to the back of that pack. Charles trying to push here. Sparks is going to lose his second place. Did not have a good line and a turn through the checkpoint here. And look at the speed that Charles has. He's catching Flimsy here once again.
His line has been good through here. His line has been very good through this section. He's going to go a bit wider.
Ui, bela. Boa, Charles. Ele acertou o pixel. Eu falei, se você acerta o pixel ali, meu amigo, vai longe, porque você não precisa brecar nunca. É só acelerar. Ai, bateu o Leslie. Perdeu muita velocidade. Já era. Naiko, boa. Porra, Spike. Que merda.
That's going to crunch your top seeds even more in terms of the points table. And after that race, we got to go ahead and check in on the math. I believe it's going to be a 107 or so, yes, for Flimsy. Nako at 97, only 10 points away, and Charles on 89. And it could not be closer at the top. Spark all the way down on 46. May have to watch the rest of this, but between the top 3, you thought this was going to be Nako all the way through and Flimsy maybe being supporting cast based on the first few rounds of Australia and South Korea. Instead, Charles right now battling it out and still in contention for first.
And with the points being split as well, it's looking like we're going to go back to Australia potentially where Nako will feel a little bit more comfortable with it being his pick a little bit earlier on. But before we get there, we have to say Jenki to Poland and send our drivers on their way. Poland is going to be the track we find ourselves on. So close and nothing decided yet on who is going to take those top 2 spots and who will be facing elimination.
And what a punishing map here, a perfect one when you have this type of small points gap between the top 3. This is a map that will start to separate these players without a doubt.
Not a lot of separation to start off with as we go through that reactor boost, sliding through the grass all the way through this long drifting right-hander. And it'll be Charles and Flimsy who find themselves in the lead. Bad news for Nako once again. The pressure starting to tell a little bit for the Frenchman here. He's made a mistake and he's dropped back by 8 tenths. And Charles has disappeared as well.
We lose Charles. on that jump, and instead now into the lily pads. Flimsy's going to be out in front, Spark right behind him. We'll see if Charles and Nako can make up time. Right now, Nako trying to push. It's not over yet here as we get ready for the identity.
Yeah, Nako with an early mistake, but the big mistake coming in from Charles has given him an opening. And Spark! Oh, he could not keep both feet on the plank. And Nako, from nowhere, when it looked like the awful start was going to cost him, comes through with 10 points. Fantastic composure coming in from the Frenchman.
Look at the smile on his face as well, and if you're having a little bit of deja vu, we forgive you, because in the highlight reel, it was yesterday, Nako on Poland. He knows how to make up the time in the identity. He does it again, and just like that, only trailing here by 6 points. It's 113 to 107 in favor of
107-93. Charles still in this race, still in this battle, still in this dogfight between these three races, but there's only space for two here to continue at EWC. Flimsy with a narrow lead as we jump towards the reactor, riding this grasp, wall into this big sweeping right-hander, and it's Nako full of confidence all of a sudden, who's into the lead.
And it's like we said, this map would claim victims. It will come down to consistency. It always does in Trackmania. And Nako's still out in front, but my goodness, did he command the identity. Otherwise, took down so many players.
A bit of a wider line there from Flimsy. It was a safer line, but it might have cost him a little bit of exit speed. Staying with the pack ahead of him.
Que nomezinho ruim também, meu pai amado. Vai tomar banho. Flimsy caiu. Flimsy caiu. Charles indo. O Charles recuperou, hein, rapaziada. O Charles estava lá atrás. Ele recuperou. O Charles recuperou. Ninguém dava nada pro Charles. O Charles tá aí. Meu cabelo tem que cortar urgente. Urgentemente.
Even closer between first and second. Flimsy is only leading Nako by 3.
13 points separating the top 3. That's what you want to see.
Cara, vai ser bem acirrado assim. Poland é um mapa de decisão. Se não for decidido aí, vai ser decidido no outro mapa. Vamos pegar outro mapa. Bateu. Mano, tem gente que joga de volante, eu acho muito bom, mano. O cara joga de volante.
Some extra style points as well. Flimsy really just testing the limits of those blocks and seeing just how wide he can get the car. As you say, it's Nako and Flimsy out in front into the identity.
Nako with a pretty comfortable gap though. And Charles though, he's pushing Flimsy here. He wants to try and take those 6 points away. Flimsy trying to hold off the challenge. Nako will take the 10. Flimsy just about does enough to hold off Charles, and he has to do so with a PB.
A .015 difference between Flimsy and Charles there, and as you said, if maybe we had 2 more meters of track, it might have been a different story, but we race to the exact specifications here.
Caraca, o Spark, isso é meio ruimzinho mesmo, hein? Caralho.
So it will be Nako, Flimsy, as well as Charles off to the races.
Flimsy in the lead. 1 point separating the top 2. Charles needs a win now. You're getting into that kind of territory, but making a mistake like that is just going to see the 2 front runners disappear in front of him and leave you knowing that you might have just left it out of your own control here.
All he can hope for now is maybe some mistakes up front, maybe a lack of pace mixed with a few mistakes up front if he really gets everything that he's wishing for. It, as you say, Flimsy and Nako still leading here. A tap of the dirt line. Flimsy with the signature wider line. They both look clean through the jumps.
Charles pretty clean as well.
Michael ganhando vai para 33. E o Flimsy, se ganhar, vai para 32. E ia faltar mais uma rodada para ambos chegar na rodada decisiva. No caso, o Nako vai conseguir. A próxima rodada é decisiva. Ah não, falta mais uma. Tipo, falta mais uma. Quando chegar em 40, a próxima é a rodada decisiva.
There of the back and forth exchanges of the lead at the very end. As you say, it will be Charles who gets those points on the board, and as a result, he keeps things in second and third place within 13 points. But still, we're focusing on that second and third race because of obvious reasons of elimination. But let's not forget, it's Nako only 133 over Flimsy's 126. There is everything to play for in the top three here.
And as we go back to Australia, this is the Nako pick. This is the track where he felt comfortable, and he is still at this stage of this incredible match between these four players. The front runner needs 7 points.
Agora vai ser a Austrália, mudaram o mapa. Próximo mapa, como a Polônia tinha acabado, as rodadas na Polônia, agora é na Austrália. Esse é meu mapa favorito, o que eu mais gostei de ver. E só apareceu uma vez na competição. Agora é a segunda.
Everything to play for and a wild identity where you're going to have these drivers absolutely sending it, of course, on plastic, and we're going to see some succeed and some fail here. We are underway on Australia. This map, of course, could decide it.
And we might see some big mistakes that are cost players as well. Everyone has to push. There is no room for safety at this point, knowing that your tournament life is on the line. Nako out to an early lead. Flimsy and Charles nestling in behind him as everybody comes through the first mini agility dash pretty clean.
Pretty clean. Flimsy knows his mistakes earlier into that dirt were going to cost him. Onto the outside dirt line, very tight. Oh, I think we see a tap from Flimsy.
Yes, we do. Flimsy falls to the back of the pack, and that's an opening now for Charles.
Nako vai ganhar e vai ficar round de se classificar.
Flimsy tries to run that really tight, and it's tempting to try to make up the time there, but it has cost him. And we'll see if Nako and Charles can both run clean races through the identity.
Different lines on the entry, but the exit from that turn going to be very, very similar. Spark in behind in third place. Charles has managed to push Nako out of the way on the identity, though. As we go through the checkpoint, what are 10 points? This could be for Charles to close that gap. He comes through in first. Nako in second.
O Nako foi em segundo, mas mesmo assim. Caraca, faltou um ponto pro Nako. Agora a chance do Fleming também não vai dar. Tem 2 rodadas ainda pro Nako. Aí tem 2 rodadas também pro Fleming. E pro Charles 3 rodadas ainda para chegar no decisivo.
Drivers giving it their all as Nako will take the lead early on again. Charles nestled in behind, waiting for those mistakes. Flimsy in third. This is where the mistake was made before from Flimsy, but this time he seems to stick it and might have a little bit more speed than Charles on the exit.
É o Nako agora, vamos ver. Bateu. Carlos bateu. Não, Flimsy bateu. Nako, Charles estava ali. O Flimsy bateu.
Charles and Nako now stroll into a lead with just the identity to go.
Agora é a hora dos pulinhos, esses pulinhos é chato, são chatos. Erra uma coisinha, você não passa pro próximo. Última corrida para o Nako. Se ganhar, tá classificado.
Charles on 129. Flimsy, of course, with a chance here to be on finalist mode. It cannot happen for Charles in this race, but Charles can certainly be in the lead in second at the end of this. Can Nako end it here?
Once we go through the corkscrew, Nako has the opportunity to think about popping some champagne here as he might take first place away in the first qualification
spot. Olha o Fleming querendo fazer a dele. Rapaz. Passou. E Nako ficou. Putz, o Nako bateu em tudo. Emocionou porque vai passar. Emocionou, pô. Isso é emoção de quem tá uma vitória de se classificar. Agora o Fleming vai ficar uma vitória de classificar também. Vai ser a corrida da classificação. O Fleming já tá lá na frente. Bateu. Ui. Já era Fleming. Ai, Nako. Ai, agora quem ganhar se classifica. Meu Deus, Charles. Se emocionou, meu amigo. Nako e Fleming. Flimsy. Os dois estão uma vitória de para final, para o playoff. Olha, Naiko, é a sua chance, Naiko. Não erra que você ganha. Não erra que você ganha. O Spark nunca fez nada a corrida inteira, agora quer ser... O Fly... Com esse nomezinho também nem devia se classificar, mano. Que nomezinho ruim de falar. O Spark, você quer ferrar com a festa do Naiko, sendo que você não tem nem mais chance, cara. Para com isso, mano. Se o Naiko errar, Flying ganha. Não erra mais. Boa. Naiko.
And a big smile on his face, and like many players before him, you can see a little bit of an exhale, leans back and realizes, okay, the hard work is done. And unsurprisingly, the local fans, the French crowd here in Paris,
ele é da França, ele é local. Nossa, poderia, né? Nossa senhora. Poderia muito. Falando nisso, acho que eu vou abrir uma cervejinha no almoço. Pode falar isso em live, será?
On finalist mode following that race, so Flimsy with an opportunity to be the number 2-3.
This is South Korea. This is Charles' pick. This is where he felt comfortable, and if picks are anything to go by, Naiko showing that those picks are working out. Very, very good for him. He gets it done on his pick after a horrendous looking tournament for him at certain points. So for Flimsy, nothing guaranteed. He will have to hold on.
Ué, passam dois nesse? Não era um só? Não, passam dois também nesse. Ah, interessante então. Não era do Flamengo, pensei que só passava um. Entendi errado. Nossa, os caras bateram tudo. Podia ser sexto. Podia ser. Between him and Charles in second place, and by being on finalist mode, just needs to finish.
As you said, it's a simple job to close things out. Charles trying to take his creative.
Eu que ainda estou banido no chat do Gal. Mandei pedido para desbanir, nem com pedido de desculpa os caras desbanem. Ou não estão trabalhando nos mods, né? A besteira isso. Yeah. Falar na Aqui.
Shake of the hands there, smile from those two players as well, as it will be GG, and they know that they are through, as you say, not only through to the rest of the tournament, but all the way through to the playoff stage. It's a big win from them. And even though these two players coming in with very different seeds, Naiko the 11th seed, Flimsy all the way down at 29 will come through. They will exchange handshakes as well with Charles as well as Spark, and we gotta say, commiserations, but also a congratulations to Spark, the first ever Indian player to make it through, as well as Charles. A lot to be proud of for Colombia. And it's going to be rain day. Now ready here on the desk to break down what we just saw.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast there on set in Bravo as we see Naiko and Flimsy make their way through. The winners will be able to have the chance, Naiko specifically because he took that first spot, to crush the keys. And of course, that means Charles and Spark will have their EWC dreams go by the wayside. It's something we get used to here, Aaron, and it's part of the EWC special. You come in with your life represented by that triangle there, that key, and and you risk what just happened there when you don't perform.
Ouch, I felt the pain when that happened. The little snap that happened at the end.
Yeah, the small snap, that was crazy. Wow, that adds so much drama to it, right?
Do Gal, pô, na kick do Gal. Eu acho que eu contei uma história. Eu falei um bagulho na live no Major, de uma mulher que tava com a espada na boca, assim, ó, segurando a espada. Eu falei uma besteira e aí me baniram. Nem timeout, banido. Sabe aquelas mulheres que faz dança do ventre? Ela tava com a espada na boca. Eu falei a besteira, banido, nem timeout foi, banido. Tudo bem que foi besteira, né? Foi besteira, mas porra, vai 2 anos. Eu pedi recast anteontem. Anteontem não, semana passada. Vai desbanir. Vai dar não, pô. Turma do... Não a maioria, mas tem um moderador do Gal ali que, meu amigo, sério mesmo. Acha que é Deus, pô. Não fala não, acha que é Deus, acha que o mundo é politicamente correto. Não é, pô. Sério mesmo.
High of a level you have to have in this game to be able to compete.
Yeah, the consistency, the speed, those two elements sometimes, which one is more important, but we were in a kind of a different level here, and this is, you made this really interesting point to me, and I asked,
se fosse ao pé da letra, lá no chat do Liminha nem ia sobrar um. Mano, isso é o moderador da live. A minha visão de moderador é: ele é uma pessoa que está sempre na live e que ajuda o chat ou perguntas, alguma coisa, e outra, ajuda o chat a não virar uma bagunça. Por exemplo, começar a falar coisa idiota, besta, que não tem nada a ver com o momento da live. É isso, o moderador é isso, que ajuda a live a ficar boa. Só que, porra, tem coisa que não... O cara manda lá um chat, uma porrada de besteira, e acha que tá certo. Sei, e aí? Eu lembro. Sei da Luna. Uma coisa.
They are so hard to play, and if I were to play them, and I have 10,000 hours plus in this game, well, I would still be 1 to 2 seconds behind, and then also crashing every now and then.
E aí, o que aconteceu com ele?
But then also, I think just players being on stage for the first
tá
time,
certo.
pressure
É isso.
comes into play.
Tá vendo? Assim tem que ser. Na hora.
All of a sudden, think about it. I think
Falou
that's
muita
a
merda, já
very
era.
neglected part of Trackmania as well. Just the whole mental aspect.
Tem que banir, mano. Quantas contas o cara criar, tem que banir. Tem gente que é assim mesmo, não aprende.
There was a huge considerable gap, but also when we're at this kind of lower tier, right?
Tem uns caras que não aprendem, pô. Tem que banir mesmo. É uma hora que cansa, só não dá bola, pô. O que esses caras querem é que deem bola. É que fiquem falando dele.
He wasn't able to finish it out.
And again, Charles had so many rounds where he did not finish in. I think it was the round earlier on Australia, the second rotation. He was at 129 points. Then he yeeted off of the map with a plastic. And again, he was not close to that final spot, but just so many what ifs. What if he had just gotten a better position? What if he had finished those 3 or even 4 or 5 rounds where he hadn't finished in? He would have been in finals as well and could have been the one crushing a key right there.
And what if he was more comfortable in Australia? I mean, he'll have to ask that question too, because first rounds he was in behind.
Por exemplo, eu fico vendo aqui, ó, o chat do Gal, né? Eu tava assistindo aqui. Não, né? Escutando. Mandei pedido de anulação de banimento. Nem nada. Na Kick, né? Porque agora ele só faz live na Kick, né? Eu concordo também. Fazer live onde tem que fazer. O chat é uma merda, o chat só fala bosta. Muita bosta. Coisa que não tem nada a ver com a live no momento da live.
And apply those new findings into this next match has been evident. Unfortunately, there's still consistency that he has to work on, but if he can just, like, you know, smooth those edges that he has, he could potentially go further into this tournament, especially into the top 16.
Was Nako the bigger story for you, or was it Flimsy and his resilience in bouncing back here in this next match?
The thing is, Nako, he was having it at the start, but then he really felt the pressure on Japan. He had, I think, 2 rounds where he didn't finish, and all of a sudden Charles and Flimsy came closer. But I really think everyone had their moment, but it is Nako who eventually really got it together. But Flimsy's performance on the flip side
não
of
pode
things
ver
on
uma
Japan
mulher no
was
chat ou no
exceptional.
jogo
But I
que,
think both of
meu
them,
Deus do
they
céu,
have to
parece
step it up in order to make
animal.
it out of the top 8 from their group.
It's going to be even tighter as we continue
A
on. Let's take a look at the schedule coming
maioria de
up.
pessoas
Group 1 just finished on the stage.
do
We got
Liminha,
Group 2 ready to
é que
go.
o Flavinho
Standing
entrando
at
na do
attention.
Liminha.
Mutta! We didn't expect to see this caliber of driver coming
Muita
in
criança, pô.
for this second round, but here he is, and he's got to win or he will see his key crush. That would be a huge upset in this tournament, guys. But we've got Lingo, Noisa, and Josh who will be joining him.
A classificação é Niko e Fleming passaram, grupo B. Agora vamos ter Muda, Muda, Lingo, nós e Josh. Depois Wheezy, Hit, Neil e J-Swag. Grupo Stage, grupo A, né? Grupo A e grupo B. É a parte de esses jogos são de quem vai se classificar para outra partida do grupo, né? Chama Lower semifinal, Upper semifinal e Lower semifinal. Não, Lower semifinal, Upper semifinal.
I won't say relax because there is that sudden death, but he does have a little bit easier time because the skill level of his opponents is not at what
O
we
grupo B está formando a Lower semifinal do grupo B, foi esse aí. Por isso que a gente está vendo esses jogos, né? Então hoje são 4 jogos nesses Lower semifinal. Depois a gente vai pro playoffs, né? Pra ver quem vai para a semifinal real. Uma Upper semifinal e Lower semifinal é para ver quem vai para a semifinal. Complicado, né? Esses tipos de...
Nothing to lose, I wouldn't say it there, but also Josh is in there, also had a disappointing. We're gonna see.
E vou mostrar para vocês agora uma coisa muito interessante que eu achei aqui. Eu consegui ver, né, dentro dessa corrida. Tem um site que ele mostra as estatísticas do que aconteceu. E como vocês sabem, eu sou apaixonado por dados e estatísticas dentro dos esportes. E aqui mostra mais ou menos quantas porcentagens de picks e bans dessas pistas, né? Então a Austrália foi a pista mais banida dentro da competição, 86%, que ninguém gosta da Austrália, acho que é muito difícil, não tem ainda a certeza disso, mas aqui tem essas estatísticas, né? Mostram mais ou menos como que estão, como que foram as performances deles dentro desse campeonato, nas pistas que a gente já viu hoje. E aqui temos um overview de quem foi o melhor, de quem foi aquele que teve maior porcentagem de finalização, de abandono, consistência, variations in race time. Então o que a gente pode ver aqui dentro disso tudo, dentro dos dados, que é uma coisa muito interessante, a gente pode ver que no geral, na competição geral, o Carlos Júnior foi o mais consistente, porque esse com aqui é a consistência, como ele varia os minutos da pista, né? A velocidade com que ele termina a pista. Aqui o Carlos Júnior ele não tem uma variação grande, então tanto que a nota dele aqui é 95. E o Otaki, o 10º, são 67% de variação. Então ele não consegue terminar exatamente com o mesmo tempo. Então a gente tem esses dados e também tem por pista, né? A gente pode ter pela pista da South Coreia, pela Arábia, pela Poland, Norway, Japan, Hungary, Germany, Canadá, Austrália e Argentina. Então aqui são esses os dados da competição e é muito interessante ver isso e ter a noção de que o Carl Jr., ele é um dos melhores, claro, dentro do Trackmania a gente vê que ele é um dos melhores. Seguido do Ben, depois do Garnett, depois do Elancon, 21, Muda, Peck, Massa, Ozzy, Epos e Otaki. Então isso aqui mostra um pouco o que são os dados da competição e desses jogadores, né, dentro do Trackmania. Eu acho que é isso, eu achei isso aqui legal, interessante. Aí aqui tem os mapas, né, jogados que existem dentro do jogo. Então, muito legal isso, eu gostei bastante. E aí, me digam o que vocês acham dessa competição. Eu gosto, eu achei bem legal.
Action happening all across the Paris Expo Port de Versailles for more of EWC's final week here. My name is Rain Day. It's been a pleasure. And Trackmania continues with our group number 2, where we just saw one of the featured drivers. It's Lingo. And of course, a player that, you know, many people think can do this, can take first place. This is open to anybody. And of course, loser's bracket means, as we introduce G-Geek back on the desk as well, alongside Aaron Import, that this is an opportunity to go home. It's also an opportunity to start what could be one of the most historic runs in Trackmania history.
Yeah, not only a historic run, but a dynasty potentially going forward even after the event, you know, solidifying yourself as the top echelon in Trackmania. But yeah, Lingo could potentially finish first. I do believe that is a potential case. I also believe that Lingo could potentially also heavily falter. He is known as the kind of on-off player, and he is going to be one we're going to have to watch out for in terms of his consistency. That is going to be a big key going into this match. Mutta, I think, on the other hand, I think confidently, G-Geek, maybe you can agree with me that he should have this in the bag.
Without a doubt, he is definitely the top 1 contender here. And one thing that really upset him is his early game. Like, his very first map pick backfired really hard. Out of 8 rounds that were played on Saudi Arabia, he only won 1 of them and even ended up throwing away a finalist status.
Começar agora daqui a pouco a próxima rodada, e ela também vale para a classificação para o Upper Lower, né? Upper Lower, deixa eu ver direitinho se é, não, acho que não é o... Não, é o Lower Semifinal. É o Muda, o Lingo, o Nozia e o Josh. Esses daqui são... Ganhou, vai para Lower Final. Dois desses 4, né? Lower Final, que depois é decidido para ver quem vai para os playoffs. Então, é isso, rapaziada. Não sei se vocês viram que eu mudei meu nome. É Massone agora, bonitinho. MA55ONI. Ficou mais fácil para vocês poderem me achar. Porque eu tava com o Flavinho ontem, tava conversando lá na live do Flavinho, que tava muito difícil achar o meu nome. Tipo, as pessoas não sabiam escrever o Massone M4550N1. Então ficou muito difícil, e aí as pessoas meio que... Aí entrou um consenso lá que o melhor nome seria um MA55ON1, porque não tira a marca do 55 do Massone. Ai, mas fica mais fácil de achar. Eu tentei escrever Massone, só que a Twitch não deixa escrever Massone, cara. Falam que esse nome não pode. Acredito? Mas é isso. Estamos mais um dia de Trackmania.
on the track. And then once he has it, it's maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours to stay on form. What's the approach during an event, G-Geek, that you've seen players who have mistakes have that quick turnaround? I mean, you're playing sometimes at, Mutta played at 11 p.m. almost last night. Now it's to come and play it, you know, right in the second match of the day. What's he been able to do?
Well, if I may put on my French teacher outfit and say a French saying,
please.
Say in French very often, la nuit porte conseil. The night is often giving you good advice. Sometimes just a little bit of rest can really do a whole world of difference. Just to give you a little bit of historical context for that, Esports, for instance, dropped down to the lower bracket in the World Tour playoffs 2 years ago, which were a qualifying tournament for the World Cup. He was not really feeling great about that particular performance himself, and then just let it sit. 24 hours later, came back and won his own matches and got his very second spot into the World Cup as well. So sometimes just let it slide, rest a bit, and approach with a fresh mind.
I love it. Great conversation here to top it off. Mutta, one of our tournament favorites, now facing a potential elimination. And one of the players, one of the drivers we think that could make a difference.
E aí, vocês, como é que tá hoje, no dia de hoje? O que vocês vão almoçar? Como é que é? E aí, ô boca aberta? Você viu? Cara, você acredita que eu morri ontem? De novo? Eu comi um cogumelo. Eu comi um cogumelo e morri. De doença. Sério mesmo. Aí, ó, foi cobrado. O Reis tava aí, esse tempo todo.
Do you think you gave those two players too much respect?
A little bit, I think. I should have more confidence, but...
Tá no lurk, né, Reis, seu safado?
How are you going to learn then from that yesterday?
Eu morri, mano.
Maybe giving the other players that respect in this matchup.
Of course, after the match, I kind of analyzed, you know, every single match that happened, and I saw they were doing some different lines that I tried to.
Cara, entra aqui, agora tá mais difícil ainda, mano. Ô, teve uma hora, eu fui sair da casa, apareceu 3 corredores juntos, naquela parte da arma lá, onde estão 3 corredores. Eu só larguei mão, pô. Eu falei, me come. Correr de 3 corredores. Muito bom, pô. E aí teve uma mudança. A gente fez a reunião de condomínio, né? Foi o nosso síndico, o Flavinho, presidiu a reunião. Cara, não é mais pra ficar bagunçado. Não é mais. Agora é ordem, botou ordem. Botou o nariz na mesa e falou, vai ser assim e é isso. Eu sei, pô. Tô falando pra quem não tava, Rei. Falando pra Luna.
I think it will be more one-sided than you
O
think.
jogo
I think it will be most
não
like
começa.
me and Mutta just taking all the points and Josh and
Mano, tinha um cara lá fazendo
Asia,
barulho
maybe
com
take some points,
os sons.
6 points, 5
Mano,
points few
tem que
times,
quicar
but
esse
I
cara
don't
na reunião.
really expect, you know, a lot right now from them. Like I heard a lot of things about them, so this is why I'm saying that, but you know,
Não sei quem era.
I'm thinking Mutta is going to win for
Era-
going to get second. I would be pretty happy with that.
Well, that's what you need to do. So the confidence is there. Good luck out there today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cara, hoje eu vou jogar de novo.
Love the green. Love the green. That's just it's nice, you know. We were kind of in a tan
Pô,
zone,
mas
so I had to change my
tinha
job.
muita gente falando, eu fiquei com dor.
I couldn't try.
Eu saí com dor de cabeça. Eu tive que tomar Dorflex. Ó, era muita gente no meu ouvido, mano. Era muita gente. E tinha gente que eu nunca nem tinha visto dentro do servidor lá na reunião. Eu nunca tinha visto dentro do servidor, tava lá. Eu falei, cara, você jogou no bot? Não te vi. É engraçado, engraçado, sério. Então, Reis, até você tava na calça. Tinha outras pessoas lá que eu não sei quem era e tava. Aí eu falei, caramba. Mas foi legal, né? Tinha que ter essa reuniãozinha uma vez no mês. Então, nem eu sabia, mano, era muita gente, muita gente. Eu contei lá, tinha uma hora que tinha 16. Depois eu fui ver, tinha 23 pessoas na cal. Mas foi muito bom, pô. Muito da hora. E para essa temporada, meu objetivo é fazer uma casa de 3 andares com garagem, sala de jogos e um quarto de armas. Vai ver. Garagem e sala de jogos. Garagem, sala de jogos em cima. É verdade. Sala de jogos em cima. E aqui, 3 andares. Vai ver. No fundo da casa. Vai ver. Vou perder uns 5. Eu já tô no quinto boneco sem fazer a casa. Eu já tô no quinto. Tá no Rafael. Tá no Massone quinto. Sem fazer a casa. Nesse server. Massone quinto. Ô, ficou bonito, né? Ficou até mais. Ficou mais, até mais clean, né? Tipo, eu tenho que mudar só do rodapé agora desse EWC. Você viu? Você já chegou a ver esse meu novo rodapé? Olha como que é. Eu tô no EWC, né? Agora eu não quero EWC, agora eu quero falar de Kings League. Aí eu tô na Kings League. Deixa eu baixar. Aí eu tô na Kings League. Aí agora eu não quero falar de Kings League. Eu tô de Zomboid. Tô de Zomboid agora. Aí eu não quero Zomboid. Eu tô de CS. Ó, de CS. Pera aí que eu vou arrumar. Aí eu não tô de CS, eu tô de futebol normal. Falando de futebol. Aí aqui tá de futebol. Tá vendo? E eu não tô só de futebol. Eu quero falar de FIFA. Aí eu tenho de FIFA também. O FIFA tá muito grande. Aí. Tá louco. Mas tá aqui. É que eu não tinha colocado. Eu não tinha ajeitado, ó. Tá na câmera. Ó, vou pôr aqui, ó. O do Rocket League eu não mostrei. Aqui é o Rocket League. Aí eu fecho a câmera. Tá vendo? Tá tudo no mesmo grupo. Só que eu não arrumei. Preguiçoso. No Rocket League. Então, é porque eu não tinha arrumado, pô. É porque eu não tinha arrumado. Super preguiça. Eu só coloquei a imagem e coloquei. Agora tá tudo, ó. Agora tá tudo na mesma dimensão, ó. É só querer usar, ó. Tá vendo? Ao vivo e a cores. Qual que era? Esse aqui, né, que eu tava usando, ó. Preguiça, preguiça. E vamos de Trackmania. Ó, esse jogo, nunca tinha jogado esse jogo Trackmania. Mudei em tudo, acho que na Twitch, na Kick também, no YouTube também. No YouTube é Rafa Massone. Você escreve Massone, ele aparece, mas o nome do canal é Massone MA55ONI. Mas o nome em si é underline é arroba Rafa Massone. Aí você não precisa mudar, mas ficou bom, mano. Eu gostei. Acho que ficou melhor, mais visual. Mano, o bot tem que. Ah, é, no bot, verdade. Obrigado, hein? Isso é Lavin BR, né? Que bot que é esse aqui? Botrix. Botrix.
match.
Two favorites coming into it. We'll see if Josh and Noisa can make a splash here as we send it over to our two casters for game number 2 to get underway. It's Nua and Twiggy.
Cara, fazer live não é difícil. É trabalhoso. Tá, porra. Mas o meu objetivo com as lives é só trazer esse tipo de jogos, esse tipo de coisa, de entretenimento. Acho muito da hora esse tipo de coisa, de evento. Todos os eventos de esportes variados, assim, acho muito legal. Eu tava vendo de Trackmania, só tem eu brasileiro fazendo. E outra que eu não sou ninguém. Tipo, 3 pessoas assistindo. Podia ter muito mais gente assistindo uma coisa dessa. Mas acho legal, pô. Acho que da hora. Esse String Elements de grab points aí, eu nem sei se eu tirar. Ih, começou! Ó, nessa rodada, o favorito é o Muda e o Lingo. São os favoritos a passar para a próxima fase. E só 2 passam para a próxima fase. Então, não tem nenhum BR nessa brincadeira. Esse é a grande questão. Não tem um BR. Esse é a grande questão. Um dos mais famosos acabei de ver aqui, é o GNR, Haskell. Que eu acho que eu não sei se ele se classificou. GNR Haskell. Não tá jogando. Não, aqui, mano, tem gente que joga no volante, tem gente que joga no teclado e tem gente que joga no controle. E isso não interfere em nada a jogabilidade. Não é que você vai jogar melhor ou não. É costume. Se você consegue controlar mais o carro no volante, vai de volante. Se consegue mais no teclado, vai de teclado. E tem uma hora aí nessa pista, essa hora aí, que o carro, pelo modo como a pista manda o carro, ele cai de ré. E você depois tem que ajustar. Por quê? Porque tem diferença de piso. Por exemplo, esse piso é mais aderente. O carro gruda mais. Esse piso é menos aderente, o carro gruda menos. Tem piso que o carro fica mais devagar, piso que o carro fica mais rápido. Tem piso que ele desliza mais. Aquele piso lá é muito mais escorregadio. E aí você tem que fazer a volta. Cara, eu nunca tinha jogado. Eu joguei anteontem. Eu tô em 300 de São Paulo. Do server São Paulo. Do estado São Paulo. Eu tô em 300. No Brasil eu tô em 3.000. Do Brasil. E eu nunca tinha jogado. Eu me amarrei nesse jogo. Acho muito louco. Só tem leiteiro, né? Com certeza. Porque se eu em 2 dias tô em 300. Tô em 200 de São Paulo. Deve ser fácil pegar o 10 em 3. Não, é difícil. A gente olha isso aí e parece fácil. É difícil mesmo. Mas é da hora. É um jogo muito louco. Tipo, tinha um cara aqui no chat, acho que é o Otávio, ontem. Ele foi 300 do mundo na pista da Alemanha. Ele que me deu umas dicas. Passou umas dicas para mim. Otávio. Mano, é da hora. Aí, ó, agora tá vendo, ó. Nesse chão, o chão é mais liso. E aí a hora é que eles têm que se virar. Você mesmo tem que virar o carro. Não vira sozinho. Você mesmo tem que virar o carro. Ah, falando em Alemanha, ó, essa é a pista da Alemanha, que o Otávio brasileiro ficou em 300 do mundo. Da hora. E no final de tudo, né, para você se classificar, você tem que fazer 140 pontos. São 5 pistas. Tem que fazer 140 pontos nessas 5 pistas. E a última rodada depois dos 140 é o que você se classifica. Ganhando, você se classifica. É da hora. É um jogo muito... É interessante. Interessante.
There's been a little bit of talk about that elusive 15-round win, you know, I mean, just win 14 rounds, get to finals, if there was ever a time.
Abaixa o som do jogo, aumentar um pouco.
If Muddy can keep this consistency up as we move through the rest of our maps, it'd be great. But of course, this is the map that Muddy picked, right? This is Germany as the highest seed coming into the match. He put us here first. And it's working out for him. It's working out for Josh as well. In fact, the only other player above 10 points currently, and Lingo won't be happy to see that one. Obviously, Josh had a tough time yesterday. Apparently, may not have even practiced before the game started, but now
Tem um cara que jogou ontem no teclado. E na mesma lobby tinha um cara jogando de controle. Adivinha quem foi pra final? Quem passou de fase? Não, passou de fase. O cara do controle. O cara do. Controle não, volante. Tinha dois de volante, um de volante, dois de controle e um de teclado. O volante e o teclado passaram. Os caras do controle ficaram. Estão jogando agora. Vamos jogar, né? Pra você ver como não tem diferença ali. Aí esse aí, ó. Aí esse volante. É um Fanatec, hein? Nossa, o outro saiu do trabalho e foi. Rede social. O outro ali deve ter saído do trabalho e ter ido lá jogar. Não é possível.
That's Carl Jr. did it like by about as close a margin as you could. 99 was the amount of points the second place player was. Yeah, exactly. Let's see how many points somebody is on before Mudder finishes the game. That's the. It might feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Well, well, I'm not sure we'll find out. I think it's also partly just Mudder the type of guy to lock in. The type of guy to lock in after a performance like yesterday. You know. Not necessarily very rattled. We're going,
Norway, agora uma outra pista. Se eu não me engano, são 5 rodadas ou 6 rodadas. São 5 rodadas em cada pista. Dá pra fazer até 50 pontos em cada pista. Ainda não sei muito bem todas.
We saw Australia for the first time in the last match, I believe picked by Nako last time around, and there are a couple of players who maybe have a chance to get something done on maps that if they sneak through bans, other players have maybe not put quite as much time into as some of their preferred ones. This map, of course, defined by these large jumps, and if you can nail them, get that landing early and straight, not have to release to get around the following corner, as we saw from Josh right there.
Ó, tá vendo? Esse piso é mais escorregadio. Ui, bateu a bunda na parede.
Josh clattering into the wall, Mudder back on form, retaking first position here, and ice is just going to be a good situation for the man who has been historically quite comfortable on that surface. He sails on through into first place. Lingo down in second. Can he stick the landing? Mudder, oh my god.
Eu uso o do Bot Rix. O multichat do Bot Rix. Aí ele lê todos os canais, Twitch, YouTube, Kick. Eu coloco ele como painel, né? Você vem no painel, aí vai lá no painel os personalizáveis com URL. E eu coloco o mesmo que aparece no chat, na tela, é o que eu leio, que aparece no painel. Aí você consegue colocar como painel dentro da OBS. Eu faço assim, né? Foi o jeito que eu achei de conseguir ler todos os chats juntos. E funciona muito bem. Mostra o símbolozinho do YouTube, o símbolozinho da Kick, mostra tudo, é muito bom.
And then after that, the DNF.
Well, I also just meant that the better you are, the further you're going to jump because you're going to have more speed.
Okay, yeah.
Eu já tentei várias. Eu tentei aquele ninja lá, mas não gostei muito não. Ninja alguma coisa lá, esqueci. Esse foi um dos únicos que me atendeu e faz tudo que eu preciso. De quer ler as pessoas. Mais nada. O ninja tinha que configurar isso, configurar aquilo e tal. Pai, isso aí foi de boa.
We couldn't see the timer behind Lingo's face just there, but I think Muda was probably somewhere between.
Ó, o Muda joga no volantão. O Muda é Fórmula 1, pô, volante de Fórmula 1. Ó a mãozinha dele ali, ó. Joga aqui embaixo, ó. Ele joga com a mão embaixo. O volante é aqui no carro.
Particularly a situation you want to be in. Obviously, as you move away from your own map pick, things can very quickly go wrong.
Será que joga no pedal também? Ou acelera e breca no botão? Boa pergunta, né? Quando aperta o botão, você breca ou acelera? Perguntar pro Muda.
So now he has two more.
Yeah, correct. I believe that is
3 rounds now. Yeah, which look, you look at it, and this is clearly not a good map for him. No. Even if he is quick.
Uma coisa que eu tenho que pôr aqui é as mensagens de voz. Eu não coloquei ainda. Coloquei, mas o Trigger Element parou de funcionar. E aí eu deletei e esqueci de colocar. Vai colocar mensagem de voz igual na sua live. Tem que configurar direitinho, né? Por exemplo, o sub, ele tem essa aqui, ó. Ó, um alerta. Eu quero mudar. Porque o follow tem esse. É um quer mudar também. Quero colocar outro tipo de som. Mas daí eu preguiça de ficar procurando o som. Antes era a voz do Mourinho. Eu gosto do Mourinho. Eu perdi o pacote de áudio que eu tinha dele. O Mourinho, eu sou fissurado no Mourinho. No Mourinho, no Totti. Dos que mais gosto. E o Porto, né? O Futebol do Porto, que eu trabalhei lá, então pra mim mora no meu coração. Vou pregar tudo de novo. E ó, o Muda tá em primeiro, ó, 53. Jogando no volante. Mostrando como se faz. Esse aí, ó. Esse cara, acho que é o Josh 1248, deve ter vindo do trabalho, porque ele tá com a roupa de trabalho, pô. Ele tá com uma roupa social. Deixa eu ver se ele tem algum time, esse cara. O Josh. O Josh é de um time, pô. O Josh é do... Não, o Josh não tem time. O Josh é trabalhador brasileiro mesmo. O Josh é trabalhador brasileiro.
In case you haven't caught on, so far.
Now we are going, Twiggy, to South Korea, and hey, speaking of interesting facts, South Korea.
We just got to France.
That's true, but we're going to South Korea now instead, okay? I've heard the food is very good. Twiggy, South Korea, a map that we have not seen a
O Josh é bom, hein? Ele ficou em segundo no Bacon World League. Ó, o Josh é bom, bicho. Vou torcer pra você, Josh. Minha torcida é sua, garotinho. Vai, Josh. 43, cara. Tá em segundo, pelo menos.
If you are Noisia as well, who did bring us to South Korea this time around.
Speaking of closing gaps,
Quem usa nick com número, tipo Josh? Valeu, Flavinho. Boa live, meu amigo. Boa live e eu vou... Mais tarde eu colo lá no Zombot pra encher o seu saco. Tamo junto, mano. Quem usa número no nick, Josh 1248, não tá nem aí pro nick, né? Tipo, ou tem algum significado também. Josh 1248. 48 não é o ano que ele nasceu. Não existe 48 no calendário. 12 até vai, mas 48, que é a idade do pai dele, da mãe. Pode ser, né? A gente não sabe. E ninguém nasceu em 1248 tá vivo ainda.
And unfortunate for Noisia, that clip right at the very beginning, overtaken by every other driver in the race. A chance, 4 points just there, but the upshot is that Mudda retains his lead, but Josh and Lingo closing the gap a little bit, and both of them tied on 49 points as things stand. Round 2 on South Korea, Josh out to a good lead early on.
Josh na liderança. Se ele ganhar, ele fica com 50 pontos, 59. O bom disso é que o Muda tá em último. Até o final da partida, né? A gente não sabe, mas... E aí ele já aproxima mais. Ah, o Lingo voltou. Ui, Josh. Bateu, meu amigo.
Josh as well, a player who has been gaining notoriety in the mixed scene over the course of, you know, the last few months, the last year.
Last year and a bit.
Exactly, yeah. And you could think that this is an upper bracket game. It is not. Every one of these players came in the
O Lingo. O Lingo vai... Eu acho que o Lingo leva essa... Ó, Lingo e Josh vão brigar pela segunda vaga, mas acho que o Lingo deve levar. O Muda aí, o Muda... Vai Muda em segundo. Ai, ficou em terceiro por 0.020. Caraca. É muito pouco.
Final leg of the identity, overtaking Lingo right at the finish line, and that's big points as well. The gap suddenly shrinking between the players in second, third, and fourth. Mudda still with a relatively comfortable lead, but maybe only for the time being, based on how things have gone. You called it out earlier, right? Mudda had a great first map, 40 points from a possible 40 in the 6 rounds since then, has only gained 31.
Yeah, precisely. It's not a great look so far, but sometimes, again, you gain that comfortability as we move on through the maps here, and certain maps can definitely be an Achilles heel for certain players, but right now I think it's more just fervency, right? Every single player wants to advance into the next stage of the lower bracket. They do not want to go out right here. They've seen 2 players get their keys crushed already. They don't want that to be happening to them and be out of the competition that, you know, this everybody, all of the time leading up to this, everybody has been so excited, so looking forward to getting their chance on this stage, and for it to all end in 2 games would just be heartbreaking here, key breaking as it were. And Mudda now aiming for first position, looking to regain more of that gulf of points that he was looking for. It's looking good for him. Lingo right behind, but he cannot get a better zoom than Mudda, who takes first place once again.
There you go, there's big points for Mudda. The gap will once again extend, and what a time from Mudda as well. So close to Gwen's tournament record, within 100th, slightly more than 100th of Gwen's tournament record just there. So Mudda, look, we know it. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised to see Mudda having the pace on all of these maps. I think, again, yesterday it just came down to a very, very slow start to the match. That has not been an issue for Mudda today. Now he just needs to continue to at least keep pace with everyone else. Not let it slip and start letting the other players pick up multiple first places in a row.
Everything is still up in the air though. First place could go either way, but more importantly, second place, there's absolutely nothing really between all of these third, fourth, second, third, fourth. Imagine 5th players in the lobby. Oh, that would change everything. But no, it is going to swap back and forth between all of these. Lingo seemed to think it was definitely Mudder, Lingo going through. It does not look that way right now. It looks like anything could happen.
Yeah, and I mean, this again would be big for Noisia, sitting in first place at the moment on South Korea. Mudder pushing hard as we head towards the back half of the track as well into the chicane. Mudder always carrying so much speed into it, not necessarily carrying quite as much exit speed, but you get these boosters in, and then the reactor on this identity will not be any separation, will not be any bigger gap between Noisia and Mudder. In fact, that's a better zoom from Mudder. Noisia moving slow on this final identity, might even get caught by Josh at the end here, will hold him off, but Mudder takes first place and the 10 points along with it. Noisia has to settle for second, and we do get everyone across the line in the end, as we do just get, again, that second, third, and fourth all getting a little bit closer to each other.
Yeah, the Leviathan fans definitely enjoying this here. I think going into it, regardless of the way you're looking at it, bias aside, you're going to be looking at Noisia as one of the least favorites, right? I think obviously Mudder and Lingo coming first and second is kind of the expected outcome. So if you're looking at this as a Leviathan fan, you're thinking this is a very uphill battle.
Sure.
This is looking good so far. Noisia is in that race.
Listen, I'll contest you though. I think Lingo second was never. Josh
no,
is a
I don't think so. I think
well.
that's just if you really had to get into the nitty gritty and make a split second decision.
I would have said Josh.
Yeah, because you're.
No. I would have said Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no bias.
Okay.
I would have said Josh.
Okay.
I would have said Josh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I don't want you putting words in my mouth.
Alô, tô me ouvindo? Bugou. Alô.
No, I would never.
Estamos de volta.
I would never stoop to that. There's been a lot of beef.
Estamos de volta.
It does have to be said. We're so well looked after here at the EWC. As hey, we're on to our next map, Saudi Arabia. Josh was the player to pick this one, but it's a map we've seen a lot of.
Temos aqui agora o jogo, a corrida, né?
On that one, dropping down a little bit, and not an auspicious start to his time on Saudi Arabia this time around. Through this jump, and there can be mistakes, as that is one from Lingo, bashing his head off the upper bar as Mudder leads now, having inherited it from Lingo. Noisia not far behind and a lot further to the left. Less steering to do up this hill, might be able to close that gap ever so slightly to Mudder, but as we all know, it really does come down to this final jump into the tiny gap.
Yeah, nobody taking that overzealous jump line through that downhill section here, but oh god, that is not a nice jump through that one. Hits his head off of the top of the checkpoint here. Noisia has good speed. Can he maintain it? No!
And he's upside down.
His wheel. It's only Mudder through. Now it's a question of who will get to the finish line. By the end, Noisia's going to get the slow motion. A lot of slow motion. Oh my lord. Oh, and Lingo just about makes it as well. Josh, nowhere to be seen.
Oh, it's always tough on a map that has been played so much that I think every player has kind of expected to see almost going in every match. Josh was the player to take the bullet on this occasion, to lock it in as his pick. Map number 4. I think DNF's in round 1, and that means that we only have 8 points separating Lingo from Josh, with Noisia now having overtaken Josh as well, a point ahead in 3rd place.
Yeah, Mudder has definitely pulled away from the rest of them. It's been a slow but sure process, but he has made it happen, getting up to those triple digits here, and now everybody else left to fight for the scraps that he is leaving behind. And well, while this map isn't looking so fast from Mudder, it's looking clean, and that's what matters. I mean, this is one of those maps where a small mistake leads to a massive amount of time lost. These checkpoints are not forgiving. The skill checks are difficult. You're going to lose a lot of time if you don't hit them perfectly. That is not a skill check. How many times have we seen players crash into that? So many. I don't know why that specifically has been such a problem point for everybody here. Josh this time getting through unscathed on that checkpoint. That was where he finished before, well, not finished quite specifically, but Mudder, again, clean. Not the fastest time we've ever seen, but very, very clean. It is a very fast time, but it's not the fastest time we've ever seen. Josh this time manages to take home 2nd place, points he sorely needs, and things get even closer in the middle of the pack.
I will point out, Mudder with a time that was only a couple of tenths off of Gwen's world record, tournament record just there as well. Lingo and Josh were both about a tenth, maybe even 2 tenths ahead of Mudder up until they both crashed. So again, for all of the players in this lower bracket match, the pace is there. All of them capable of setting very good times, and maybe having to set those very good times based on what we're seeing from Mudder in that last round, based on what we're seeing from all of these players. Of course, the risk is when you are pushing for those very, very quick times and driving on the limit. the mistakes do follow a lot of the time as well. We've seen one from Lingo in both of the rounds here on Saudi Arabia so far. There's one from Mudda, the first real mistake he's made on this map, and so it's Josh and Lingo up front, and both of them would dearly love to capitalize on that mistake from Mudda.
Fast and furious moment there. They kept swapping back first and second place, driving alongside each other. Absolutely beautiful. This time, neither of them hitting that inside corner, giving it a wide berth as they move on into the final checkpoint of the track here. Either of them going to go too high. No, it's absolutely fine. That's so much speed from Josh. I think there might have been a clip from Lingo as well, and he drops back into second. Josh now just needs to keep it clean. That is good enough. He's going to sail home in first place. Lingo drops back down. He will come home in second. It's Noisier in third. And Mudda needs to get to the finish line now. Does he have enough speed not to get slowed down? He's absolutely fine, but he'll have to take home 3 points.
It's another 107.7, this time from Josh, and that is very, very quick indeed. Again, the fact that lower bracket round winning times, you're kind of looking at trying to consistently get those times within a couple of tenths of world record is scary. We're going to see these world records drop lower and lower over the course of the next couple of days of competition, especially once we get into our upper bracket matches later in the day.
Josh giving Lingo a very difficult time right now. These two cannot be separated over the macro view, right? Over the course of the whole of this map pool, it seems like they are exactly in the right place. That is far too low. Not getting a field goal out of that. That is, very illegal if you try and get it under the bar. Oh, Josh clips a wheel on the edge of the ramp there as well. That's it's an awkward place to get a slowdown. Oh, a DNF from Lingo. Wow, he didn't even try. He knew he was going to lose more than 10 seconds from Mudda here. You might as well wish for a mistake from the front of the pack here, but no. DNFing. Is that an indicator of a mental state, maybe?
Could be. Look, we'll keep an eye on it. If he's down, if he's less than 3 points away from finalist when we get to the end of this match, we will point back to this round for sure. Ultimately, would not have been able to get more than those 3 points, no mistakes from anyone up front. Mudda quietly, I think in those rounds, especially where Josh and Lingo have been crashing, Mudda has just been able to continually sweep up those 10 points. You know, that's really what has led to this massive gap. But the battle for second place definitely still raging, and Noisia definitely not out of it just yet either. He has been sneaking in some solid performances here and there, especially with Josh and Lingo pushing each other. Speaking of, there is Josh's dad.
Yeah, he'll be quite happy. Josh very much in the fight, and we're heading now to Lingo's home ground of Canada. Not quite his home ground in terms of picks. Actually, did he? No, I don't think he picked.
No, Canada was our final random map choice.
Of course. So, well, he's being forced into his hometown then of Canada here, which not the end of the world, I don't think. But yeah, I think everybody has, over the course of this one, become a lot more comfortable with Canada. It was never anybody's love. It was never anybody's
it was a map that we were maybe kind of, it has been banned a little bit, but you know, it's definitely, there are maps that are more likely to pull bans. Australia for sure, you know, Norway absolutely a map that we see getting banned a little bit more, but Canada has been sneaking through maybe a little bit more often than we would have expected before the tournament began.
Well, it's Mudda in first place for the time being. Josh right behind. Noisia follows up. It is Lingo who's made an early mistake, whether that was a clip on the first turn. Oh, Mudda goes a little too hard in the paint, slams into and trades paint with one of the poles up on the uphill slalom there. It's Noisia and Josh that are fighting, contending for first position here. They're both setting good splits for the time being. Neither of them pushing too hard, and I think once again just trying to maximize the amount of points that they can get out of this round. Look, they're both contending with each other, absolutely, but
Vitality.
The group of players here, you might just want to take a second very safely, and it seems like that is what Josh does. He did not go too fast on that last section, did not go overzealous with the turn there. It's Noisia who comes home in first, Josh safely in second, and Lingo is coming home fourth.
Yeah, and look, not an incredibly fast time from Noisia. Josh as well, like a little bit of a release, a little bit of a clip. It might have even happened towards the end of the track there for him, but banking the points for both of them when Mudda made the mistake there. I think more important than really battling each other
mais
as well,
uma.
to try and get the best possible time up the front to guarantee.
Como eu falei no começo, né? O Mudda, ele é o favorito a passar, o favorito a passar de fase, não tinha dúvida nenhuma.
points in front of Lingo. Noisia quietly having an excellent mid-game here.
Yeah, but Josh has made that early mistake, so things might even out even further here. And Noisia, in fact, has dropped down just a little bit. It's a contender with Lingo and Mudda up at the top there. Noisia finding that slalom just a little bit more difficult, leaking out a little bit more time to the top, the front of the race here. And I think Josh, again, just finding it difficult to move on through. Mudda clips the edge of the wall. Lingo sails on past and can make up for that last round where he lost so many points to the rest of the pack here. Everybody looking like they will still finish at the very least, but they still need to get this last part of the track right. Mudda absolutely fine. He'll come home in second, but Lingo safely in first. And once again, things get even closer in the grouping between these players looking for second.
Yeah, close there at the end between Noisia and Mudda. Once that mistake came through from Mudda, Noisia just pressed him the entire way to the finish line, ultimately finished a couple of tenths behind.
Oh my God.
Josh and Noisia tied on 89, and Lingo with that round win goes 1 point ahead of the pair of them. This battle for presumably second place, I do still think Mudda is going to safely close it out from here, despite a couple of mistakes that we've seen sneak through.
As soon as Mudda is out of the game, things are going to get a little scary.
It's going to get intense very, very quickly, and heartbreak for two of these players upcoming, I think, frankly.
Well, that's the thing, right? Going out in the way that Spark did is one thing, right? Where you do have a gulf of points to the rest of your competition. You can kind of hold your hands up and go, well, I gave it my best, but it wasn't enough. When it is this close and two players have to go out, you're just thinking, if I was in a different game, I would have been fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be brutal. And well, that's all to come. We will see in just a few minutes. That'll be all to play for
the next 10 minutes.
At the moment, I mean, hey, Lingo beating out Mudda would be huge for him, picking up 10 points.
Muda a uma vitória. Já era, Muda fez 10 pontinhos, passou em primeiro.
So there's Mudda on 2 finalist mode. Lingo will settle for 6, so does extend the gap back to Josh just a little bit. It's now 3 points instead of just 2.
Oh my lord, okay, well, Mudda now just needs to get one more round win. If he doesn't, then we're heading back to Germany, but if he does, he is out and home free, and he will be able to crush a couple of keys as well. But that'll feel good after dropping down to the lower bracket, being able to, well, maybe not.
I don't think it's going to feel that
players
good.
Are quite nice.
Yeah, I think after this match as well, especially, it's not going to feel good to have to crush the keys.
I don't know, operating a hydraulic press, even if it is, you know,
that's true. There is there's a joy in there.
There's something, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
the
Lingo,
human urge to crush things with heavy machinery.
Exactly. It's a good feeling. Lingo and Noisia, however, not looking to let
O Lingo tentando a chance ao Noisia. A disputa aqui tá acirradíssima, porque o Noisia, o Lingo e o Josh ambos estão na casa dos 92, 96 pontos. E a diferença é muito pequena. O Muda agora já vai garantindo, entre aspas, né, a sua classificação. A gente vai ter mais ou menos umas 4 corridas ou 5 corridas para poder descobrir o novo colocado para a semifinal. Aí, ó, o Muda tá com sono, Muda? De volante e tudo, hein, garotinho?
I don't think there were that many nerves coming to this match for Mudda. Yeah, well, no, we get the badges. We get the badges.
Ó, o Josh. Bora, Josh. Eu tô torcendo pra você, Josh.
Oh, that's true.
He was mogging us.
Well, many such instances, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hey, who do you think is going to come second in this match, Twiggy?
Oh, it's so difficult to tell right now, isn't it? That's the thing.
That's why I asked you instead of predicting myself.
I do think that... Lingo has been quite consistent.
Sure.
Has not had as many rounds where he's going insanely quick and getting first, so it does.
Yeah.
If Josh can clean up his game a little bit, definitely Josh. I think, in my opinion.
Okay.
If Lingo can push a little harder without crashing.
Bora, Josh. Torcendo pra você, Josh. Bora, Josh. Bora, Josh.
I mean, it is anyone's game already. That's the thing. Noisia is right up there as well. I mean, there's no reason to count him out of the competition. Making a prediction here is an impossible task.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as I say, that's why I asked you instead of trying to do it myself. Noisia leading the round at the moment, but there's great speed from both Josh and Lingo slotted in just behind him at the moment. First quarter pipe, we've seen mistakes here before. Will we see one now? It'll be a bad
Olha, de ré, na Alemanha, estamos na Alemanha. Para quem não sabe, agora vai ter que fazer a curvinha. Boa curvinha, bela rodada. Bela rodada. Temos agora o Lingo na frente com 100 pontos. O Lingo ganhando fica 110. Fica mais 4 rodadas de se classificar. Ai, Josh. Caraca, Josh.
In terms of the standings as we move on forward, and we really are entering the final throws here of this first lower bracket game. Lingo this time will not make a mistake on the turnaround. He'll come home to 10 points. It's Noisia with 6, and unfortunately Josh will have to settle there for 4.
That's scary. That's good pace from Lingo as well. Low 111 here on
Ô Josh, vamos Josh. Não se levanta a cabeça, garotinho. Você consegue. É 10 pontos só, Josh. Você ganha 2 em primeiro, já tira isso. Isso, Josh, brecou, boa. Acelera, acelera. Acelera, agora breca. Não precisa brecar nesse, agora sim. Agora sim. Bora, 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 bora. É agora que tem que virar. E já vai virando. Agora vai de ré. Agora é o ré. Vamos de ré, vamos de ré. Josh na frente de ré. Tenta perder menos velocidade possível. Boa. Boa. O Lingo bateu. O Lingo bateu. O Noisia também bateu. Mas o Lingo bateu mais. Boa, Josh. Até o final desse jeito que você ganha. Até o final desse jeito que vai dar bom, Josh. Agora outra ré, outra ré. Boa, Josh. Boa, Josh. Agora sim. Boa, Josh. 4, 6 e 4. 10, 6 e 4. Agora tá perto do próximo.
This is scripted.
As it is now 4 points separating all 3 of them, and Josh and Noisia are tied on 110. You just need one good run of first places right now for any of them, and that will really change the complexion of this match.
None of these players are looking like they are a first place player, right? So when we do get to finalist mode, what is the likelihood that somebody gets it done in 1, 2 or 3 rounds? I think it's pretty low. Honestly, I think there is a pretty much a 33.3% chance of every single player coming first in any given round. This time it is Josh out ahead or behind, depending on how you look at it.
O Lingo não pode ficar em segundo, tem que ficar em terceira. Que bela rodada. Esse round tá sendo um bom round. Um belo de um round. Diga-se de passagem. Mais uma rézinha agora. Todo mundo vai virar para entrar de ré. Boa, Josh. Boa, Josh. Virou. Boa, Josh. Seguindo 2 vezes, hein? Boa, Josh. Isso. Vamos, garotinho. Vamos, trabalhador brasileiro. Bora, trabalhador brasileiro.
It could not come any more down to the wire at the moment. Everybody is giving it their all here.
Lingo e Mundo eram os favoritos para passar, né? Porque eu falei no começo da rodada. Agora eu acho que vai ser. Eu tô torcendo pro Josh, no caso, né?
Every single position matters more than it ever has for every one of these players here. We're going to be saying goodbye to 2 players that might be on finalists.
So scary for everyone right now. The nerves up on that stage have to be all-consuming, but you cannot let yourself be consumed. You gotta keep banging out those times.
They're becoming more consistent under the pressure,
which is terrifying, right? Absolutely. We are seeing less crashes now in these final rounds than we did at the beginning of the match, despite the fact that 2 of these players will be going home in a matter of minutes. This match is so close to a conclusion, but it is not over just yet. Lingo leads this round from Noisia. Josh won the last 2 rounds, now sitting in 3rd.
E agora vai entrar de ré de novo para final, para grande reta final.
Again, can they all make through? Tiny touch from Lingo. He's lost a little bit of speed, but he's okay. He is going to lose out to Noisia though, and Josh is gaining as well. Can Lingo hold on?
É agora, Lingo. É agora, Lingo. O Lingo, né?
He's just
Eu tô muito pouco.
Oh my
Muito
God,
pouco.
everybody is giving it their all, and no mistakes in those last couple of rounds from any player.
None.
Not at all. It was just pure skill that separated each of them in those, and we're going to keep on moving forward to Norway once again here. This one was a problem for a lot of the pack.
But what I will remind you of on this track, Twiggy, is our first large jump into the clock towers. Because
Josh
on that jump, Josh has so much. Josh has an edge here. That's a lot of pressure on both Lingo and Noisia in this map, because there's a chance that Josh is just consistently gaining 3/10 over them in every round.
Yeah, and look, in case you don't know, in case you're joining us for the first time at Trackmania here at EWC, look, having your wheels in the air, bad.
Slow.
Very bad.
Very slow.
You want to land as soon as possible, but if you go low into that jump, if you release before the jump and you go low, you run the risk of not making the jump in the first place. So it is so important that you don't risk too much, especially in a situation where you cannot risk. There's 6 points between all three players here. They need to be keeping it clean as possible here, but they also need to go as fast as possible. These are two completely conflicting things that they need to do.
That's Trackmania.
That's Trackmania, baby. Josh in first position here once again, wants to make up.
Rapaziada, não tá fácil pra ninguém, hein? Bora para mais uma. Pistinha, que é a Norway, no caso, né? Agora. Norway, eu gosto da Norway por conta do traçado de bobsled, sabe aquele traçado que os caras estão no bobsled? Lembra a Jamaica abaixo de zero. Nada a ver, né? Mas é legal, eu gosto.
I think he's good. I think he's clean. He will make it around the corner. Good speed from Josh, but Lingo will take first place. That's a tournament record from Lingo. These players are pushing, and Lingo moves further into the lead. He's on. Twiggy, you're not going to believe it.
Wow.
That DNF mattered.
Yeah, it actually did.
Throw
he
your
would
mind
be on
back
finalist if
O
he
Lingo.
had finished that round.
He would have, I
O
believe.
Lingo vai ganhar. Boa, Lingo. Lingo está.
He may well have been more than 10 seconds behind.
Yeah.
But to me,
He wouldn't have known that. He didn't know that at the time.
No, he didn't know. And so Lingo now has to play at least one more round to make it into finals mode. Only needs to finish this round, but will try and deny as many points as possible from his opponents. But it does mean, at the very least, unless Josh wins this round,
he had to slow down.
Lingo will get a round by himself on finals.
And that's the thing, Josh is within sniping distance.
O que será? Agora tá vendo? 1-3-8, 1-2-4, 1-3-0. Ah, o cara é 6 pontos, não é mais 3, né? Agora é 10, 6 e 4. Tá certo, tá certo. 10, 6 e 4.
On the ice, Josh wide, but Lingo looking good as well. Staying in first, looking to deny those 10 points from Josh. And the very least, who clips the corner of the lights there, falls back into third by a decent margin. It's all Lingo's for the taking. He clips a win on the inside. Noisia moves through into first place. Once again, we could be seeing a whole nother set of rounds. Can Lingo even
Vamos ter mais um round, porque ainda o Noisia ainda conseguiu fazer 10 pontos.
Despite a tough round.
A very, very tough round. It looked like he had it in the bag. The first place denying as many points as possible.
Só que mesmo com 4 o Lingo vai finalista, né? Porque era só 36, pô. Tá 4, mas agora, se o Lingo não ganhar, vamos ter na última corrida 3 possíveis finalistas disputando pela vaga. E quem ganhar vai para a semifinal upper. Porque todo mundo vai estar com 140 pontos. Olha isso, cara. E ele tava na frente, o Lingo, hein? O Lingo bateu. E o Josh bateu. O Josh bateu. E se não fechar e ficar sem ponto, se ele não conseguir chegar a tempo, vai ficar sem ponto. O Noiser vai disputar sozinho. O Noiser vai disputar com o Lingo, claro. O Josh ainda não vai conseguir. Então o Josh tem que chegar para pontuar. E se ele não conseguir chegar para pontuar, já era. Bom, todo mundo vai pontuar. Os dois, todo mundo chegou a tempo. Beleza, chegaram a tempo. Agora se preparem que vai ser a corrida valendo a vaga. Dependente. Quem ganhar, leva. Os 3 estão na fase de pontuação final. Então, vai ser decidido agora. Não vai ter mais próxima chance. Não vai ter outra chance. Quem não ganhar vai ser eliminado. Quem ganhar vai para a Upper Semifinal.
But Lingo is holding it together at the moment, only just in front of Josh.
Josh right behind here, and again, this is it for these players. It all comes down to one round. It's a great landing from Josh. He moves up into
Está muito próximo.
but Lingo is right there contending with him. If either of them make a millisecond mistake, they will drop back down. Lingo goes further in, drops a gear, and he's slower, and Josh moves up into first. All he needs to do
Josh
is
tá em
keep
primeiro.
this position to the end.
Bora, Josh.
He'll be moving through,
Bora,
and he will be
Josh.
saying goodbye to Lingo and Noisia. Lingo thought that it would be himself and Mudder.
Boa, Josh. Lingo na cola. Vai ser nessa caída. Vai ser nessa caída. Vai ser nessa caída. Vai ser nessa caída. Josh! Passou, Josh! Boa, Josh.
Mistakes, and it was not. Full credit to Lingo, who gave it his all. He pushed those final few corners as hard as he could. The gap to Josh shrunk ever so slightly, and Josh, oh, what a round, what a finish, what a performance as well from all 4 of our players in that match. Josh won, but I'll tell you what, that is not a man who is full of joy right now. That is a man who knows how close it came. And what a feeling it must be. We're going to throw it over. We have no more words left to describe it. Let's head over to our experts and Rain Day to see how they felt about that one.
What a moment here. It is hard to describe. Triple finalist mode. Mutta making it out early. But it was the final race, the final moment on Norway that would decide this one. And it would be Lingo, whose dreams slid away alongside the ice, where Josh capitalized on what was one of our best endings so far. Maybe the best ending so far, because not only did this send a top 2, it sends 2 people home, Import, as Mutta is about to do the honors of the first key crush here.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say? What do you say about that? At the end, the struggle from the 3 players at the beginning, they weren't able to reach Mutta's level. Mutta basically just had a free ride essentially throughout the entire match. There was no competition to him whatsoever. Basically, the only thing that happened for Mutta was a couple mistakes he made on his own, but as far as his opponents, there was no factor on that. But then looking at Lingo, looking at Josh, looking at Noisia, they tied it up. They were very close all the way to the very end. Triple finalist even. Lingo was the expected one to kind of go through here. Josh, however, we know Josh is a talented player. We didn't talk about him too much, but honestly, to see Josh kind of overcome the errors from yesterday, and I know he took that loss very hard yesterday.
Nada, não esqueçam de deixar o seu curtir, hein? Não esqueçam de deixar o seu curtir.
Reacting to it. I even slid back to my native language with how the
Já
shenanigans
deixou o like?
fell off. With just like Lingo's car right off there, pulling a Mutta in a sense. Mutta having a catastrophic first round on the first rotation in Norway. Didn't hamper in too much, managed to average 30 points per map on the way towards concluding finalist status. But that, I just can't get my mind away from those last 2 rounds and how
Isso, rapaziada, não esqueçam de deixar o like de vocês.
The expression of just disbelief as he sees Lingo and his keys show up. What a moment from him, and what a moment across the board, because this was maybe the most challenging race for these 3. Josh coming in with not too much of offline experience. He had a great 2026, climbing up the British Irish international scene and really making it to a moment where he doesn't actually have a lot of people who have seen what he can do offline in port, but that right there could be the beginning of his story.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Josh be able to come through is just pretty incredible, especially knowing just how hard it was for him to go through yesterday. He had high expectations for himself, and already he was talking himself down. He was beating himself up, and then to be able to overcome that into this match is going to be great momentum for him going forward. He has the ability to do it. He just needs to get out of his head. He needs to forget what's going on. He just needs to be able to focus and play. And honestly, also, by the way, I saw an imposter in the crowd behind Josh's dad. We had a little clip of Josh's dad, and then I saw an imposter turbo behind him as if he was like part of the crowd or something. But hey, either way, Josh's dad is also really cool. If you ever get to meet him, he's a really nice guy. Fantastic person. But yeah, honestly, great for Josh. I feel bad though for Noisia. We didn't really talk about him too much.
No, we didn't.
Did come though. He did put up a fight,
a great fight,
like great fight with Lingo, and honestly, they can't be too upset. It's a tough loss, but they can't be too upset. They did fight to the end.
Yeah, and you know, it comes down when you let it happen on Norway. There are so many variables, and that's one of the reasons I would anticipate why this will be a lesson for many of our players coming up, whether to leave it in the map pool or to take it out, because you don't want to be on the side that Lingo was. We're coming in as a favorite now, has that tricky ice, has a couple of those jumps in the identity where it could all go wrong so fast. But in the same way for Josh, it ended up being a little bit of like, hey, this is where I can catch you. Nobody's certain here. I've got a shot and let me take it.
Nothing's taken for granted. Everything is earned, not just at EWC, but in Trackmania. Nothing is ever done until you reach the finish line and take the checker flag. That's really the main lesson here. And for Lingo, a same case a bit later in the rotation of a map pack backfiring on the second rotation, no less. The first rotation went okay, but then after that, with all of the pressure, all the nerves setting in from that potential triple finalist that ended up realizing itself, and then all leading up to just that one split second where the wheels lost all grip on the ice midway through, allowing Josh to slide through.
And Mutta, the other story on the back end of it, coming into it as a favorite, coming into it as somebody who we anticipated shouldn't have probably even been here. Well, he certainly proved that in port. I mean, we look at him and he was out of this race for so long that it felt like it was even in this race because it became a completely different dynamic in this match. But heading into our schedule, we've got some more games coming up. Group 2 just finished off, and I know that it's going to be a fun one here with Group 3 about to take the stage. It's going to be Wizzy, Richie, Neil, and J-Swag coming up, guys, and we're going to do a little swap out in a second. Any thoughts on this group about to get some Trackmania on?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm thinking, seeing another wheel from one wheel man to
Wizzy,
another.
Wizzy.
And it's going to be a battle of the soul players, and I feel like there's going to be a little bit of heartbreak for the team because I feel like one of those two is going to be sent back in.
I definitely think so as well. I mean, Richie is also going to be a factor here, the Frenchman, for this match. I mean, every match kind of has at least one French person in there, but Richie is a good player, has performed really well in tournaments, and I'm excited to see how he pairs against the rest. I think J-Swag and Neil, they are going to have a little bit of a difficult time in this matchup, so we're going to be definitely looking at Richie.
All right. Yeah. I mean, listen, there's 2 representatives of S8UL going into this next match, and they already had one that did not advance earlier on in this group. So for the club championship, that could be a big deal for some extra points towards the final week. As we get ready for those new drivers to come back up on the stage, we're going to send it over to Chris, who's going to keep you up to date with what's happening as of now across all our stages with the club championship.
Big result here for Falcons and an expected one as well. They were going up against Mongols at the STC Arena and they take the game away, guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. They finish now within the top 8 at a minimum here in CS2. Other games going on though. Navi are going to be playing very, very shortly, and Vitality up against FaZe is a game later on in the day. If we're thinking about that conversation around that 3rd, 4th place spot, that's going to be very, very important as well. Just a small update here though from the STC Arena. We'll be back with more a little bit later on.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but oh!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Down at the Allianz Vault, and there is a big moment in the club championship. Not necessarily a game that we expect a lot of points for Falcons from, but to come in with 0, I mean, that's going to sting.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Falcons here in Crossfire. Really difficult stuff at the end of the day. They weren't expected, as you say, to get far here, but 0 points is a big nightmare for them. Pretty much puts them back on equal standing this week with AGAL, considering now they're only going to be in 3 games each. So big stuff for AGL. They're going to be watching these games, preying on Team Falcon's downfall. Obviously, they just had some success in CS2, making it to the quarterfinals and re-establishing that 300-point lead that they had. But here, they're not going to get anything else.
Yeah, it's not looking likely for Falcons, of course, over in Crossfire, but there are other games going on. Thank you very much, Tech. We'll be catching up with you throughout the rest of the week, guys.
Yep. All right. Let's go.
Cries and Baguette, the Baguette battle to kick this off that will now see J-Swag be able to hopefully get some redemption on here on stage, as that was a fun one to begin. Welcome back to our panel. We've swapped out yet again. My name is Ray Nate, and I'm joined here by my 2 fellows who you've seen both of in different situations, but the first time you guys have been together today, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm very much looking forward to that 3rd match coming up here very soon. So I'm back and swapping out import.
Good. You get some lunch? Did you eat?
Actually, not yet.
Oh, wow.
We were busy talking, no?
Yeah, we were talking. That's right. We were having some nice conversations, man. It's been fun to get to know this crew as well. They've been having a lot of fun, and now we get to turn our attention to this next group here. We mentioned J-Swag. We talked about Wizzy as well, but Richie and Neil are going to be rounding this one out. I think a disappointing performance from Neil after we had a chance to catch up with him and his expectations in yesterday's matchup. But G-Gi coming into this, Wizzy as well, the other player who plays with a wheel and kind of comes in maybe as the favorite on paper. What do you feel, though?
I would say he comes in as the favorite on paper, indeed. Wizzy has, in his match, he hung in there. He kept pace with the leaders over the course of the first 3 maps. It was really when we got to Poland on his opening day match that everything sort of fell off a cliff, with only 13 points out of 40 possible that were collected by the man from Seoul Esports.
Wizzy played so well yesterday. He was so close of reaching the next round in the upper bracket, but he sadly fell down against Elcon and Massa. But I mean, he has strong opponents. Richie definitely out there, still a free agent, of course, still looking for a team. And then we have Neil in that match as well. But I mean, you're already mentioning it, right? He did not really live up to the expectations that we had.
Yeah, and that is going to come up in this matchup as well, expectations. Do we have the clear favorite in this one? I mean, the meta of this? We do.
We do. We have another wheel player in there, Wizzy. He will be the clear favorite for me. I'm not sure how dominant he will be looking like in this match, but I think he's going to win with quite the margin. Maybe 20 to 30 points, maybe 40. I mean, Muda won, whereas I think everybody was still at like 90 points or something like that.
They were on 86. The closest, yeah.
Wow. You mentioned Poland as a kind of an aspect for Wizzy, correct?
Yeah, Poland was definitely one of those that were not exactly going too well for Wizzy. As I said, over the course of the 4 rounds that were played, only 13 points were collected. That's one of the most abysmal point hauls that you can get. Let's say if you're going into the 20-point range, you're having a very mediocre map. You got to really aim for the high 20s into lower 30 points out of each map if you really want to make a stand for yourself. And another driver that we haven't talked about yet, Richie, he has had some pretty decent pace. He managed to keep pace in terms of median times on 3 of the 5 maps he played against Carl Jr. and Mime, which is no small feat, mind you. Those two were battling against each other for the World Championship 4 years ago.
Also setting a world record on one of the maps on Japan. I mean, Richie was really getting in there, fought his way back into that match as well, but then also sadly got demoted into the lower bracket. So I think he will be the runner-up of this match, but Wizzy will be very hard to beat.
All right, let's take a listen because Rachel had a chance to catch up with Wizzy heading into his match on the main stage today.
In the hot seat with me now, Wizzy, third yesterday. Talk to me about the positives and negatives from yesterday.
I mean, I think the positives was that in general, I drove what I wanted to drive on some of the maps. My pace, I'm actually really happy with. There's always that uncertainty of going from the home setups into LAN. It's the same for everyone. There's that uncertainty of what you're going to drive. Are you able to convert what you can drive at home onto LAN PCs? So there's all these variables, but I think I adapted well, adapted to the stage well, which I'm really happy with, to be honest. And I think in terms of the negatives, obviously, I'm in the low bracket, which is fair enough, but you know, my head is still high, my head is still looking for those playoffs, so you know, my mental was still strong.
Tell me about a couple of the maps, including Poland. I have to mention Poland, don't I? What happened there?
So I think one round I just crashed.
Yep, happens.
Yeah, it happens. And as soon as I did it, I was like, well, what am I doing? Idiot, but no. And then there were 2 more rounds. One round I actually saw I had a gap. I played with HUD on, so I could see the interface, I could see the time differences and such. So I knew I had a bit of time to play with, but obviously with Elcon and Massa behind you as like pace merchants, like literally 10 out of 10 rating. You know, I knew I had to try and push that a little bit just to try and secure the win. So I had to go, but unfortunately one of the crashes steered a bit too early, and then obviously also got the checkpoint, so it was almost impossible to respawn, and I ended up not finishing. So went from 10 points to 0, and then the other one, I think I was already like 3rd or 4th in the round, so I ended up trying to push the water 10, which actually worked quite well, surprisingly. And then I knew I was equal with the other drivers, so I had to push for the end. And again, just the tiny details. It's the small details. And obviously, as soon as you do it, that's when you kind of say to yourself, like, what are you doing? Like, you know the mistake that as soon as you've done it, 100%. Like, you know the mistake as soon as you've done it, right? So,
is there one detail you're working on today?
I think for me, especially on those Poland moments, like I kind of forgot the game plan. Like I knew that, like the start of my match was exactly how I wanted, very consistent. And then I guess because of Germany, maybe subconsciously the pace and not getting 10 pointers was maybe subconsciously playing with your mind. So, maybe in Poland I was trying like almost like overdriving, and then forgetting about, maybe we should actually finish the runs instead of like crashing. So I think today let's just try and stick to the game plan, just finish those rounds and take advantage of the crashes.
Don't overthink it, lock in, draw in your
100%.
karting experience. Let's go again. Good luck.
100%. Thank you very much.
What am I doing? What am I doing? I love the reaction there.
What you doing?
What you doing?
Poland moment.
Come on, man, a Poland moment. I mean, maybe we're going to start having more of this. That was great insight, though, and reflection coming around just the fact that, hey, listen, I'm trying to keep up with the pace merchants. And I think also just awareness that it wasn't too far off. I mean, a crash, sure, that happens. But then trying to do something because you know your opponents are going to catch up to you if you don't. I mean, it feels like a couple easily solvable mistakes for Wizzy, so easily why he's maybe a favorite here.
I agree. Poland might definitely be one of the biggest puzzle pieces for him, but also the positive mindset, even though that he has lost the match there, but he was saying it, Massa and Elcon being 10 out of 10 players as well. So yeah, I agree with Wizzy, and it was a very great interview as well.
I don't really have anything else to say about it.
Yeah.
one thing that really stuck out to me is around Germany, with the fear of getting of not being able to get 10 pointers, kind of subconsciously playing in your head. I'm guessing that given that Germany was then feeding it into Poland on that particular map rotation, I'm guessing that's definitely something that he has to be a little bit worried about, trying to make sure that it does not really creep up too much.
All right, well, this is going to be a big one, guys. I mean, you know, S8UL, they've got 2 competitors coming into this, and Wizzy obviously looking to take first place. Turbo, it's going to be a lot easier said than done, though, in this race.
I agree, and I mean, if you're not in the top 2, you will be eliminated from this competition. So it's still a lot on the line, and Richie definitely there to play for in this round for sure. So let's take a look of how this will be going. And my prediction still is Wizzy and Richie will be in top 2. But then we also, of course, have Neil. He has a lot to prove after a sluggish first day.
Yeah, indeed. I would stay with that prediction. Wizzy P1, Richie P2. Sorry for Neil, but he's going to be sent packing early.
Oh, packing early. That's the last thing you want to do here when you're in Paris, France. Get to the hotel, see that, no, we don't have a reservation for you, sir. All right, we'll find out in a moment here. Group 3 about to begin on stage. Will J-Swag do a little something special, or will it be all Wizzy on the wheel?
Yes, my friends, it is time to continue on with our day. Our 3rd game for the day with 4 players. Before that, though, Mutta looking incredible in that second match. I mean, 3-way tie also to end it all out. I think eliminations so far have definitely had everybody on the edge.
They've definitely delivered. I really am looking at this trophy right now thinking, my goodness, isn't that glorious? Look at the way it shines in this beautiful light here. One of our players taking this home in a couple of days' time. Who will it be, though? But that's one thing's for sure, Milos. As you said, finalist mode, 3 players head-to-head. We want to see more of that action. We love what we're seeing here. We've got 2 more elimination battles coming up for you, though. 4 more players to lose today. Who will be the next 2 to suffer the fate of this competition? Let's find out. Let's meet exactly who's challenging for it in this next race. Please welcome to the stage Wizzy, J-Swag, Neil, and Richie!
Another set of 4 big names in their own right. This is how it's working here at Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. No matter how much of a pedigree you have, everybody is on equal footing in the competition. And then another set of keys that are going to get crushed by the end of this game. 2 players will advance on, and we'll see who will that be. Still for now, we'll clear the air and all of that to get it all started with our studio.
Well, Poland was the lead off in this conversation. A map that really set the tone, some in the good side, but on the bad side for Wizzy, who crashed, found himself getting a 13 out of a possible 40. If he can make adjustments there, if maybe we'll see in the map bans to come out that Poland's not even an issue, we should be seeing him walk into an opportunity at either P1 or P2.
Let's see what maps actually getting banned here. So we have Norway, Argentina, and Australia, and then Wizzy does ban Japan, but Poland is still up for grabs. Saudi Arabia and Canada quickly being picked up by Wizzy and Richie. Poland's still open.
It could be a decider. We've seen that come up right next to Argentina as kind of the most common decider. Obviously, Argentina banned now, so we'll see here.
Yeah, it's been a 50-50 shot, actually, back on day 1 to see Poland as the decider. South Korea as map number 3 chosen by Neil. Right on
there
cue,
it is.
Poland as the decider. And just to... We were talking about the topic of bans in the previous match. Norway and Australia banned. Neither of these players have played that map at all during day 1 as well. They do not want to risk it at all. They do not want to fall in the same traps that Lingo fell into in the previous match.
But you could see how important it's going to be for not only Wizzy to set pace, but also when we get there, if he is approaching finalist mode or if he's on it, the pressure, the thought from yesterday, have I corrected some of those mistakes? Can I tackle this moment a bit differently? Turbo, it's going to be up for him, but also for everyone else to put the pressure on before that.
I agree, and Poland, it could be the map where he is finalist on, so he might have to close it out there, but then map 1 and 2 will of course return again, so he should leave that all behind and just try to focus on this particular match.
All right, game 3 underway. Let's send it over to your casters. It's Nua and Twiggy.
A lot of pressure on Wizzy's shoulders coming into this match. Twiggy, I mean, you're hearing it from the desk. I think you've heard it from probably Wizzy himself at this point, from everyone who's paying attention. This should be Wizzy's match to lose. But with that in mind, there are 3 other very solid players in this match. I think Richie in particular yesterday, in that match with Carl Jr. and Mime, that is a tough first round match, and I said it at the time that Richie's job in that match was to keep Carl Jr. and Mime honest, because that's how Richie drives. He is consistent, he is quick, he's maybe not a world beater at his best, he doesn't quite have the pace of some of those very, very top level players, but I think in a lot of ways then that makes him a very good benchmark for Wizzy here in the lower bracket. If Wizzy wants to go deep in this tournament, he needs to beat Richie, and I think he needs to do it convincingly.
I mean, look, if we learned anything from the last game, other than the fact that I will be draining EWC dry of its honey supplies for my voice.
Correct.
It is that anybody can win these games, especially when we're down into the lower brackets here. Everybody is fighting for their place. It's not going to be as simple as just win a few times and Wizzy is through. Everybody else is going to be giving it their all, and nobody is going to lie down and not fight for their place here. And of course, look, when it does come to you know, club championship, obviously Wizzy is against a teammate here. There is something to be said for that. I don't think the drivers care particularly in terms of they're not going to do team orders, but there's something there.
There absolutely is. And we'll see how things go for both of those drivers in this one. Neil and Wizzy, as you say, teammates for the event. And Wizzy leading the way, J-Swag just behind, Richie slotted into third place at the moment. A solid first round so far from Wizzy, who's looking for, not redemption necessarily after yesterday, but to continue deep in this lower bracket and put together a solid run.
Yeah, Wizzy out ahead for the time being. Of course, it is his map pick, so he's quite happy to be starting things out here. J-Swag with a lot more speed, though. If he can convert that into a good jump, may just get that overtake done onto Wizzy, but it's an amazing line from Wizzy that gets him first place, just about 25 thousandths between the two, and it was more speed from J-Swag, just not quite enough.
Yeah, and look, a player I think our experts in the Wii have touched on a little bit less, I think fairly maybe, J-Swag, who is still a very good driver and is at this point, I think, playing a little bit with house money, right? He is here to do what he can and have a good time doing it, and what he might just do is upset the apple cart just a little bit. Incredibly close, 25 thousandths away from Wizzy in that last round. And definitely, well, falling behind a little bit in this first round, but it's not in the second round. It's not by much, though. Less than a tenth. Well, now 7 tenths down on the rest of the field. Our other three drivers all within a tenth of each other, though, as we head through checkpoint number 4, 5, whichever checkpoint that was.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could look at any player in this lobby and pick up a couple of highlight rounds from their previous game, right? And I do think, look, we're not going to talk as much about Neil and J-Swag over the course of this one, just because that's the expectation coming into it. However, they definitely do have the possibility of causing some upsets over the course of this one. And look, if it's anything like the last game as well, if Wizzy is the player that we're considering the mudder of this game, there's still all to play for when you do get to those final 3 players.
Yeah, well, Wizzy, just like mudder, looking to start things off right. 2-round wins from 2 for Wizzy, as that is going to be respawns from 2 players at the back, as Neil and J-Swag both trying to make it. Neil with more speed, as J-Swag had to release the air to make it, but he's still not going to make it to the finish in time. He flies over the camera and then gets Thanos snapped into the void. DNF from both J-Swag and Neil, as Wizzy extends that lead 10 points ahead of anyone else already.
Yeah, that creates a massive lead as well from the bottom 2 at the very least here for Wizzy, which is the safety point, right? If you are looking at it in that way, which may be in the lower bracket, you are just thinking, I don't need to win the game, I just want to stay safe, I want to get through. Survival is key here. You're putting a mental line where that third player is and going, I just can't drop below that many points here, and Wizzy well away from that one, and his speed, his consistency so far on Saudi Arabia, look, he was talking himself about how consistency is his bane right now. He's got the speed. Neil, however, is the player that seems to have taken up all the inconsistency from Wizzy's side. Maybe teammates, he's just being very kind and saying, I'll do some voodoo magic and, you know, I'll crash every time you're going to crash.
Well, I said J-Swag and Neil might be playing with house money, but right now the house is winning against both of them. As
always does.
Big crashes again for both of them in this round, second in a row. We'll see if they can both finish, but for now, Wizzy on track for a third round win in a row. Looking great across these first 3 rounds on Saudi Arabia, and Richie very happy to take another second place. J-Swag does make it across the line this time, and so will Neil.
Okay,
he did make
it.
Yeah, picked up the 3 points, so no more DNFs in round 3, but one more round to go on Saudi Arabia, and Wizzy has picked up 30 points.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? He's not been pushing for world record times here, which on maps where you are doing large jumps is actually more difficult to do for sure, because you are more viable to, or you're more liable, sorry, to lose time on those jumps in a significant way. But still, he's not pushing insanely hard, right? He is doing exactly what he said he was going to set out to do. He's driving fast enough to stay in first position, but not going for personal bests. He's not going for the best possible time he could. He is getting to the finish line because points are more important than wins.
Absolutely. Look, this could be a great confidence builder match for Wizzy heading towards the rest of the tournament as well. You know, just settle in to this stage environment, get that consistency down on stage as well, and then you can maybe start to push the pace if you make it deeper into the tournament as well. You just have that solid foundation to build from as we move deeper on in. But hey, you said this was the motto of this match, maybe. Wizzy looking to do a motto, start 40 from 40 on his map pick, nearly clipped the back wheel there, but doesn't. He's fine, he's across the line, and that is another round win. More hard fought this time around, as Richie was a little bit closer, and J-Swag close to Richie as well. But that would be another second place for Richie, another third place for J-Swag.
O horário lá direitinho,
for Wizzy, who is 40
mas ela tá meio que prevendo para essa quarta-feira.
I mean, you know, points aside, in terms of getting 40 out of 40, he's looking good. He's looking confident, right? That is it. His face did not waver at any point during that one. There were no close moments where he, apart from, you know, almost clipping the wheel on the final jump. That's kind of the point of the final jump, right? So, yeah, I mean, he looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. Obviously, he mentioned Poland as a problem point. We're going to get to that one much later on. And look, there are many more maps to go. He's going to have to keep that up, and you know, as things get more and more, and you're driving more, the likelihood of you making a mistake increases exponentially. But hey, if he keeps up that kind of form, there's no reason for him to go super fast. He's not in the fastest lobby. He's in a you know, he's in a lobby where players tend to favor consistency over speed anyway.
Exactly, and that may well play into Wizzy's hands. I think even just the map pack that we have for this match as well, you know, we're missing Australia, we're missing Norway, we're not missing your biggest consistency risks in terms of the maps that really will catch players out on this one. You definitely can clip on this uphill, as Neil proves very kindly there. I knew there was a reason I left Neil. It's because he makes my job easy by providing on-the-fly examples of what I'm talking about.
That's considering the context, a scathing comment, honestly.
You'll understand.
Well, he has less points than Wizzy got in one round so far over the course of one map. Wizzy,
now that's scathing. That's hurtful, actually.
It's factual.
Oh, it is also true, unfortunately. That is, and Wizzy not looking to slow down. Potentially another 10 points on the table just here in Canada. Look, if you're ahead, this is an end that you can get pretty safely. You don't need to full risk. There's no real risk as long as you can just keep it clean. He will make it across the line. He shouldn't be overtaken. Got a little bit close at the end there, but Richie will not be able to do it as... Yeah, Neil with another 4th place, unfortunately, and that is 4 4th places and a DNF. That is 12 points for Neil so far, but it's 50 for Richie and 50 for Wizzy and Richie with another 2nd place. Look, I mean, it is maybe the most consistent lobby we have seen. It's one of the most consistent lobbies I've ever seen, period.
Yeah.
You know?
I might ask something off the desk here if anybody who's going to be back on the desk after the game are listening right now. What is the longest streak of wins we have got so far over the course of the whole tournament? Because
it's got to be
exactly, it must be. But how many in a row did he get? And I mean in a row, not how many wins did he get in the whole game. How many wins did he get in a row?
Yeah.
And if it's anybody else, then perfect. But I want to see what the longest streak of 10 points has been over the course of this one, because it looks like Wizzy is on the form to be able to take that away. But Neil out ahead, his teammate right now. Here's where team orders would go insane, right? Go, okay, I'm going to drop back by 200s, and Wizzy can overtake, and he might just do so in the final corner anyway. Way more speed, coming through that final corner, and there are the team orders, and it kind of works. Neil is down in second place.
Don't miss now.
Oh, but Neil drops into 3rd, unfortunately. Richie with the overtake. It is Wizzy, however, 6 wins on the trot.
Neil will not get a 4th place. It's a 3rd place this time around, but it is another round win from Wizzy, and that is 6-round wins in a row. I think that has to beat out anything Carl did yesterday.
Yeah.
I do think, in terms of overall win percentages yesterday, I think that was Wizzy. He's gone. Hang on. Okay, this will not be a round win for Wizzy.
There you go. We're capping it at 6.
That'll break the streak for sure on this occasion. I think Carl won something like 14 rounds out of 19 that he played or something. It
must have been
silly.
Broken up in a couple of places. Yeah.
It was broken up, though. You're absolutely right. Wizzy's not that far down.
Kind of within pouncing
I don't think there's 7/10 to be gained on this.
Not on Canada.
Not on Canada. Not on pace alone. Now, mistakes from other players, he might definitely still get a place back if there is a clip, an error towards the end of the track just here. But so far, again, that consistency for all 3 of the other players. They have not been really, since the first map, making big mistakes. Just small ones, dropping a few tenths here and there. And Richie's leading from Neil, leading from J-Swag. A couple of corners left to go, and those mistakes have not come through yet. J-Swag is losing out on pace to those 2 in front. Final corner, Richie. Good speed into the downhill. Should be able to hold Neil off here as long as they can both aim correctly. Neil is gaining. Richie will land first, though, and he will get across the line. 11 thousandths ahead of Neil, and there you go. There is that one mistake to come through. It was J-Swag, so Wizzy will climb to 3rd.
Richie looked very happy with that as well. Neil is not looking happy whatsoever. That is head in hands kind of performance so far. You know, that was one of the first rounds. He did not come last. And once again, look, hey, you don't have to worry about what Wizzy is doing whatsoever at this point. He is far enough ahead that the person you're worrying about at the moment is Richie. That is the player you have to set in your sights. Your other competitor is only 2 points ahead of you. It is not over whatsoever until Wizzy is out of this competition. And right now, J-Swag is making enough mistakes that at the very least Neil can overtake that player and look to set his sights on Richie and look to see if he can pounce on anything from them. And look, if Wizzy keeps giving him a slipstream, that is not a thing in this game, don't worry. Then he is going to move on through into first place, gain himself some real meaningful points.
Look at that line from Richie and the speed as Wizzy had to release to not full crash into the outside of that third. He drops down into 3rd place. Neil inherits the lead, and so Neil looking for a big 10 points, and it would be a big 10 points at this point of the match for Neil. The gap is large enough that, again, as long as the aim is good, he should be good. The aim is not great. Richie's close enough, but he will not gain enough. He gained about 0.5 of a second there. So Neil,
there you go,
picks up 10, closes the gap up to Richie. And Wizzy, he's not out of sight just yet. There is a lot of match left to be played, and that's a couple of 3rd places in a row.
No, I would call what Neil is looking like right now nervy at this point. And I do think that might be the reason why those first few rounds very much, you know, causing him some trouble. But he's getting back into the swing of things here. That was a very clean round on Canada. Unfortunately for him, we're moving away from it towards South Korea now. Hopefully it's a slightly better map for him here. And I'm sure Wizzy, after spending quite a while with him, probably a few practice lobbies with his teammate, is rooting for him as well.
I will say, though, I mean, of maps that are good to settle the nerves on, the map that we still have not seen a DNF on, right? Like a map that you are guaranteed to get your finishes on, that you can get around safely every time. South Korea landing at a very solid time for, I think, a couple of these players. Wizzy as well now, 2 3rd places in a row. This is a map that you could settle the nerves on. On the other hand, though, what that means is a lot of the time, very close rounds on South Korea, and that can mean maybe a little bit of a shaking of the nerves. That can mean that you lose a round that you felt good in, and that's there's almost no worse feeling in Trackmania.
Yeah, well, right now Neil does lead the pack here. Wizzy right behind, and it is Richie looking for the lead coming out of that one there in the EWC skin car. Wizzy, good turn, but it is Richie once again right behind with brilliant landing. Will be contending for that position. J-Swag behind there, and Neil has dropped back by a couple of tenths. Easily make-upable in the identity of the map, but we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, Richie and Wizzy, wheel to wheel, up at the front, 7,000 between them through that checkpoint. It's 6,000 through the next one. A little 6-7 action here on track as Wizzy and Richie continue this battle through the chicane. It will be Wizzy carrying just a hair more speed than Richie out of that one, but we have the identities to go. Wizzy going a little bit deeper than Richie through the first. Wizzy again going to be a little bit deeper than Richie through the second. J-Swag lurking in case either of them crashes on the final one. Should be speed for Wizzy in front of Richie by a nose. 0.5 tenth as Wizzy takes the round win. And Neil takes 3rd as J-Swag just dropping behind at the very end.
Yeah, it's an important one if you're trying to keep close to 2nd place. Not the end of the world here. It is a 20-point gap, which is very, very doable here. I do think we're going to have another one of those situations very much where once Wizzy is out of the way, things are going to get quite intense quite quickly, heat up, because it did seem like those three players, after Mudder was out of the way, they all just kind of found another gear.
Yeah, absolutely. They all managed to find that consistency as well, as you highlighted during that match. You know, once they were no longer trying to catch Mudder's times, I think was part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
That they were able to find a consistency that they were lacking up until that point. I will say though, if Richie could pick up a couple of first places now as well, that would be very big for the shape of this match as we head towards the back half of it. Wizzy just over halfway through the required points to hit finalist mode, looking to pick up another 10 just here. At the moment, only just in front of Richie. Neil hovering behind the pair of them towards the front of the track as well. A couple of corners left to go before we get into that identity. This chicane, we've not seen it cause issues, but we have seen good speed out of it for players at times, and it was good from Richie on that occasion. Again, Wizzy is deep on this identity. Again, he carries good speed. Richie otherwise crashed. He's gone. He's definitely not making it through there. So Neil inheriting second place. It's the two players from SAUL moving through, as Neil will lose out to Wizzy, who is winning these rounds by less than a tenth every time, but he is winning them.
This is definitely not Wizzy's strongest map here, but it's good enough so far for him to maintain that lead, and that's all that matters for him. He does. He said in the interview he does not care if he's winning by a massive margin. He just wants to be getting points here, making sure he goes through. The glory is not on the line in the lower bracket; it is survival.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, hey, if you win the match as well, you also get to crush some keys.
Ooh, that does feel pretty good.
Like, hey, you get to operate the hydraulic press. That's fine. I think there should be a day where all of the casters at EWC get to operate the hydraulic press.
Well, I think we should just do one game.
That's true.
Like a time trial, right?
That's true. And then I should get to crush your key. You're absolutely right.
Whoever wins crushes everybody else's fake keys.
Unfortunately, neither
of us
would be the ones.
They can make us some keys out of cardboard.
Yeah, I'd take it. Hey, it's the same two up front, Wizzy and Richie, as it has been a lot of the time in this match. Although I will say Neil really has woken up into it. J-Swag, I think we're still waiting for a really good round out of.
Yep.
But this is at least solid. No early crash from J-Swag, but has just on pace dropped about half a second behind Wizzy and Richie. And on pace, Neil is catching back up to J-Swag at the back here as well. Wizzy pulling away from Richie a little bit up at the front. We'll see any mistakes this time around. It was Richie last time around who made that big mistake, who crashed out on this jump, but this time around he is safe. Wizzy holding on to his lead, and it will be Wizzy out in front. Can J-Swag hold on to third? It looking like he can. He will do so as Neil comes home in fourth. Processional through the identity on that occasion, but a great map for Wizzy. 3 round wins out of 3.
Yeah, exactly. Looking good here. Neil starting to set in there on the face cam that, well, it's crunch time now. We're almost at the halfway point for second place here. Obviously, Wizzy well past that hit, but 66 for Richie is very much. Once he gets to 70, then you have to start putting on the afterburners and thinking about, well, I can't really let this gap get any bigger. And of course, J-Swag will be thinking the same. It just doesn't show as much on his face. Oh no, that's not what you want to do. He turned a bit too early there. Wizzy almost clipping the edge of the track, and Richie moves well into first position.
Yeah, looking good for Richie. Again, I said it. A 10-pointer here or there for Richie while we're still looking to get the first player to finals would be huge for Richie. To extend that gap before anything else can happen in the match would be massive. And this would be a good start to that. Trying to hold off Wizzy, but can he do that through the final sector of the track? Identity to come. Chicane before that. Wizzy earlier on it, too early on the entry into that chicane. We'll clip a wheel on the inside. J-Swag looking to pick up a second place and 6 points along with it. A little bit scary for Richie there, who does have to adjust his line into this second reactor, but he makes the adjustment well. Should pick up the 10 points and that first place easily from here. And that's big for Richie. It's big for J-Swag. It's a little bit unfortunate for Neil, who still stays behind Wizzy at the finish line and has to see his closest competitors pull away and gain on him as it is.
Well, here's the thing. If Wizzy can do anything for his teammate Neil at this point, it is just come first. Stop Richie from getting first place.
Honestly.
Right? That is the big thing. That's the only thing you can really do in a game like this for your teammate. You are racing individually. All you can do is deny points. And yeah, I think for Neil, he's just the most expressive player on stage. That's the reason why I'm singling him out.
He is
by far the most expressive person on stage. He's actually a lovely dude as well. I've talked to him several times. He is a wonderful guy. I would be sad to see him go, but I'm sad to see anybody go.
That's true.
We've said goodbye already to so many players, which I'm upset about.
4.
Yeah.
So many.
So many.
So many.
Yep.
It's true. We will say goodbye to a lot more before we're done here. We will have one winner remaining in just a couple of days' time. This will all be over. One key left standing and uncrushed.
We will have to get rid of 2 more in just a little while here. And Wizzy's getting awfully close to being the player to do that crushing at the end. J-Swag will crush his own car against that wall as Richie inherits the lead in this instant. Neil is sitting in a comfortable second place at the moment, but it's not all that comfortable as Wizzy is on his back wheels.
Yeah, indeed. Richie staying out in first place now for the time being. Once again, I think he smells blood in the water. He sees that he can make a push for 140 now, and especially as Wizzy will be out of the conversation at some point soon enough. You know, that's when you're going to start to get more and more of those 10-point opportunities coming on through. One less player to get in your way on your journey to survival through the lower bracket here. And right now, Richie is looking very comfortable on Germany. It's Wizzy trying to catch up through the dirt section, looking for a better jump than Richie. He does go lower. It is better. He is going to overtake into first place, but it's a tenuous lead, and it is Richie who takes it back. It's all going to be how quickly they get the turn done on the ice. They go different directions, and Wizzy straightens up a little quicker, but Richie maintains the first place position. And once again, crushing for the 2 at the bottom.
Yeah, 33 thousandths between Richie and Wizzy on that one, but credit to Richie holding on, putting together a little bit of a run here through as we head towards the end of our first rotation of the map. Germany now, Poland left to come, and Richie has just won back-to-back rounds across our map switch. So 20 points across 2 rounds for Richie, pulling away from J-Swag and Neil behind as Wizzy out to an early lead this time around.
Yeah, J-Swag and Neil will both be quite happy about the early mistake there from Richie, sending him a few tenths back. They can capitalize off of that one hopefully here, especially on a map like Germany where you can gain so much time with a low jump like that from J-Swag. Oh my god, that was risky, but it's too much speed. He sends himself way too wide into the grass for the turnaround there, and it is going to be Neil who takes up second place. 2 players here from Seoul up in the top, and for Wizzy now. Just needs to hold this position. That is great as well. Once again for J-Swag and Neil, they will be very happy about it because those are the 2 players who stand to profit off of any mistake from Richie. That's fine. It's okay.
He's okay.
It's not a lot of speed. Wizzy will come home in first place. That is for sure. It's who comes home in second and takes the rest of that large share of points for first and second. It is Neil, his teammate J-Swag right behind Richie in third.
Yeah, it got dicey there at the back. Neil almost lucky not to lose any more speed because it ended up being a gap of only 4 tenths back to Richie, who could have ended up overtaking, and that would have been heartbreaking for Neil to have that crash and drop all the way down in that last round. But he held on for second place. He gains a few points back over Richie as Wizzy moves ever closer to that magic 140-point number. He's looking very good in the match so far. I said at the top of our match that I wanted to see Wizzy, if he wants to make that deep run, as he's been kind of talking about, it needs to be finding that consistency. And I said I think Richie is a good player to benchmark that against, and Wizzy's done a great job of sticking that benchmark so far, of actually meeting that challenge.
I think lower bracket games have to be statement pieces for players who advance through them, right? You need to instill a little bit of fear against the players that you're bound to come up against in your next game, right? You're not, there's no other way out. You need to go all the way through the lower bracket, and you're going to come up against difficult players. Wizzy is going to come up against a Mudder here, and you need to think, okay, well, or somebody from the upper bracket, that's the thing, is an even more scary opportunity there. Richie up in first. It looks like more speed for both Neil and Wizzy here, but it might not be enough to get any kind of overtake done. Neil very wide. He will avoid, crashing into the wall. So will Wizzy, but Neil comes home in second place.
Mas tem que fazer a unha.
The thing is, Neil is not going to be happy with that round. It doesn't matter if he came in second. It's Richie that he's worried about.
Absolutely. Wizzy just keeps ticking away closer and closer to that 140-point mark, and a little bit of a wobble from both Neil and Wizzy there at the end, but the fact that Richie didn't have one, that he just comes home happy in first, is big for him. A little bit disappointing for Neil and J-Swag. J-Swag starting to drop a little bit away from Neil as well at the bottom. He's kind of struggling to put the consistency back together, and we said that this is a map pack in this match that maybe is going to help with that consistency. We don't have your Australias or your Norways, but Poland is still going to be a difficult track if you're feeling a little bit shaky at this point as well. So it's going to be a time that really makes or breaks this match in the same way that it did for Wizzy yesterday as well. I think Poland could be very decisive for how we see the overall flow of this match going as well when we get there.
Yeah, J-Swag with plenty of speed out of the first jump there. Richie is in first place, so more needs to be done from
luz é a melhor coisa. O ruim é que fica na cara.
From that cut-off point here, Wizzy still just fighting his own fight up in first place in the standings, but in second place in the race, although it is very tight here at the top three. J-Swag goes a little more inside and a little higher. That's going to send him into fourth position here. Neil arcing for that position. Ricci still in first, but it could come down to the ice on this one. It rarely does. It's Neil who comes out in first.
Easy.
Takes at the final moment, 9,000s between them, crushing whatever happiness Neil had out of the ice there, because it was a wonderful
Ele precisa de 2 rounds pra ganhar, pô. Só ganhar 2 primeiro, só chegar a 2, ele já vai. Ele já ganha. Olha, ele tá de volante também. E luvinha.
Catching up towards Wizzy as well, in fact, which I mean, neither of them really care about each
De
other.
volante e luvinha.
They just want to get through.
Rich, vamos Rich. Torcendo pra você, Rich. Bora.
Let's go back to the Trackmania Yowie, of course.
It's Poland, Twiggy. It is Poland, and it is going to be messy, is my feeling on this one, because I think now.
He's from Argentina.
Well, I think with the end of that, like that last round on Germany, I think
No das contas, o Rich, ele precisa de 4 pontos. 3 pontos, vai. 3. Não, precisa de 4, porque 10 vitórias. Precisa de pelo menos um segundo lugar, um quarto lugar e 2 vitórias. Ele já consegue. O Easy, ele precisa só de 2 vitórias. Ou um segundo lugar e 1 vitória. O Easy. Ui, bateu, o Easy bateu. O Rich lançando na liderança agora. O Rich tá indo. O G-Swag já era para o G-Swag, para a Fined. Já não tem muito o que fazer. Estamos na segunda partida do dia do match do Lower Bracket. Boa, Rich ganhou mais 10 pontinhos. O Easy ganhou mais 3, agora o Easy está com 29. Não é um bom ponto, porque 29 não ajuda ele. Ô Wagner, pode deixar o like aqui, você vai lá no YouTube e deixa o like lá. E depois volta aqui e fala que deixou o like. Entendeu? E o Easy na frente, agora ele precisa apenas de 2 vitórias para poder. Ou vitória ou em quarto lugar, mas uma vitória e um quarto lugar. Para fazer a sua pontuação chave de 140 e ir para a final. A round final, né? E aí, Wagner? De boa? Jogou muito hoje? Acordou agora?
A tale that you can see in a lot of Trackmania players is that perfection is the only bar that they care about.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's justifiable, you know. I mean, you're looking at your performance moving forward through the rest of the tournament as well. This is close up front. That's crashing.
Seu Cruzeiro, ai, bateu. Rich, Easy ganhou por 0,027.
Picks up a round win, and it's maybe the most tragic round win because it's enough to propel him to exactly 139 points.
Well, a finish here at the very least, no matter what, is going to get him onto finalist, and that's going to be very nice for all involved. Ricci clips his wheels there on the first jump. He's going to fall on back, but he is going to be pushing back for that position over the rest of the course, so you still can't make a mistake. But this is where Neil and J-Swag can start making something happen. Look, neither of them are going to get to finalist before Ricci is, but if they keep denying first places,
it's true.
They can make it less rounds that they have to deny from Ricci at the very least. It's a tall task. the peak of the mountain is very high, but hopefully they can pull together a climb.
Bom, o Easy ganhando essa, independente da posição que ele ficar, ele já vai para o round finalista. O round finalista ganhou, o round tá classificado. Enquanto isso, o Rich tem uma batalha ainda de mais ou menos uma vitória. 2 terceiros lugares já consegue ir para esse round final. Enquanto o Neil e o Jessuag tem que batalhar muito.
As Wizzy will take first place again and hit finalist with 1 round left to go on Poland.
I don't know if you saw that from Neil, but he nodded at that one. He looked happy actually with that round. But whether that was just the time that he said or something, he was satisfied with that, or maybe it is just the fact that he chipped away a little bit from Richie, right? Just a tiny bit. Well, Wizzy is on finalist now. Let's wait until he is out of the game before we start setting our sights back towards that battle, because Wizzy needs to get this one done. And obviously, again, as we have noted over the wow, that's 2 touches on the wall. As we have noticed over the last couple of games, first place is who crushes the keys. So, well, it would suck to crush your own teammates' key, maybe, but it's a good feeling, regardless.
Bom, o Issy já vai levar o dele, né? Já vai se classificar para a semifinal do lower bracket, daqueles que perderam.
Outside from his opponents in this round means he's home and clear and free and away and whatever other adjectives you want to use to describe someone who is winning.
Enquanto isso, o Rich ainda não conseguiu chegar na sua pontuação final de 140.
Couple of corners left to go. He just needs to not miss these platforms. Wizzy looking to come home in front.
Ai, esse
There's no one within 0.8 of a second. No one within a second of Wizzy. Nobody in sight as he crosses the line in first place. And it will be Wizzy moving forward in the lower bracket here at the Esports World Cup.
Indeed. Well done to Wizzy. And Neil says thank you for those 2 mistakes from the players in front of him. Yeah, there you go. I love those driving gloves,
They're
obviously.
So clean.
That's what happens when you use a wheel like that could tear your hands up, honestly. I do wonder what, you know, obviously I feel like Grenady can't set his force feedback so high that it would cause him injury with the wheel that he has. But definitely I think Wizzy could, so I understand it. But he's out of this one now, and it is the battle for Neil and J-Swag to try and make something happen against Richie here. It's a long, long road to do so.
I tell you, you said earlier that Neil is maybe the most expressive player that we have on stage at the moment. And I think you could see it there as we head back to Saudi Arabia. The look on Neil's face was, kind of rub the hands together. J-Swag in the back as well, kind of flexing the fingers as we get back here, because the real battle starts now for those two. If they want to try and catch up to Richie, it is an incredibly tall task, as Richie is just potentially 1 round away from finals. The only way to deny him right now is to win the round against him, and even then you are going to have to
Might as well make a habit out of it.
Exactly.
Uma pergunta que fizeram aqui no chat: por que os caras usam volante? É um jogo de carro, dá pra usar volante, né? Mas tem force feedback? Existe force feedback no volante? Pode existir, mas este force feedback ajuda você a ser um melhor piloto? Ou aquele que está dirigindo com o teclado também consegue fazer a mesma coisa que você? Então, não tem um meta simples, um grande meta. Porque se eu tenho gente usando volante, se eu tenho gente usando controle, se eu tenho gente usando teclado, ainda não tem um meta realmente definido, né?
Richie, J-Swag gets 10. Richie is not going to be on finalist mode. He's going to be just as Wizzy before him, on to 139. Neil gets a finish as well, so he will move up and a little bit of a grin from Neil over there. They know they got away with it.
Speaking of Neil.
Speaking of him? So you are now on your knees once again. He's fallen to his knees in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage.
Ligar o PlayStation aqui.
These players are determined to make every single game as dramatic as possible here. It's not quite the same as a triple finalist, but we're getting that. And it is possible if Richie keeps making mistakes, unforced errors like that. I mean, as you said, it's not one you can save, but at the very least, you can be a little more kind of go higher.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. He
Don't release
a little
until
bit
you
too
need
much.
to. Yeah, exactly. But regardless, he's in first place now. It doesn't matter what he does as long as he finishes. Of course, Saudi Arabia, one of the lowest or the highest DNF rates out of every single track. It might actually be the highest now. Neil goes a little too inside before he can at that checkpoint, and J-Swag loses out on a bit of time as well, landing askew. But it is Richie in first place, and again, it really doesn't matter what position he finishes in as long as he finishes. Just get the jump fine this time, and he's way higher on that one, absolutely. Keeping it as safe as he possibly could. Richie onto finalists, and now the task really begins for J-Swag and Neil. They must deny Richie at every step, and it would take many rounds. If they're swapping back and forth, it's going to take at least 8, let alone.
Exactly the point I was going to make. Sure, if Neil can win every round from here on out, he's even then has to deny Richie by himself for 5 rounds.
One of them has to deny him for 5, and if one of them takes more than that, then 9 rounds is probably about where they're sitting at.
So Richie will have plenty of opportunities and even a couple of maps to try and get this one done on, but he's going to look to try and do it the first time of asking. Has looked the best of the 3 on Saudi Arabia so far, and is once again early on out to a lead. It's a 10th and a half through that last checkpoint. Through this quarter pipe, Richie will be gained on just a little bit by J-Swag, but it is not meaningful at the moment as we still have plenty of track left to go, and Richie's starting to extend that lead a little bit again. Neil is gone. It's all down to J-Swag.
It is up to the Fnatic player here now, and Richie, the free agent, is looking clean. J-Swag goes for the jump line, and he's going to lose out on time on the dirt, but at the very least, he has caught up just a few hundredths towards Richie. It's good speed. It's all down to the jump. Who can gain more from it? This is the time where you have to risk it. It's high again from Richie, but I think it's enough. He will be moving forward, and J-Swag and Neil are going to have to leave us.
Muito bom, Rich. Parabéns, garotinho. Torcer pro Rich, eu acho. Não para a competição inteira, mas eu torcer para ele.
Ultimately, that was what we were looking for. That's what he was looking for. That's what he got. It is huge from him, and he is looking very good as he advances in this lower bracket. Unfortunately, we'll have to crush that key of his teammate on SAUL, and we'll have to crush J-Swag's key for Fnatic as well as that. But
Bom, tudo aqui no PlayStation. Os dois estão do mesmo time, que legal.
To break it all down and to break down exactly what those smiles meant, let's throw it back to our experts.
Well, before we do the breakdown, we got to break down a couple of keys here. And although it's all smiles, it's going to transition very quickly as Neil gets a chance to watch his key crushed alongside J-Swag. It's not easy. It's a part of EWC tradition.
Muito
but at least
bonito.
he can say that he fought well against his teammate Wizzy, who will move on alongside Richie, who closes things out there. Adam just directing how this is going to go. As our Group 3 comes to an end, and I'm here joined again with G-Geek.
Hey Neil, in Brazil we don't
Wizzy
have
really made a statement here in this
more
matchup,
access to Discord.
He did, and I really want to quote Twiggy here, who said, points are more important than wins, but
Discord is only for chat now. We don't have video more in Discord and anything. Only for chat and audio. Only for that. Just the two, my friend.
He was, I think, 6 for 6 in terms of first place. It
It's
had to
so
be the
sad,
record. They
but
were trying to
is
figure
it
out
true?
on the desk, or excuse me, on the casting booth whether it was G-Geek, but the Wizzy start, it was just something else.
Yeah, a close second. The only one that went much further in terms of the round winning streak was Carl Jr. yesterday. 8 back-to-back round wins in order to close out his match. So Wizzy.
Ai, tem que ligar aqui, né? Aqui, ó. O 25 vai ter manutenção. Ó, vamos lá, vamos ver. Quero jogar minha campanha. Aí tem que melhorar, eu tenho que comprar o clube, meu. O clube aqui é mais caro, é 108. Na Steam é R$80. Vamos jogar pista do dia. Será que eu consigo jogar pista do dia? Nem a pista do dia eu consigo jogar? Que ruim, velho. O ranqueado eu consigo jogar? Vamos ver se eu consigo jogar um ranqueado. O ranqueadinho vai, né? Vamos ver se vai achar. Achou? Oxe, achou rápido. Mas pode jogar assim, com a tela dividida, com a tela do PlayStation, eu jogo na Steam, né? Na Steam não, na Epic, melhor, pô. Eu contra Just for Fun e o Rossi. Nunca joguei esse tipo de jogo. Olha quem vai mais rápido, né? Aqui é aquela pista lá que é só. Boa, time! O Bink foi bem pra caramba. Boa, agora é minha vez de ganhar. Boa, rapaziada. Ace. Aqui é só acelerar até o fim. Aqui a gente tem que dar um jeito de cair logo aqui, ó. Pega mais velocidade. Draw. 7-1 do empate. Será que é bot? Acaba quanto, será? Ganhei. Uma skin de prestígio, ó. O bronze ainda. Bom, bem interessante esse ranking, hein? Vou jogar mais vezes ainda, mas eu vou jogar na Steam, pô. Porque aqui no PlayStation, vou jogar também no PlayStation quando eu tiver offline, eu jogo no PlayStation. Quando eu tiver online, eu vou jogar pela Steam. Próximo jogo agora. Vai ser...
The French baguette.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. There we go. Like to hear it. Okay, final set of objects here are all
Próximo jogo agora vai ser...
Their names are here, okay?
All right. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Em questões de minutos.
Ooh.
Meio e meia.
But then again, you compete against these guys. Okay, object was in the middle
20 minutos, então dá tempo de almoçar.
These guys are on it. I mean, there we go. They're traveling for 30 plus hours. They're jet lagged up to the eyeballs. They've been here 3 days and they got every single one right.
Yep.
Congratulations. Let's hope your skills on the track are as good as they were in that memory race. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Olha os estranhos.
All right, welcome back. It's time to enter into the halfway point. This last match will decide the last 2 players going home today before deciders that'll take place tomorrow. But then we've got our upper bracket coming up. So the action just gets better and better as we kick things up a gear here for our final one where keys will be crushed. Welcome back. We've got the panel here. I'm Rain Day. I'm joined by Turbo and Import. Guys, this is another one where we get to see 2 keys crushed. The final one of today, which maybe is good because we've had a lot of emotion, had a lot of upset, and also had some triumph though, but it's kind of nice that we'll be switching gears, I think, after this.
Yeah, I agree. It's really just the contrast of all things, one could say. But yeah, the last time we're gonna see keys getting crushed today. Amazing
Agora
match coming up as well, but
ter.
let's jump ahead of things. And I also really like the sportsmanship that we had between the teammates, between Neil and between Wizzy in the previous game.
I feel like Neil didn't really get into his rhythm here. You agree with that?
O último do Blow Bracket, que é o Link Bioaka. Eu vi esse último jogo, meio dia e meia.
Leading up to here, so for him already, all you had to do was ask, "Hey, how are you feeling?" You kind of just get this.
Not quite.
not the answer that you want to hear.
Yeah,
so.
of course. Heading into elimination, it's a big run. Everyone is facing that moment right now.
E depois os próximos jogos vão
Jimko
ser
and Biwak, who we've seen Biwak basically 2 to 3 times in some content with J-Swag. Performed pretty well in that, Turbo. I mean, was catching things you didn't even see, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't perform well in there, but Biwak certainly did. I hope he can bounce back as we see, of course, our players walking in here. We have the first one arriving here, of course, and I'm very much looking forward to Link Max in that match for sure. I mean, I think one important side factor here is he practiced alone. So that means he did not really share any strategies with any other players. So is that backfiring?
Irei ver até o
It's definitely a great question. I'm
Carl
not quite
Jr.
sure. We also know that Afi has been gone from the scene for a little while. So him coming back, maybe
Então não
he's
esse o próximo
shaking
jogo.
off the rust, you know, coming back
Almoçarei.
into his groove, into this competition and this tournament. So it's something that we'll definitely need to be looking at in this match.
And I
Porque
also
o
do think
próximo
the
é só
same
às
problem goes a bit with
4h05
Soja
da
as well. I
tarde.
mean, both a similar
A
pattern
gente
as
vê
players,
depois.
you know, both took like an extensive break from the game, returning and then struggling. Of course, Soja finds himself in the upper bracket, but I also managed to talk to him, and he was like, whoa, yeah, I mean, I already gave everything that I have, so tomorrow I have to risk it. We're gonna see him later on, of course, but both in the similar spot, I would say.
All right, well, Rachel has a chance to sit down and talk with LinkMax heading into what will be our halfway point here on day 2.
Okay, Link alongside me now. Tell me about yesterday. 3rd overall. What were your takeaways?
I did better than I thought I would.
Okay. Where did you think you were going to come then?
Not that close to where Binks was going. I thought both of them would just pull away and we'd be a lot further behind, but I was closer than I thought. And I'm somewhat satisfied with how I did, especially in the second half of the match.
What were you satisfied with?
Saudi. Saudi went very well. I'm very happy how it went. Argentina went good as well. I didn't make any major mistakes. So I just went through the map and it went well.
Got 120 points. What do you think you were lacking which couldn't get you automatically through to the upper side?
I DNF'd too many times.
Okay.
And that, like, not getting any points and finishing is just, it's brutal in cut mode. You always want to finish in cut mode.
What was that down to, do you think?
Over practice and nerves. And just, the map's difficult.
How are you feeling on day 2 then? Are the nerves still there? Have they subsided a little bit?
Still there. I'm always nervous. Never not going to be. I don't know how people can't be. I just don't have that nerve control the same way some others do. That's crazy to me.
Is that something that you're trying to actively work on?
I'm not sure how you would work on that. The only real way you can is to play more, really. Play more competitions. This is my first ever. So I don't know how people like Park can just be in lower bracket and never get nervous.
Isn't it trying to look at your past results, maybe how practice has gone, and hoping that gives you the confidence if it's gone well?
Yeah, definitely. If you aren't playing super well the past few days, you go into the match without a lot of confidence and you won't play nearly as well. Having confidence is a major thing. It's why doing well in the early is such a good thing for Trackmania, especially because you keep that momentum through. Early to middle is where you really want to start winning matches. If you win a few matches at the start, not only does it give you a lead, gives you confidence into the rest of the map.
Are there certain things you're looking to try and execute early on in the races today, which might send you through?
Try not to crash as much as I did finish rounds. That's the main thing.
Well, you got a big chance today. I'm going to look at positives now as well. A couple of days ago, Lynx didn't have his suitcase. It has now arrived, so he has now got clean undergarments on.
I don't have to run to a laundromat at 7 in the morning.
So it's all about confidence for you today.
Yes.
Believe you can get through. Play your best. Don't crash.
Don't crash.
And we might see you on the other side. Good luck, Lynx. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, a great interview there. If you think you know who's going to come out on top in this race, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. Scan the QR code, join, and maybe get your share of $300,000 in prizing by picking correctly. Guys, a lot to be revealed there. Aaron, you were looking at me mid-interview saying, I want to talk about that. Yeah. I think Max told us a lot about how he was feeling.
Yeah, I mean, even just post-interview, having Rachel's perspective on that interview, she was talking about how hard that interview was, basically from his to hear how down he was on himself. And they kind of had to take a break in between because he was just kind of beating himself up in the middle of it. And for Turbo, you can agree with me. We're so confused by that because he did so. Yes, he did make it through that match, but he did so well yesterday.
Are we talking about the same player? I'm so confused by this interview. I don't know why he's so hard to himself. He compares himself with Pac. Listen, my guy placed the first ever event. What do you expect? to be a millionaire already? Like, I don't know. I mean, we talked about that as well, right? So I just wanted to refer to that. But he played against Wosile and Binks yesterday. Players that could make the grand final, and you played amazing. We have even seen a round where he just has beaten both of them by overtaking them in the end. I think it was on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I'm confused. It just left me with so many questions.
I really like that, though, because sometimes the greatest competitors, sometimes the most high-achieving people are really self-critical.
Yeah, of course. And I think there's a limit to how self-critical one can be before it gets to the point where it's detrimental to you and your mental health. And for LinkMax, he needs to be able to recognize that he has some self-worth and he has the skill to be able to push forward.
But he has not really competed in any event so far. He came from Trackmania Nations, an older game. He plays with an N64 controller. It's his first ever event, first ever LAN, it feels like, because he's only participated in other events. So, I mean, he still has to prove himself first.
Some people may say that the N64 controller is the best controller ever made.
It is. I would agree with that.
And I think that that might give him an advantage he's not aware of. At this point, though, it is time to get started our fourth group of the day. LinkMax being a bit critical, or maybe just expecting the most from himself in the biggest moment in Trackmania history. Let's send it over to your stage. Adam, Milos, let's get it going.
Thanks, Rende. Busy, Wizzy. Crushing keys back there. And it has to happen in this competition. We have to say goodbye to some of our competitors here. But actually chatting to Wizzy just then, asking, how does it feel being here? He felt sad. He was like, we're all friends here. A big community of players. It's sad to say goodbye, but you have to do that. You have to make sure to go all the way to the totem to become champion here with Trackmania EWC. You've absolutely got to do the business and crush when necessary.
There's only one way to make it happen. I mean, you saw all four players convening at the end, shaking hands. There's camaraderie that spans years and years between all of them. But the thing to lock in your head is that when they're all on the track itself, when the lights are on and shining, those friendships cannot get in the way at the end of it. Only one can be left standing at the end of the tournament. However, our fourth game in eliminations-wise, before we advance on to the upper bracket, let's introduce our players. Joining us on stage, it's LinkMax, Zemko, Bywak, and Afi.
Here they come! On the main stage here, the final four competitors in our knockout phase today, two of which will be leaving us, sadly, and two progressing into the latter stages of the competition. Look at the fierceness on their faces, the eagerness to deliver here in front of this glorious crowd here in Paris as well. Everyone excited, hoping that their favorite player, their championing on here, will go all the way and position themselves at the pole going into Friday of this competition here. What's going to happen? We're going to find out very, very soon who will be the final two to go through and join the rest of the pack. You can see them here, ready and waiting. So let's get this thing on the road. Let's get this show started. Let's get back to the desk ahead of this epic showdown.
Well, epic showdown as well. Eagerness to excel. It's kind of what filled in my mind there, and I think that is the name of the game so far. You know, doing well personally, one thing. Doing well and meaning that you, in the dream, you crush the key of somebody that you've raced maybe for many years against, spent a hotel night in a room, having fun, ordering out. I mean, that does leave a bit of a different impact for these players, knowing what they're actually doing to friends and compatriots by winning. But only one person will put their key in that totem at the end of the day.
Who that person is going to be the question for this match. This match is pretty even, I would say, for the most part. We do have one player, of course, Afi. I think he is kind of a favored to win this, but I think for the remaining three, it is a bit of a toss-up. I would like to see LinkMax going back to him. I think he has the talent to do it, but bans are already through. We do see Norway, Saudi Arabia, Australia, and Japan. And then for the picks, we got South Korea and Germany. Afi picking Germany.
Yeah, and also LinkMax being the top seed here in this particular order, picking up South Korea, then Chemko picking Hungary. But I agree, this will be a very exciting match to follow. Afi, of course, being the clear favorite on paper, but can he transfer that as well? Then Canada. And guys, we have a map 5 Poland. How poetic it is.
We need that stat.
Yeah,
we need the stat about the decider for Poland.
Yeah, definitely, that's for sure. So that is our map order. I'm very much looking forward to that. And if I had to go for a prediction,
I mean, after this interview, like before, and I was really leaning in towards Link Max, but like he's doubting himself.
Okay, I feel like maybe that's just part of his engine. No pun intended. He's probably got himself going. He's gotten this far. He still feels like he's got more to prove. Maybe that's what he needs on this big stage. That self-doubt to just make sure everything is as focused and tight as need to be. All right, let's send it over, guys. Group 4 ready to start. We got a heck of a matchup here, and it's Onset and Bravo with the call.
And once again, elimination looms for two of these players who have just approached the stage for the second time during this tournament here at EWC. When you look at the seeds of these players, Linkmax, Afi, Chemko, and Baywak, I mean, it's not surprising to see them where they are, but this is an opportunity, Andy, to survive, to keep that tournament run going.
Yeah, just like the Death said, I think the favorite of the group is Afi, not just because of kind of what he's done so far in the game, but also, of course, that 16th seed. Let's not forget, that 16th seed is about, you know, double the seed, if you will, of Chemko, also in this group at the 32nd seed. So Afi right now the favorite, and as the Death said, the question is who else might get through. However, it's not going to be a free ride for Afi. As you said, this is Esports World Cup elimination on the line.
And if you put a little bit more kind of stock into what Afi did yesterday as well, unfortunate to be down in this position, this group that he found himself in, you got Pac, you know, DreamHack Birmingham winner, #1 seed coming into the tournament, and Stuffs, who was very, very good, but he still managed to put 126 points on the board, so it wasn't like he was eclipsed by those two. He certainly was still in contention, very, very close to hitting finalist mode in that group, which is almost an achievement in itself.
Yeah, less than a race and a half away, a round and a half away points-wise from being on finalist mode with Pac, as you say, Pac and Stuff. So just a big statement from him. Ran some very good rounds yesterday and will be a contender in this series. Also alongside him, of course, it will be Linkmax, Chemko, and Baywak here. Round 1 of 4 on South Korea. We are underway.
Well, let's see who manages to hold on to survival here before, of course, we move a little bit further in the tournament towards the playoffs. We start sending a couple of players through to those grand finals. It's going to be an incredible day of action here, and to conclude some of these elimination rounds, we've got to find out who's going to be surviving and who isn't. A couple of early crashes coming in here, and Chemko's going to be chopping down to the back of the pack.
You could kind of tell there on the dirt that Linkmax was really sending it. The car was wobbling back and forth. He actually catches a big touch on the left side. That'll set him about 4 seconds back for now.
No surprise to see Afi out in front, the favorite for sure for a lot of players, and fans and people in the green room as well, talking about how close he was yesterday to causing that upset. Some really strong, consistent drives from him. A couple of the other drivers talking about how DNFs are really going to hurt them, as we saw a little bit earlier on. Those 0 points, they really, really do affect your chances when it comes to survival.
Certainly, a little bit of a correction there coming in from Afi. That should mean that Baywak has the wheels down first. Yes, he does, but Afi with a very, very good line off of the first soup, and these two very, very tight in the final stretch.
Yeah, really good speed from Afi, but no, that is deep, and that is far too deep from Afi, and he gives Baywak the opportunity to take the 10 points and drops down all the way to third. 10 points. Looked like it was in the bag. All of a sudden, it turns into 4.
And I tell you what, if you've been watching really not only this weekend here at the Esports World Cup, but also any amount of South Korea in qualifying, you know that it's very rare that someone slips that deep on a reactor zoop, but he will give the points away in round number 1.
So it's Baywak who is the beneficiary of that mistake and gets those 10 points on the board to start with. And I think for him, it's going to be a very nice confidence boost. I feel like the first couple of rounds that you do see on a map as well, if you get out to a good start, you go through without a mistake in one of those first couple of rounds, just makes you feel like the confidence is rising and you're in the right headspace to really push when it comes to those points. I think Max is going to be out in front again at the start of this one, but the mistake came in a little bit earlier on the previous round that did cost him.
Yeah, look at that, out of the reactor. He was the one with the cleanest line into the grass, and now continues that lead into the next grass section as well. It's Linkmax out in front. Chemko trying to push behind Afi and Linkmax.
And Afi, though, Afi has overtaken as the engines go off, and it's a tap on the brakes before the identity. A wonderful line coming in from the Swiss driver, but this is where things went a little bit pear-shaped before him for Baywak. He's finding out that the reactor's a little bit difficult to manage as well. He falls back into third. Afi just has to complete the final turnaround, and he will put right the wrongs of the previous round. 10 points on the board for Afi.
Yeah, as you said, just a little bit of revenge there for him on the final identity to make sure that he closes out clean. Not only puts points on the board, but maybe just a little bit of a mental regain for him as well. And we should talk about it now as it's really close up at the top. Baywak and Afi on 14, Chemko on 12, Linkmax down at 6. There was a lot of talk coming into qualifying back in February about the announcements of how many spots, if you think about Oceania, Australia, OCE, how many spots they had in this tournament. There's talk about should they have had that many. So it creates a pretty interesting loser semi-final here with Baywak and Linkmax both kind of having a little bit of a chip on their shoulder and wanting to remind the community in the world, hey, we do deserve these spots. We want to be here. And they, of course, want to make this an OCE and Australia, New Zealand qualifier. If they can here, they want to be the 2 to advance.
A lot of fans at home are hoping they will have that success story to go back down on it with as well. But at the start of this one, it's going to be a 3-horse race at the front of the pack with Baywak kind of just unfortunately having to sit behind and watch what's going on in front of him. 7/100ths of a second separating the front at the moment. It's Afi who just goes into a lead, though. This is where he was very, very quick through before. Once again, uses that speed to continue to hold this first place down.
It was Linkmax with a pretty good line as well, maintaining second, but Afi may be too far out in front here.
Linkmax is going to be closest to him to challenge. Chemko goes very, very tight on that wall and just about manages to hold it together. It's going to be Afi who gets another 10 points on the board. Chemko will take that 3rd place away as Linkmax sneaks into 2nd place. Baywak will have to accept the 3 points at the end of that round. And when you're looking at the overall leaderboards at the moment, barely any separation really between the pack as we go into the final round here at South Korea.
Afi on a 1:12.721 there. If you take a look at the tournament records and the OTAC records so far, running a pretty clean round without a doubt. He will look to do the same exact thing here, as you say, round 4-4 on South Korea.
Afi out into a lead again as the engines are turned off and everybody has to jump onto that dirt before they turn back on, and we find ourselves sliding on the ice into the reactor boost now. To this downhill section, Afi still in a lead as we jump through the checkpoint, but everybody pretty close, but just through that slide through the grass. Feels like Afi and Linkmax have just opened up a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, a little bit slow there from Baywak as well. Tiny bit of air time is going to cost him just a little bit of extra time. Chemko trailing, and Afi does not only hold the gear, but maybe even a little bit of a touch there. As he exits, he will now be all the way down to 4th.
Yeah, that's going to cost him. That's going to shake the leaderboards up. He was leading on points going into this final round of South Korea, but now an opportunity for Linkmax, Chemko, and Baywak to close that gap a little bit and essentially tie things all up as we head towards our 2nd track. It's going to be Linkmax with one more turnaround to survive. He goes very wide, though, and Chemko will steal away the 10 points. Baywak falls all the way to the back of the pack. Linkmax in 2nd, Afi in 3rd. And a tough pill to swallow there at the end of that one.
It really was. We'll take a look, of course, at the points so far after that. That means Afi will be out in 28, Chemko in 26, Baywak in 20, and Linkmax going to be on 18. So Chemko right now the surprise of the group, neck and neck with Afi in terms of points.
And we head from South Korea over to Germany. This is going to be an Afi pick here. So leading the pack going into your track that you have picked yourself is going to feel pretty good, to be honest with you. A couple of moments in that identity where a lot of players, I don't know if they were pushing on the nerves or getting to them, but either way, some clear mistakes being made, certainly on that final turnaround as well, which is where that pressure really is going to be ramped up.
Yeah, and with Chemko in 2nd place now, I think he's earned a little bit of conversation around what his group looked like. Let's not forget, he was in the EPOS OTAC group, right? That is not an easy place to start this tournament. And despite the fact that he was only on 86 points through that, I think a lot to be said about what he's done off the start here, only trailing Afi by 2.
So guten Tag to Germany as our drivers enjoy the change of scenery here. If you're just joining us for the first time, the separation for a lot of these players will be made in those 2 jumps and reverse sections that you'll have on the map. Baywak at the back of the pack to start with. Everybody else very, very close to each other. Not even a 1/10 of a second is separating the front 3 at this point.
Yeah, really tight, clean landings and low landings as well, as you say, from those front 3 on the turnaround and the left-hander. We'll see who's able to emerge with a little bit of a lead. That's going to be Afi off of a tiny stumble there from Chemko as well as Linkmax.
Separates himself ever so slightly now as we ride our way through into the puddles, get those wheels nice and wet. Everyone coming through to set up for this dirt turn here before the final jump. Afi in the lead, Chemko just behind at the moment. Baywak trying to close the gap here. How aggressive does he want to be? Afi still has the lead. Chemko getting a little bit bumpy and wobbly. And he might take second place away from him here, Baywak.
And now Affy clean turnaround. It's also good for Baywak. Baywak should be able to finish here in second. He's able to do so as well. And now Chemko should have plenty of time there. 6 seconds on the clock. Will cleanly get in fourth. Will make sure to get the +3. Affy running a 1-1-1-1-1-1 on that race.
I wondered if you got stuck there.
Yeah,
but we're all good.
And as you can see, that I won't say the time again. Don't worry, but it's just a bit off of the pace of, as you see, that world record, that tournament record coming in from back earlier, but it's still a good time there from Affy. That will put him now on 38 points and start to establish a little bit of a gap over Chemko, still on 29.
Yeah, Chemko a little bit disappointed. You saw the shake of the head and a little bit of a sigh and a look to the heavens after that round, and understandably so. This time he's going to have to start at the back of the pack. It's Baywak, Affy, and Linkmax who are leading the way. Chemko getting very aggressive, looking for that low landing. Everyone coming through the first jump unscathed. Affy running it close to those flags again, and this is where he made a little bit of time up last time, but this little turn here, but it's going to be Baywak and Linkmax who are holding the bay this time around.
Yeah, no one too tight on that one, not making up too much time. Everyone kind of really running the same amount around that line. As you say, wet wheels here as we get Linkmax, we lose him there.
Oh, it's so tempting sometimes. You feel like you can just take a little bit more speed, but as the undulations of that uphill take hold, you find yourself losing grip and flying in towards that crowd, and unfortunately for him, it's going to be Linkmax who gets a little bit too close for comfort with those crowd members. Baywak now is going to find the barrier. That is not good for him. Affy takes first. And Chemko will nestle into second place. Baywak and Linkmax, big mistakes from them are going to cost them.
Yeah, Baywak there on 26. You feel like should have been a +6 pretty clean on that turnaround, but instead as they kind of intersect, almost looking double helixy the way that they were turning opposite one another. Baywak on the receiving end of that left barrier will certainly cost him points. That's Affy now out in front by even more on 48 points.
I think, Max, you heard an interview with Rachel before we got underway here saying, you know, yesterday I just crashed too much. Yeah. That was another example of it. It's a very simple thing sometimes, but it stands true nevertheless. First turnaround coming up after the left-hander through the checkpoint here. Everybody very, very close to each other. Linkmax just a little bit of separation as the players take to the skies. Baywak not with the best of landings here. It's going to be Affy with a lot of speed though. Catching up Linkmax here as we go through the checkpoint. Has to grab a couple of thousandths there just to get him a little bit closer to the leader, Linkmax.
Yeah, Linkmax, as you say, out in front once again, coming out of that, out of the dirt as well. And Linkmax knows he needs to. A little bit longer of a release here coming into the dirt. It's clean this time.
Linkmax holding on to the lead. One more jump to go. Affy on his tail. Baywak hoping from some mistakes in front of him. Linkmax and Affy with very comfortable landings though. Baywak makes exactly the same himself. And it's going to be Linkmax barring a horrible turnaround here, who should take this one home. We'll do a clean run coming in from him and Affy as well. Baywak in behind him, and Chemko will have to settle for that final place. 3 points on the board for Chemko. Linkmax with a 10 on board.
Yeah, very important +10 coming in for Linkmax, because even after that result, will be on 35 points now. So at a point where he really needed those. Take a look at the table. Think of Linkmax still being on 25 before the, after that race. That would be quite a deficit that would begin to be building. However, doesn't want to let that happen at all. Affy now on 54. The next closest is still Chemko, but he's down at 38.
One thing that's notable, how close the pack was before we came into Germany, and this was an Affy pick, and he separated himself just a little bit. When it comes to the points tally, as we go into our final round here, Affy, Linkmax, Baywak and Chemko all come through that first transition unscathed. Affy into the lead. Linkmax trying to push him all the way though. As we approach this jump, the transition from tarmac into the dirt, onto the grass before those wheels get a little bit soggy.
Yeah, this time it's Affy again out in front. You can tell both drivers want to push it, but no, the delicacy required there. They're going to send it right over this curve to hit the perfect line into your final jump.
How much does Linkmax want to try and push this on the final jump on the turnaround? Does he dare to land low enough to try and really get that speed out and close that gap onto Affy? It doesn't look like he quite has it for now. Affy still with a very, very comfortable lead, but here comes Linkmax. If he can land this, it might be a challenge, but Affy holds on. A beautiful run again from Affy, a PB for him. That's going to close out Germany with 10 points going to the Swiss driver.
As you say, now 8 rounds done across the two maps, South Korea and Germany, and that will put our points total now at Affy out in 64, slowly but surely. As you see the Affy support in the crowd, little Swiss flags joining us as well here for some support
relic
of the Swiss player. 64 points on the board, and now going to be, speaking of ancient relics,
yep,
41 for Linkmax, 41 for Chemko, and Baywak on 38, which just like we said, it's kind of playing exactly as we expected. I think as the desks expected and a lot of Trackmania regulars would have expected, with Afi starting to create that points cushion, but it is anyone's race. And keep in mind, it needs to be yours if you want to stay alive in this tournament. Anyone's between LinkMax, Chemko, and Baywak.
64 points in the bag here for Afi, 64 on the controller on our main stage.
Here we go then.
Let's see what Hungary has to offer us. We've seen so much drama in those final 2 jumps. Everybody has to walk the plank on the platforms to try and secure those extra points. If you're behind, you can push it. And if you're in the lead, you have the choice. Do I play it safe? Do I take that risk to hold down those first places? That 10 points. Lovely line from Chemko here. Going to go a little bit wide on the exit, though. That's going to allow LinkMax to have the speed. But as we enter this dirt section and the players right this outside dirt line, Chemko with a very, very solid start here in Hungary, which, of course, is his pick.
Look at just how close these drivers are as well in terms of the times between one another. 9,000 between Afi and Chemko through that most recent checkpoint. And rounding the corner here, everyone making a real tight line. LinkMax goes a tiny bit wide, though, and he will get lost. Chemko and Afi out in front.
A little touch on the back left there. Chemko and Afi now in a 1v1 for first or second place. Chemko holding down first right now, and his pick is looking pretty good until the final seconds.
Look at the reaction. It says it all.
It's a heartbreaking moment every single time. Another shake of the head, and it's going to be Afi who is the benefactor here. 10 points for him.
I think everyone was thinking the same thing. So Chemko coming into the final final right-hander. He's pushing it so hard where he just barely didn't scrape the wall on the left side. And as a result of just how hard he's pushing that car, it clips on the right side on the final piece of the identity. But that's really the question here, Mark. I think it's so fitting that these drivers would be so close. By the way, 45, 44, 44 for LinkMax, Chemko, and Baywak. Here's the question at this stage. How much do you push versus simply running your races clean when you're trying to go for second here? It's a decision to make. Chemko tried to push. It cost him. Let's see how they go from here.
Just under 0.2 of a second, separating everybody as we go into this left-hander. LinkMax, Afi, and Chemko come through. Chemko with a little bit more speed. You can see him just gathering pace on the 2 cars in front of him. Baywak having to nestle in 4th place right now. But still, a mistake here would give him the opportunity to take some points away. LinkMax going to be first into the first jump. Goes a little bit wide. Great speed coming in from Chemko, though. Takes away first place, but there's still this final jump to go. Lands in this time around, and will take the 10 points. LinkMax in behind with 6. And Afi will take the 4.
Takes it by a 0.014 as well. Very, very close between the two. And I love the correction, though, most specifically from Chemko. Notice how he brought the same type of speed into the final right-hander, but knew to just make sure he doesn't push it too far off the block and try to get the car even faster. Even though it came down to the wire, he just, as you saw, by a 0.014 was able to close that one out. That's a big win for him.
So Chemko jumps up those leaderboards. Still so close between the 3. Afi still with just a little bit of a cushion with the 78 points he finds himself on. Look how close everyone is at the start of this one. Chemko with a big mistake though, and he's going to be joined as well by Baywak, and now it becomes somewhat of a 2-horse race at the front of the pack here. Afi trying to hold off the challenge of LinkMax. Big drifting right-hander here before we set up once again for the identity. Does Afi want to try and push this one here, or does LinkMax want to try and steal away the 10 points?
Right now looks great from the 2 of them here, both running a very clean line in the end. They know they've got the gap presumably as well, and they will simply run it clean to the end. Chemko also going to come across. Baywak should have the time. Yes, he will. It will be all 4 drivers across, but it's Afi. They're running in first place. LinkMax will be in second after that round.
And really important there for Afi as well. We keep talking about the closeness of the chase impact. Remember, it's 2 qualifiers who will go through and stay alive here in Trackmania EWC. And for Afi, that gap is starting to get a little bit bigger. He's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. And that point separation means, like, maybe you've got a few mistakes in the bag. Probably don't want to go to them, of course, but just knowing you have that cushion should something go wrong. It's going to be Chemko who goes through the first couple of checkpoints here in a lead. LinkMax is going to take that first place away from him, though. As Baywak is going to have to wait for some mistakes on this tight left-hander. Not coming through, though. Everyone looking pretty good.
Yeah, and with how close everyone is, once again, with these point totals, only 8 points separating your entire pack of 2nd through 4th, it is the question of, on the identity, how much do you push it?
With 3 cars side by side. Only the drivers will be able to answer it here. Aqui with so much speed out of the exit on that second jump. Now can he stick the final one? Yes, he can! But it's Aqui who comes through and snipes him on the line. 10 points on the board for him. Aqui out of nowhere just takes that 10 points away.
3,000ths the difference there in the end. And like we said, I think Chemko let it happen again. When he tries to push on that identity, we saw him fall victim to it yet again. On both the right-hander and the final jump to the block, he's just trying to get a little extra out of the car, but it touches again. It costs him again. And we should check in on the points totals. It's Aqui at 98. LinkMax currently in second at 63 and Chemko at 62. If the end of that race went differently, those two would certainly be swapped. And Baywak is within only one race of both of them at 53. Everything to play for in terms of second place right now. We'll see if Aqui can keep up the streak and which player will emerge with more points once we are done on Canada.
And the good news here for Baywak, yes, he is trailing, but this is his pick of Canada that we go ourselves into now. The next track that we will be in our players race on, trying to pop the thermals on. As you can see, the snowy slaloms in front of the players, a new challenge for them as we go full speed to start off with.
Out of this section, we'll see who coming into the reactor on the sausage road might have the lead, but it doesn't look good in the back of the pack. For now, though, Aqui and LinkMax have left that behind in their rear view quite some time ago. Baywak will be 4 seconds behind, but Aqui not as clean as he wanted to through the no break. It's LinkMax leading into the dirt.
LinkMax has said himself, too many crashes, too many mistakes, but he's got opportunity here at the front of the pack. A little bit of separation between him and Aqui. 1.45, the difference between the two players at this point. Baywak is out of it. He's over 4 seconds behind. Chemko makes a mistake as well, so it's just these two at the front of the pack.
Oh, no.
LinkMax, no! That's what he has been talking about. Those mistakes when he's not really under pressure. Now allow Aqui to take that first place away as he comes through the turnaround clean. Chemko will take second place, and LinkMax will have to settle for third.
A very important second place for Chemko there without a doubt, and will it cost him? Can he turtle across?
Oh, no.
Can't even get the wheels down to maybe turtle across, even though it would have been difficult, of course, at that angle with the back of the car, to say the absolute least. But after that, Chemko will now be ahead in terms of the second place race by 1 on 68 over LinkMax's 67, and that finish on that last round was the difference maker.
This time a lot cleaner from everybody. Just sausage slaloms, no sausage rolls into the barrier this time around for the 4 drivers. As we go into the no break, and there's a mistake again, just coming out. The pressure really starting to get some drivers now as Aqui, man, who seems to be the coolest of all of the contenders at the moment. He's still at the front of the pack. It feels like Aqui is always in one of those front 2 positions and just consistently gathering points.
Yeah, really clean tap steering through both the dirt and the grass sections here from Aqui and LinkMax out front. LinkMax making sure to not make contact this time. Here they come into the identity.
Aqui out in front. Only a mistake is going to cost him here, but LinkMax has good speed coming out of the exit here. Aqui's going to go sideways. Just about manages to squeeze through. It's going to be Chemko who will take the 3rd place away. Baywak will get the 3 for the finish. Oh boy, that was a scary moment there for Aqui. I think he just started to lean a little bit further to the right than he really predicted he wanted to.
A little bit of a directional influence there. Lean as hard to the left as you can, but when you're also 180ing backwards in the air, it's a little hard to know where to lean. Luckily, from the vantage point of camera 1, it's a little bit easier to tell how you might want to control yourself in the car. Aqui on 118 now. Chemko 72. LinkMax leading him by 1 on 73.
So close between the battle for second place, a second qualification place at the moment. As we go into the no-break chicane, it's going to be everybody coming through pretty good, to be honest with you. Baywak catching some excellent exit speed here, which is going to allow him to start challenging the front of the pack. Aqui and Chemko next in his sights, but goes a little wide there, just slides out and loses so much time.
What a big moment this would be for Chemko, as we said. Only trailing LinkMax by 1. To be out in front here with a +10 over LinkMax's potential only +4 would be a huge difference maker in these rounds.
LinkMax hoping for a little mistake, but none coming in from Chemko and Aqui at the front of the pack. It's going to be Chemko, a big 10 points for him. Aqui in behind in second, continues to add to his total. LinkMax will have to settle for 3rd. Baywak bringing up the rear this time around, and Baywak just starting to lose a little bit of a grip on those 2 drivers in front of him. That gap is starting to extend.
So much right there in that player game. You just saw Chemko at the end of the race and before this one as well. Just lets out a breath. Able to compose himself for a moment, but knows you have to go right back into the track. But he starts to create a gap in second place. He's now on 82 over Link Max's 77.
And Afi closing in on finalist mode now. 16 points away. Can't get it done here on Canada, but as we move towards Poland, he'll have that in his sights. A win here would make it very, very comfortable for him. He'd only need a first or a second place as we change maps. And he's leading the front of the pack at the start here. Chemko trying to pressure from third place. Linkmax trying to pressure Afi in first as well. Linkmax has actually come through with some pretty good speed here. You can see just closed the gap a little bit on the Swiss in front.
Yeah, right behind him, as you say. But Chemko is there waiting for anyone with the slightest bit of lack of line here, but they're all coming in neck and neck between Linkmax, Chemko just behind. Who can clip the turn the fastest? Side by side here.
Side by side, Afi just a nose ahead, but no, he hits the crossbar. It's not good on the final finish line. And Linkmax will be rewarded with that line to get the 10 points on the board. Afi, an opportunity squandered, but we did say with the lead that he's managed to get, at least he has somewhat of a cushion.
2/10 or so, the difference maker there between Linkmax and Chemko in the end. It's Baywak, less than a full second behind that, but of course Afi will be the slowest one in the end. It should have been another +10 for Afi, and I tell you what, that would have changed the outlook pretty big because he's on 127, and then of course that would have been a 7 points higher. It would have been even earlier in finalist mode. But the most important thing there is Linkmax takes a few points off of Chemko, and we got to keep an eye on that race. In second place, it's Chemko on 88, Linkmax on 87. They have been neck and neck through not only the past few rounds, but the past few maps as well.
They were not out of it either. A little bit of a gap opening, but certainly a couple of good rounds for him. And things do start to get a little bit more interesting. Change of scenery once again onto Poland. It seems to be the deciding map.
Yep.
A lot of the time. Our final pick. But Afi already out to a great start here. He seems to have put that mistake right to the back of his mind already.
It's another great opportunity for a map that falls at a great time in terms of a map rotation. This is an identity where if you know what you're doing and you put the hours in, you can send it and make up a whole lot of time over drivers that might be taking just a little bit of a safer line. And we'll see who takes those risks here as we jump into our first set of jumps.
First three drivers coming in clean. You're going to see Baywak. He's over 2 seconds behind a mistake off camera. It's going to send him to the back of the pack. Linkmax aggressive. Holds on to the gear as well as we transfer back to the dirt in towards the first jump of the identity. Linkmax leans that car, gets the 2 wheels down, followed by the 4. Linkmax just needs to come through this final set of jumps here to get the 10 points on the board. Afi is going to slot him behind. He'll have to wait for finalist mode, but Linkmax, that is so vital for him to get the points over Chemko in that battle for second place.
Very important there, as you say, not only the +10, but it's a +10 over Chemko's +4, so that gap will widen ever so slightly now as he's up by 5. And Afi now is not only looking for a good run here in this round, he wants a win. It needs to be a win for him to get on finalist mode. Second would only put him on 139.
It's Linkmax and Afi who start off out ahead again, but a little touch on the barrier there from Afi. Looking for that tight outside dirt line. It's going to cost him not just one position, but 2 as well, as Chemko will come through. Remember, Afi needs a win here to hit finalist mode. And with Linkmax and Chemko all of a sudden starting to breathe down his neck, those points that are going to dwindle away will only mean one thing for the Swiss driver. That is the pressure will rise, but he's not feeling it right now as he takes second place back.
Little taps to air brakes perfectly puts him now in second place. And let's not forget, we've seen it before this weekend alone on this map. You can make up the time.
No,
but not this time.
No, you saw the line just sliding out and clips the wall on the way through. And it's given Linkmax a clear run to 10 points here. Baywak might be back in contention as well with a second place finish here. Linkmax will get the 10. Baywak will claim the second. Chemko will take the third, and Afi's mistake keeps him waiting.
Keeps him waiting. He will get the +3, which now puts him essentially, he needs third here to get across. Let's take a look at his points. Yes, on 136, so needs third for the +4. to make sure that he's on finalist mode next. I tell you what, if you could place the bets, you wouldn't have thought it would have taken Aqui this long. It is a catastrophic touch that keeps him off of finalist mode and buys a whole lot more time for LinkMax to continue adding to his total as he's now up by 11 over Chemko.
Aqui doesn't make the mistake on the line this time around. Just gave himself a few extra inches. But LinkMax breathing down his neck at the moment as we dabble on the brakes to drift out before we set up for the dirt slalom here. Everybody coming through pretty clean at the moment, but it's LinkMax and Aqui once again locking horns, and for Chemko, a mistake on that first jump. Aqui into the lead. But can he see it through this time around?
Aqui's got to be thinking just run this clean, right? Does not need to put on any kind of crazy performance. Just run these lines clean, and he certainly will be on finalist mode here.
LinkMax looked very good here on Poland, I have to say as well. Seems like some of those mistakes he was making earlier round have disappeared. It is going to be Aqui coming through the 10 points. He will hit finalist mode and have the opportunity now with a win to book his spot into the next round, keep his tournament life alive.
The Aqui fan club very happy to see him now on finalist mode as you see that red F come into the fray. And let's not forget, even though we've seen maybe just a little bit of wobbles from him on Poland, he does it with a very, very comfortable margin on finalist mode before anyone else is even on 115.
And the battle between LinkMax and Chemko. This has been a fantastic, fantastic Poland so far for LinkMax. Separate himself just a little bit from the Turkish driver. Here comes Aqui. Seems to be finding that comfort zone that he was talking about. Aqui out in front though with a chance of qualification, but here comes Chemko really trying to push the pace here as we approach this first jump. This is where Chemko made the mistake last time around. No such mistake this time.
This time he's clean, and actually it's LinkMax and Chemko slightly cleaner than Aqui, who maybe just didn't get all four wheels down as early, as fast as he wanted to. But can he make up the difference? Can he close it out here?
A little more speed coming out of the exit here. Chemko with a mistake. He's going to fall behind now. Aqui has to hope, but no. Had to push it and had the right to push it to try and secure that win. LinkMax, though, once again separates himself, gleefully accepts the 10 points. Chemko in behind. Wow. And Aqui. Well, doesn't matter hurt too much.
Yeah, as you say, with that...
You're going to have a fourth, at least be on finalist on your own.
Yeah, with that points cushion, obviously the right decision was to try to end it there. In the end, does not have the speed required and the line required more specifically to cleanly get onto the block, and it will cost him. It means he does not end the race. He will still, of course, be on finalist mode. And LinkMax slowly inching up as well. LinkMax now on 123 and leading over Chemko as we have wrapped up Poland and we get ready to loop back around to South Korea.
South Korea, where Aqui looked very, very good. It was the track that he put some very confident performances in a little bit earlier in this matchup. Remember, one win will send him through, but with LinkMax getting a little bit closer every single round, only a couple of rounds away now from LinkMax from joining him on finalist mode if Aqui can't close out right now.
And as fate would have it, Chemko actually had the fastest median time on South Korea during our first outing in the first 4 rounds of this match. We'll see if he can repeat that here. We're going to go full power down into this next section. We'll see Aqui going to be out in front early on.
Chemko run his tail though. And LinkMax in behind. Baywak just seems to have fallen away a little bit when it comes to contention of who's going to be qualifying and who's going to be going home. Aqui, though, the pretty commanding lead right now. 0.2 of a second is going to be separating him from LinkMax and Chemko. And this might be the race. This might be the round where Aqui secures his qualification.
Looks like a man on a mission. Such a huge lead here as we get ready to wrap into these big right-handers and wrap into the identity.
And this is where he was so good on the previous rounds as well. This little section, but look at LinkMax. He comes through very clean himself and puts the pressure back onto Aqui. Aqui has to be perfect on his turnarounds here, and here comes Chemko out of nowhere, really pressurizing as LinkMax gets the boost, goes ahead and denies on the line. Aqui for qualification. LinkMax now 7 points away from finalist mode himself, and Aqui's wait continues.
If you thought this one was over, think again. As we said, I think a lot of people would have guessed before we even got to Poland that this was going to be over. Keep in mind, he almost had enough points to end it on pole and did Affy. However, in the end, he will still be racing, and it puts Linkmax on 133. You have to think Affy's thinking, I don't want this to even come near double finalist. I want to end it here. He's got another chance and a free shot, maybe his last one at finalist mode.
Feels like Linkmax has just found a comfort zone in the last couple of tracks that we've seen. The last kind of 6 or 7 rounds, it feels like he's just really found that flow state, and he's looking very, very confident, and he's at the front of the pack once again. Affy trying to challenge him. Just 8,000 separating the players in first and second, but it's Affy who just sneaks into the lead here.
Very important downhill section. A lot of time could be gained and lost there. It's Affy who takes advantage of knowing how to dive into that downhill and has set him up now in first place coming in.
Side by side, Affy, this is where he's had the speed, but the line on the exit from Linkmax essentially puts him alongside him.
Wow.
Affy and Linkmax pushing each other to the line. Affy with a win here would qualify, but Linkmax again on the second turnaround takes the lead, gets the boost as well, and will deny once again. Finalist for Linkmax, and Affy, the painstaking wait for qualification just continues.
Linkmax has had to be perfect here. Disbelief in the crowd. Double finalist mode here, and Linkmax may steal this out in terms of the first to advance from Affy, and still a lot of points cushioned for them both, but this has not gone the way that you might have expected here. Linkmax and Affy both on finalist mode.
It's been inspired from Linkmax. It really has. But Chemko says, I want to go with this. Affy's out of it. He just made a little bit of a mistake by the looks of things. It's Linkmax and BayWack now out in front.
Linkmax with a huge cushion over BayWack. As you said, Chemko.
Affy's out of it. He's 7.8 behind the pack.
A huge clip. And as you say, with a deficit like that, we may not even see him for quite some time. Linkmax knows that he can advance right here and right now.
And the gap between him and BayWack is gargantuan at this point. 0.7 the difference between him and the chasing pack. Linkmax has this in his hands, consistently denying Affy. And with BayWack making a mistake behind him as well, Linkmax has no pressure whatsoever on that rear bumper. The second turnaround is clean. The third one is even better, and Linkmax with an inspired run to qualification will make it through.
And you could tell what it means to him, as right away the hands go up. He can finally lean back in his chair. You could even see a shake of the head as well. And Linkmax, the Australian free agent, the 23rd seed in the tournament, will advance through. And now it's all up to Affy. It's a question of how many races will it take him. Will he let this continue? Or will he make sure to make quick work of this? This is our last lap around South Korea.
I almost feel like Affy's going to be happy that Linkmax is out of the race, because it just seems like the pace that he was set here on South Korea. And on a previous track was so good that Affy could be good, but it just wasn't as good as Linkmax, who found this pocket of form. But Affy is out in front, almost half a second ahead of Chemko here. And having had this agonizing wait, he now has qualification in his hands.
And really with these last sections, it's just about nailing the identity. And of course, the setup into it. However, he's looked very good on these lines. It's just been a tiny bit of a snipe that he fell victim to. This should be his round here.
Well, for Affy, sometimes good things come to those who wait. And boy, has he had to wait here, the Swiss driver. Final turnaround. And he can breathe a sigh of relief and start to enjoy himself. Affy will join Linkmax in qualification. Finally gets it over the line. And unfortunately, for Chemko and BayWack, it will be the end of their Esports World Cup.
And a lot of credit, of course, due to them. And I think we got to mention also the regionality we talked about. Affy, of course, representing Switzerland, but Linkmax coming in, of course, representing Australia, will make it through, and of course will make the ANZ community very proud of what he's able to do. It will be, as you said, Chemko from Turkey, BayWack from New Zealand, exiting here at this stage, but quite a lot to be proud of as well.
Well, that's going to do it for now. We have, unfortunately, to send 2 more drivers home, but 2 more stay in the tournament here. We're going to go over to Rain Day right now. Who have you got for us?
You know, this is one of those moments where you, like the fans say, wipe away some emotion. It's pretty sad to see your favorites go home, but also what a performance. That man right there, he's smiling now. We talked a lot about how he was getting on himself, how he was talking about, I don't know if I did enough yesterday. I don't know if I'll be ready today. But he has done what many thought, I mean, would be only a fairy tale, to come back after Affy reach finalist mode and then take the win before him and put the pressure back on this group.
Yeah, what a comeback, and that really shows how well of a player LinkMax is here. What a comeback to take that top spot here from that particular match.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, look at LinkMax, man. Coming from that interview where he was just beating himself down to a pulp, and then now getting to this point where he gets to crush 2 keys. I mean, what a turnaround in that. And LinkMax, if you're listening, keep going. Do not give up. You are worthy of being here. You are worthy of competing. This is just a step into your further moment in Trackmania.
A great reminder of what you can do when you set your sight on something, and also what you can do when you push through adversity. There's always moments where we doubt ourselves in life, and those come about more often than you might think. People might be in the stands doubting themselves now, but the reality is you are one moment away, one step in the right direction, one bit of courage that could allow you to change your entire circumstance.
And usually those moments of success and downing yourself are so close to each other. Sometimes it's only one round in Trackmania. That it takes sometimes, but I think the interview as well from LinkMax really showed how much it means to him to be at this tournament.
I still can't get over that Nintendo 64 controller,
so
man.
dope.
That was awesome. We love to see it, and also I think the energy is now shifting as well. As much as somebody who's going to be upset about going into this matchup, we talk about LinkMax. There's no way he's going to have that same level when he talks to Rachel next time, because this is going to be, wow, I did it. I showed up on the big stage. I survived. Not only that, I kind of surpassed expectations, even on my best day, from pulling away Affy, being out in front, and now finally taking that spot away from him, and now being able to crush the keys on this stage, moving into the next round.
At least that's what we hope, right? You know, that he continues that going forward. And I mean, also, congrats to Affy as well, moving forward.
Yeah.
An individual we thought that was going to kind of run away with it at the beginning. That was our early predictions. But having struggle finishing out, it's kind of the recourse of what occurred in his first match, where he was just, there's a little bit of struggle. There's that rust that he has to shake off, because we know he has a higher level of play than this.
It's true.
And also the emotions there from LinkMax whilst crushing that button. He was smiling, he was smirking a bit there. So finally, we were able to see that. That is good news. And I mean, I'm a fan of LinkMax here after the match yesterday, but I'm a bigger fan now, topping off the group in front of Affy, one of the hottest free agents out there.
It's going to be a really good day tomorrow, because we get to see these players go back to back in terms of these tight contests where two players, are going home, and that means that the stakes get even higher here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. But for those watching and seeing some of these faces here from the crowd or on the stage, they actually kind of shift a little bit. We're about to start shifting our tone. The upper brackets are heading our way, important. That means a whole different type of group, and a group that I think is going to be just so exciting to watch. These have been the best performers across our first day, across this entire tournament.
Yeah, we go from tension of potentially losing your run at the tournament. Now we go to the tension of knowing that you were literally playing against the best of the best here in this group of the upper bracket. And now it's time to lay it out what you have. I mean, there's really no hiding pace at this point.
Nope.
If you want to get into the single elimination bracket, this is your time to lay it down.
This is the all-out moment. Yeah, this is it. I mean, I love it, Turbo. When I look at this group of competitors, we're going to have obviously 16 racers who have been able to make it into this position. There's still a lot of fat to trim, so to speak. There will be some who fall down, who show up in that elimination, but 2 out of each group is going to be moving on to Saturday, already having their chance to be able to sit pretty.
Yeah, they have one day as a break. They don't have to play tomorrow, so they can breathe a bit, maybe explore Paris, but I think they have better things on their mind. But
I don't know, it depends.
I mean, better things in terms of, there's so much on the line, $130,000 for first position, but also just taking a breather after like 2 very fully packed days is also very important, of course.
You know, it had nothing to do with you and it didn't make sense, but I was going to make a reference of my friend Bravo, who was just casting there. I said, if he had a day off, even if he was competing Saturday, I think he would still go out into Paris. Let me know if that's true, Brav. I think it's true that you would have. All right, our schedule coming up here. We're going to the next side of our bracket. It's the upper side, and that is the place you want to be. We've sent 8 players home so far, 8 keys crushed. But for those watching at home, maybe on the emotional side, you don't have to go through that again. So put the tissue box away and grab the popcorn. It's Carl Jr. and Massa going up in this next one. Neon and Soldier as well. The young gun, 17 years old, battling against what many call, we'll all call it, the GOAT in Carl Jr., representing not just himself as a 7-time world champion, but Falcons, who are only 100 points away from AGAL in the club championship race, which ends in just 3 days in Paris and has $7 million on the line. All of that coming up very, very soon, guys. Import Turbo, we're going to switch out G-Geek with one of you. I don't know exactly which one, but we'll be back in just a moment, and we'll see you after this for our Upper Decider bracket matches.
Down the Gdynia City Battlegrounds once again. Day 2 of Fortnite here for you, Lauren. But let's have a little chit chat because we are officially down to 3 teams who could go on to win the club championship.
Yeah.
Falcons, AGL, and Vitality are the only ones who could do it. Navi very much out of the running now after their poor placement in CS. But I think we kind of knew that that was the case for a little while.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough road for them regardless because they just didn't have enough teams available to really get those points on the board. The fact that they did as well as they did in the first few titles that they had, like a first, a second, and third, to start everything off them was already impressive in and of itself. So I don't think it's a surprise that clubs that have 14 teams, you know, it was difficult to from the beginning.
I think, you know, if you look at their average of what they picked up over each title, they've done extremely well. So now with a very, very good placement, looking to try and solidify that 4th place, which I think they're pretty much done. But other than that, let's talk about your stage. Of course, there's a lot going on here, but it's only a group stage. As Falcons played yesterday, everything looked all right. Today, AGL looking okay?
Not yet.
Okay.
But similar situation to what we saw out of Falcons, right? Falcons ended up making it through in 4th. You need to be in top 7, but they started off the day really slow. 10 matches on the day, so still some time for our teams that are playing here in Group B, and it's a similar situation for AGAL. They've started off slow. They're down there towards the bottom right now, but we still have a lot of matches left to play, and because they are a team that is expected to do so well, I envision a world where they are able to bounce back. But if we're talking about some of the other squads that are in here, they're not at the top of our CC leaderboard, but they are CC relevant. Right now, Twisted Minds are at the top in Group B, and Furia find them, I think, around the top 6 space as well. So even if it's not going to get them a win in CC, it could change their overall standings if they're able to do well and potentially get them some more money.
Yeah, I know. I think that's important to know this week. We're talking about JL, we're talking about Falcons, but 24 places to be played out. A lot of prize money to give out as well. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll have to check in later to make sure AGL do make it through. Back to you then.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
A new update when it comes to the club championship that you want to know about, especially if you're looking closely at AGAL and Falcons. Only 100 points separate them, but AGAL just eliminated in Crossfire. That means that the 200 points they gained will be the last they gain from that game. Remember, we still have Binks and we have Gwen who are representing them in Trackmania, and they also have a representation in Fortnite, but that will be it. Falcons have Carl Jr. here about to race. They also have CS and they have Fortnite. So this is starting to look good for Falcons as long as we don't see anything crazy from Carl Jr. We'll keep you up to date with that alongside Chris and whoever he ends up talking to. We got G-Geek back with Import, and guys, this is a big one. This is a big day, but also now we get the upper brackets, which should be some great racing.
Yeah, it should be some really great racing. And the first matchup that we're going to have, of course, today, the introduction, well, the first match, well, the only match of day 2 for Carl Jr., and he's going to be lining up against, we talked about this, the GOAT versus the Kid, or to give a Formula 1 reference, Hamilton versus Antonelli. This is the kind of vibe that we're getting here.
And I love that you led into that. Let's actually show up our Crunchyroll story of the day, actually our PS5 story of the day, excuse me. It's going to be the GOAT versus the Kid. That is Carl Jr. and, of course, Neon, 17 years old. Last week was 16, this week turned 17, and so talk to me about this expectation for this matchup.
Well, this is definitely going to be, I don't think it's going to be quite a two-stage match. I think Neon is going to be able to put up a fight in the very early stages of the game, trying to keep pace, but as feel like Aaron, especially as the rounds continue to pile on, as we get to map 4, map 5, Carl Jr. is going to be really hitting his stride, and by the time we get to the second rotation, he's going to be completely unstoppable.
Could we see a 15-game, 15-round match? I doubt it.
Perfection?
This one's going to be a little bit harder to accomplish. I think earlier round, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
This time, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But honestly, I think it's, without saying, Carl Jr. definitely the topic here. Neon, we want to focus on him, of course, because of his age, 17, very good, has shown good talent, but we also have the factors of Masa and Soldier. Masa being a very talented player, does really well at the beginning of tournaments. It's where kind of later tournaments is where he begins to start of get the nerves getting to him. But Soldier, on the other hand, similar situation as Afi, shaking off the rust, making sure that he's at the level that he needs to be for this tournament.
Took a competitive stint. That was the story, talking about Soldier and how he would show up, but he did very well and found himself now in this upper decider. Masa, on the other end, said he expected to win. A slight trip there, but won't worry about that because he didn't trip in his actual match. And now these four are ready to go toe-to-toe against Carl Jr., who I think, you know, you kind of jokingly mentioned it, but almost drove perfectly yesterday. G-Geek, is anybody able to stop?
I did check a little bit of the stats from that opening game day. A 77% round win rate. There you go. I was trying to find the proper pronunciation. 8 rounds of 4. He won 14 rounds of 18, and 8 of those round wins came in a row when he went to conclude his opening game day match. So this is very. Just looking at the numbers, it's kind of mind-boggling to see. We were talking about Soldier shaking off the rust, doing very well, but a little bit off the pace, even in his opening day match, and he definitely needs to step it up because he might have gotten away with the pace that he had on day 1. Here, that's not really going to cut it.
I mean, I feel like this is a great opportunity to talk to this young gun as well, who many of us have seen what Soldier can do yesterday, but still questions, but so many questions on the 17-year-old who, just like we mentioned, turned 17 a week ago and now finds himself in a matchup to move on in the Esports World Cup against Carl Jr. and the squad of Masa and Soldier. Rachel had a chance to catch up with his mentality and maybe nerves heading into this one.
Well, I got the youngest competitor with me now, Neon. Neon, age didn't seem to affect you yesterday. You looked cool, you looked strong. How did you feel out there?
Played good in the match. Nothing else to say about it.
In terms of towards the end of the match, it looked like maybe the nerves got the better of you a little bit when you tried to close it out. Did you feel that might have been the case?
Yeah, maybe that one round where I shouldn't have crashed, but the next round I finished it. I finished the match.
How pleased were you with your performances yesterday?
Like a 6.5.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
What was lacking? What weren't you happy with?
Consistency on some maps.
I feel like you're a little bit annoyed with some of the consistency from yesterday. Is that the case? Did you expect more?
Maybe a little bit more, yeah.
What did you expect? What was that?
Just good consistency, not crashing as much as I did. I crashed a lot of rounds. So.
You're only 17. This is your first time at LAN. It hasn't affected you. Why do you think you're able to adapt so well?
I don't know. I'm just playing the game, I guess.
Yeah, how do you do that though? Because a lot of players get in their head, they get nervous. You don't seem to be nervous. Is that the case?
I just play like at home. I set up everything like at home and just play the game.
Who's here with you? Who's supporting?
My mom.
And what does she tell you before you go out to perform?
Nothing.
Does she give you any words of encouragement? Tell me about today then.
She supports me all the way though.
As mums should. Tell me about today. Obviously you've got Massa and Carl Jr. up next. Are you worried at all about those names?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match. Yeah, gonna be tough. They're well established in the scene, and it's just going to be hard.
How are you going to approach it?
Just drive like I always do.
Which is?
Fast and consistent.
Good luck out there today. Thank you.
Fast and consistent. That's what Neon wants to do. And I mean, Import, that is a recipe for success. It's kind of the best of both worlds.
It's the #1 lesson of Trackmania. Fast and consistent. So yeah, I mean, right on the mark.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can definitely tell the youth is there.
Yeah.
The nervousness is a little bit there. Not used to this kind of platform and getting into this moment. But competitive-wise, he's held himself up pretty well so far. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in this next match, especially with the likes of Massa and Carl Jr. that he's coming up against.
Yeah, I can't wait as well. I mean, obviously Carl Jr., it's a big story. We talked about Neon, that's a big story as well. But Massa and Solja, how much of an X factor are they? Either one of them has had the potential to show up big. Massa winning yesterday. I mean, can he do that again? Is there potential for upset here? And where would it be?
This is going to be definitely reliant on any kind of significant slip-ups from Carl Jr. that may be unwarranted from the Team Falcons player. Massa and Carl Jr. have a lot of history between each other, regular sparring partners, competitively, as well as in practice scrims and whatnot. But technically, it's always been, as he said, Massa said, I've been trying for 9 years, and Carl Jr.'s always had the edge on me. I'm looking to get it. But even though he managed to win his first match, there were a couple of moments where he seemed to have tripped up a little bit. You could see the relief on his face at the end of day one. So it's going to be a matter of ironing out the kinks from day one, and also praying, fingers crossed, and we don't have any wood here, but knock on wood, that indeed there's going to be something coming from Carl Jr. that will allow him to get the opportunity to get an extra 10-pointer.
We'll see if he makes a mistake. If you think you know that somebody's going to make a mistake or maybe going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. Scan that QR code on your tablet or your phone and join us for a chance to earn your share of $300,000 in prizing. Carl Jr., pretty easy expectation, but Import, you know, the lights are bright. We're in Paris. I mean, and that's pretty standard for Trackmania. But in terms of what we have to play for here, this is epic. So I would expect an epic narrative. Maybe we will see something different. Maybe Carl Jr. will make one mistake.
We would hope. if he's not going to make a mistake, let's just go.
Let's all go home.
Let's just give him the prize now. Let him crush all the keys. let's just be done with it. But no, he still has to prove himself again and again and again. That is the nature of an event. You have to start from scratch and build yourself back up. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is entitled to the win unless you earn it. And that is a story for Carl.
And Carl, time and time again, we said it at the top of the show, day one, no matter the era, be it the end of the 2010s, the middle of the 2010s, the beginning of the decade, or the current phase of the decade, he's always the benchmark, always at the top, and looks to stay at the top until the very end of the decade at least.
Well, our PS5 story of the day set the stage. It is the GOAT versus the kid. But Massa and Solja trying to put a little bit of their own storyline into the narrative, maybe rewrite a chapter in Trackmania history. That narrative begins right now as we head to stage for Group 5.
Yes, my friends, a new narrative, a new history, and part of that narrative is swapping things over from a lower bracket to the upper bracket. We've eliminated players at this point. Keys have been crushed, but your heart can rest easy for the rest of the day, because for now, there are no more eliminations. It's still, though, a story of who can advance, really advance the narrative in their own way. from now on.
Exactly. You cast your minds back to yesterday. These are the players that delivered the goods on day one. Now they go face to face to see if they can go and do it again and get themselves into a pole position going into the latter stages of this competition. It's time to meet the first 4 players. Paris, are you ready for this? Yeah? Yes, you are. And hopefully you folks at home are as well. Let's meet the first 4 competitors today, going through, trying to get their way all the way through into that pole position are Carl Jr., Neon, Soldier, and Massa!
4 incredible players that put in the numbers yesterday. Points in their own ways. But that story does not end at that first opening day. It continues because every single point matters. You want to advance on to the playoffs. You do not want to go down and face another set of matches. So let's get our way started and set.
Well, World Cup semifinalist with Grenade last year, Massa on that controller, ready to bring his international experience to the stage. But the Belgian right there, you see him, Soldier, took a hiatus. Those 2 years proved to not slow him down a bit. He's found himself in an upper bracket race that could be one for the ages in Trackmania. As there's no need to introduce the GOAT yet again in Carl Jr. Maybe all eyes here on Neon. G-Geek, the young star, who if he has another performance like this, top 2s again, maybe even top 1s, would certainly be making waves.
He would certainly be making waves, as he made waves in day 1, how he climbed back up the ladder after a difficult start to game 1. Australia, Norway, Hungary, and Germany, the map bounce pronounced. Carl Jr. locking in the first pick. It will be Japan, Aaron, this time around.
Yeah, Japan. Carl actually picking Japan last time as well in his match as the first pick. Let's see if he has a different performance on this going into this match. He didn't do too well, but on the second go around, he did just fine. Maybe this first time he'll be perfectly good. Also, fun little stat, because we're about to get to the decider pick.
And you know what we're about to say.
And I have the stat that Poland has been the decider pick. Saudi Arabia.
We go against the grain.
Baby. Poland has been the decider pick 7 out of now 13 times. And Australia has been banned 10 times, now 11 times.
Wow.
Out of all the matches.
It makes sense.
So far.
And for one final point, again, we're not risking it on Australia and Norway. Both instant bans actually locked in. Neither player from this group has played that map at all over the course of day 1. They do not want to gamble on that.
Upper bracket, here we come. Paris, I hope you're ready. I know these 2 are as well for the call. It's Onset and Bravo.
Oh boy, are we ready for this one. Looking forward to this all day, all morning. We've been hyped to get into this matchup where we've got Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, and Soldier on our main stage fighting out for those 2 spots to go through to the playoffs.
That's right, we've crushed some keys so far, but right now we are back into the upper bracket. And the only way you got here yesterday was, of course, winning rounds up against very, very talented opponents. They were able to top their groups. Tested each of them all the way through. However, now, as you say, Carl Jr., Massa, Neon, the man on your screen right now. I should say the young man on your screen right now at only 17 years old. Just 17 years old. And Soldier, of course, a man with a competitive hiatus who returned for one thing. The Esports World Cup, the biggest tournament so far in the multi-decade history of Trackmania Esports. I'm getting chills. As you heard, Japan is the first place we are going, and it is the perfect starting point. It is another Carl Jr. pick, but he was actually pretty weak comparatively on Japan yesterday. Did not have the fastest single time, did not have the fastest median time at all in his group, if you'll remember playing alongside Mime. So now a chance to maybe set this set of maps off on a better note, an even better note for Carl Jr.
One thing Japan does do, however, is reward you for relentless consistency. And I think if you were to, have a headstone with Carl Jr. and what's going to be underneath that, it's going to say relentless consistency. Yes. That is what he does so well. So few mistakes are made by him. And that is why he is always in the latter ends of tournaments, usually lifting up one of those trophies. For everyone else, it's going to be having to push him to find those quick times, and there's no one quicker than Neon, the young man in this lobby. One thing I loved from that interview it kind of took me back to one of my favorite interview questions ever. You know, what are you going to do well today? And he just says, going to play the game.
Yep.
And it's so simple. When you have an uncluttered mind and you keep it that simple, then you know there's not too much else that you're thinking about. We're underway here, on to Japan. Let's send some of these players into the playoffs.
That's right, that's all he wants is speed. Neon just out in front as we get ready for this first section. You and I were actually talking about Pac, and the one question that he said about Neon is, can he handle the pressure? That is the question for the 17-year-old in a lobby with the GOAT. Carl Jr., of course, 7-time world champion, looking to continue his already historic and maybe untouchable legacy here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, Neon with some great pace to start off here. No surprise to see that, but the question has always been for the young man, you're quick, but how many times can you be quick? Into the first engine off through the gates, and it's Neon who is going to have that lead. Soldier just falling behind, a little mistake at the back of the pack for him, but Carl Jr. with a beautiful drift in there, just catching a little bit of speed on the outside and just eating away at Massa's difference that he did have there. Neon, though, just streaking away in front. Look at this pace that he's saying.
As we said, we talked about the pace. The question is, how long can he do it over a 140-point format here, of course, in cup mode and into finalist mode. Neon looked clean, but he loses time, and he loses the lead as well.
Oh, boy, and Soldier might have an opening here to try and steal away third place. Instead, it's going to be Neon who gets second place, as Massa will crash at the end. Carl will take the points, and if you needed a better illustration of everything that's been talked about in the build-up to this, that race, that round
that is it, yeah.
was exactly that.
That is exactly it. Carl Jr. will end it with 10 points, despite the fact that that looked like that was going to go almost any other way. It is Carl that finds the most consistent and first place winning round off of your first race in the group.
Truly incredible. Neon so far ahead for so long, but that one little mistake is all you need to make. With the Canadian in your lobby, he's always there. It'll be 10 points to start off for Carl on his pick on Japan. Once again, though, it's Neon with the pace.
Really similar right out of the gate, right? It's Massa in second, it's Carl in third as you head into the first section, into the boost, into the gates, and it's a really similar makeup so far, and we'll see if it plays out the same exact way.
This is where Carl made a lot of time up before. So down by about 0.4 here. Cuts a couple of hundreds off. Starts to approach Massa now, who just had to, I think, just take the finger off the accelerator a little bit more than he would have wanted to, as Carl now will put the pressure onto Neon. It's almost a carbon copy of the first round that we saw here in Japan. That's where the mistake was the first time for Neon, but no such mistake this time around. The young man will take home the 10 points, and Carl will hold off the pressure from Massa.
And look at the difference there as well. World record, by the way, for Neon, a 1:15.258 that he will lay down. Of course, a tournament record as well. And it's great from Neon, it's fast from Neon, and he corrects his errors from earlier. It's a world record to tie things up at 16.
No mistake this time around. Once again, Carl was waiting for it. Soldier at the moment just feels like he's a little bit off the general pace after those first 2 rounds that we have seen completed. But it's Carl this time around who actually leads the pack as we go into the boost across the double bridge. As they sweep from left to right into this left hand up. And we hit the boost just before this big sweeping turnaround as the players have to hit the brakes before this first gate section.
Yeah, Neon just back out ahead a little bit. As you said, through the no brakes earlier, it was Carl just narrowly in the lead. Soldier a little bit at the tap of the right side. He's going to see Neon and Carl fly way ahead of him here now in this momentary 1v1 between the two as we get ready for another big left-handed no break.
And you have to wonder what's scarier. Is it seeing the brake lights of Carl Jr. in front of you, or is it knowing that Carl Jr. is hovering in behind you, waiting for that mistake for Neon?
Oh, no!
That's going to be the answer that he's going to have to give us, because he's given Carl Jr. the opportunity once again here. But Neon with some good speed on the exit, but not enough to deny Carl Jr. another 10 points here. Neon just feeling a little bit shaky in that final part of the identity, and not for the first time, just falling to the pressure from Carl.
And you really do get the feeling that these two, as we get into round 4 of 4 on Japan, that it will be a story of these two starting to create the gap. It's Carl Jr. on 26, Neon on 22. And I tell you what, you heard Neon talking all about consistency. Maybe not with that many words, but at least using that word several times through the interview with Rachel earlier. And He wants to make sure that exiting Japan, he wants to be as close to Carl, if not leading Carl, coming out of this map.
Somersault on the landing, not great there for Masa. You can see him dropping down to 4th place. Now, Masa, coming out of Japan, will be thinking about South Korea being his pick next up. Still needs to get these points on the board and keep himself in contention, but at the back of the pack by 0.7 of a second. It's a long, long way to go as once again, Neon and Carl Jr. are having their own separate race, it feels like at the moment, separating themselves from the pack.
I'll tell you what, and what a pleasure it is to watch these two out in front. We always knew that this race was going to be this special, that these rounds would be as tight as they are, and they are delivering here. Nose to nose here, wheel to wheel. Carl Jr. starting to pull away just a bit.
Side by side as we go into the fragile section here before this left-hander. And the identity awaits, Carl. Not with as much speed here as Neon, but the consistency once again is undeniable. He simply does not make mistakes as Neon will fall down into 4th place. Masa and Soldier will take the 6 and the 4 points respectively as we close out here on Japan.
My word, and we talked about just how important it is to early on to establish your lead over the lobby, and that's exactly what Carl Jr. does. You could just tell a little bit of a breath there, but focused through those games. As we take a look, it's Carl Jr. on 36, and because of that last round alone, Carl Jr. on 36, that'll keep Neon at 25, and even Carl himself, with only 4 rounds down, starts to create a bit of a gap.
I mean, 36 points out of 40. That is phenomenal performance.
And it was only in the first round.
With Neon pushing him so hard all the way, he is just unflappable when it comes to those big moments. So consistent. And that's what happens, 36 out of 40 points. And now we move on to South Korea, where Masa has had his pick here and needs to find some points because it was a very disappointing start from him.
And I think we got to look at Japan and encapsulated exactly what we expected in this lobby. It is Neon with the fastest overall time and now the current world record, but Carl Jr. actually makes good on his efforts from yesterday, and he had the fastest median time on Japan in an even more difficult lobby. So clearly a little bit of work was done, whether mental or whether on the track on Japan. Carl Jr. in the lead.
Well, good news for Masa is that he's in the pack. Carl Jr. has made a little pull to the back, but immediately jumps up into 2nd place behind Neon.
Get used to this, folks.
Soldier in 3rd place as the mini game at the front continues here. Left-hander coming up here for Neon, who is not surprisingly so quick up until this point. But it's not the first time that we've seen Neon lead at this point in the race. It's the end where Carl has made the difference.
Yeah, not afraid to lean into the speed on that downhill. A lot of times you'll see players get caught on the downhill. Not this time. Neon will still lead into the identity. You think Carl makes up a good bit of time there.
First turnaround now coming.
Oh boy.
Neon, just disappears. Gets a really good spring out of that turnaround. Carl trying to pressure him though, and Neon just clips, I think, a little bit, but doesn't actually cost him anything. Comes through it clean, and Neon holds off the challenge from Carl. A 1:12.398. That is a quick time again from Neon.
Just shy of the Gwen record, and also just shy of that OTEC world record as well.
He was so close to that wall. I think
he really was. I think he only required a minor adjustment, but that is the line that these players, of course, are looking for, to run as close to the cement on the left and right side, respectively, as you zigzag through the identity. Run that as close as you can. Make sure you don't need to make too big of an adjustment into your next reactor soup. And now we'll see if Masa can find some sort of grip, no pun intended, through the dirt, and maybe in these races overall he's going to be still on 20 points, and Soldier also down on 18.
Speed from Carl Jr. here. Masa comes back at him though. Neon once again out in the lead. It's Carl and Masa who are battling out at the moment for this 2nd position as we go through the checkpoint and sweep through deep into the gear. For the right-hander, where a lot of time is being made up here. This little section here, Andy, really has been a difference maker.
Really has. Let's see. So far, Carl had a little bit of a better line than everyone, and to be honest, it's a little tighter yet again, but Neon is still out in front.
Neon out in front, barring a mistake. Goes a little wide.
Yeah.
And an opening that he gives to Carl. Then he should be able to take this one away. Masa, by the way, was pressuring Carl, and Masa's actually going to get the speed out of that last turnaround to steal away 2nd place, and it's Neon with another blistering pace here, another world record for him.
1:12.245 for Neon. As you said, that will wipe out the OTAC record and the Gwen record from this tournament. And we talked about pace. The young gun is bringing it here. He sets the world record, and he brings the points even closer. It's Carl Jr. on 46, and as a result of that last round, it's Neon just behind him in 45.
1 point separating the top two for Massa and Soldier. Sure, they're probably thinking, what else can we do? Watching what's happening in front of us. World record, world record, world record. It's not much you can really argue with when those kind of paces are being set. Neon out in the lead, Carl in behind once again. Soldier this time, it's his turn to be third.
Yeah, absolutely. Massa, by the way, you saw him 2 seconds behind, absolutely get lost on the reactor. We'll likely have to watch this one from the back, but Soldier certainly want to be parts of the conversation of Neon and Carl Jr., and it's a little bit of deja vu. It's still Neon leading yet again. If he's able to take first here, of course, he will take the lead overall in the match.
Reminder, no eliminations in this round of play, in this match. It's either qualification through to the playoffs for the top two or falling down to that elimination bracket for the bottom two. So for Soldier and Massa,
oh, he's deep.
It's not going to be over. Neon still out in the lead here. And when you're looking at the top left of your screen, you're wondering how quick this time is going to be. This time around, it is again a very, very quick time as Neon will get another 10 points on the board and will overtake the points total now of Carl Jr.
Just about 2/10 shy, but as you say, it's much more importantly, it is now Neon leading the lobby over Carl Jr. at 55 over Carl Jr.'s 52. And now, of course, we can't get too excited. There's a lot of driving yet to come, but it is a statement once again from the 17-year-old from Poland. He is here to play against the best in the world.
And it almost feels with Carl on his back that he's kind of enjoying himself out here. Massa in contention this round as well. He's the one who's nestled in behind the young phenom here as we go into this left-hander, and it's pedal to the metal before we just dabble those brakes for the left-hander before we transfer back to the grass bank here.
Look at Neon. Both Neon and Carl gaining on Massa through that section. There's a very good chance coming out of this they could overtake. They both do.
Both players making time up. Carl making even more time on Neon, but Massa, look at the line that he has as we go into the identity. Three cars almost side by side, simultaneously hitting that reactor. Massa, Neon and Carl bowing out for first place here for the 10 points they're looking for. Neon, though, he's going to have that speed once again out of the exit, and Carl has to settle for second once more. A wry smile for Neon.
You could,
the confidence is there.
That was a little bit of a smile. You feel like he was even maybe fighting a bit. He's pleased with himself so far, but you see with a nod of the head as well, he certainly knows there's a lot more work to do in this race. Neon, of course, wanting to find the consistency, and if we're only looking at the last few races relative to the whole lobby and his day yesterday, you could say he might be starting to find it.
Yeah, he says to Carl, whatever you can do in Japan, watch me. See what I can do on South Korea. Phenomenal runs, including a world record time coming in from Neon. And if you're a Neon fan, if you're enjoying what you're seeing from the young man, well, it's his pick next. We are heading off to Argentina. A track that is really going to test so many different facets of these drivers.
Yeah, and talking to pro players and anyone who's spent enough time on this map, you know very well that this map likely is one of the true mixed style maps where you actually have several styles testing the best drivers in the world here at the Esports World Cup. Going to be all about pace and a lot of precision in the end through the bobsleighs, especially the final bobsleigh as well.
It's going to be Massa who needs points desperately here. Oh, no. He's going to have to correct there, just slam on the brakes as it looked like that reactor was going to send him off of the edge. And it's Carl Jr. who is out in the lead. If you're wondering where Neon is, a big mistake from him as well. I think he was sent off of the map off of that boost. He's almost 6 seconds behind, and Carl has a free run here as he makes that turnaround so clean. Soldier cannot say the same.
I was going to say, how about that for comparison as well? You want to know just how clean Carl's turnaround was. You got to see it immediately from Soldier's POV, how much he dropped back, and instead it's Carl barely any airtime, and he's already into the ice slide.
Sends the car sideways, like you say, for that ice slide. Runs it nice and close to the barrier as well, through the checkpoint and in to the bobsleigh. Barring a mistake, which you could probably fit them on the back of your hand from Carl Jr. throughout his career. This should be 10 points for him, and it will be. Slides his way through. A 1:13.54, not the quickest time in the world, but the 10 points is gladly received. Neon this time around He's going to finish at the back of the pack.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, you just saw in the upper left, Neon will be the tournament record and world record holder on the map with a 112.483. We'll see if he can find that pace yet again, specifically here.
All tied up, 68 points apiece between Neon and Carl Jr. Massa and Soldier. Off the pace at the moment, and it is a blistering pace that's being set by this young man and the consistency that we're seeing from one of the greatest to ever do it.
And for the first time, maybe in all of these rounds, all of these maps, Mark, we actually see Carl Jr. in the back by quite a gap. Nearly half a second, but he's gaining here on the downhill. We'll see how much time he can make up in the bobsleigh.
Think about how clean his turnaround was last time around through this checkpoint.
Carlos
Still
Jr.
going to be in the lead as we leave, but that gap and the speed puts Carl Jr. into second place.
And Massa touches as well.
Touches, and Carl is back in the lead.
Do not count him out. You just saw him from fourth place to first. All it took was about an eighth of the track to be able to get
Soldier
right
joga no
back in
teclado.
first place here, and he wants to
Carlos
reclaim the lead
Jr. joga
from
no
Neon.
controle.
Soldier with the chance to get some points on the board here. He's got a little bit more speed, a little like, but had to just send the car a bit more sideways as Carl Jr. will take home the 10 points, and Soldier makes that mistake. Massa will be in behind him. Neon gets the 6 points though, and that keeps it very, very close. Neon almost out of nowhere there.
Talk about never being safe in this lobby. Even when you see Carl dropping by a full half second behind, you can tell everyone's like, we can't even count that out as any kind of advantage, because Carl will find the time, he will find the space on the track, and that's exactly what he just did on Argentina as well. As a result of that last round, it is Carl Jr. back in the lead at 78 points over Neon's 74.
Oh, Soldier making the mistake this time around, and tell you what, that jump into the boosters caught a couple of players foul in the previous couple of rounds that we've seen. Massa out in front though. Carl Jr. breathing down his neck. Now this is where the difference has been made for pretty much every single round so far. Massa comes through very, very clean though. Carl Jr. as well. And Massa this time around looks like he's putting together somewhat of a run here.
Yeah, make sure to not tap here coming into the dirt. We'll see just how much they can all reduce airtime. Lines are pretty clean, to be honest. Neon loses a little bit behind them, and it's right now Massa versus Carl Jr. out in front. Neon hoping for a mistake from one or both.
Now can Massa hold it together and get 10 points on the board, which would be really, really big for him. Carl Jr. is going to be nestled in behind him in second place. Rides the walls of the bobsleigh. No mistake coming in from Massa. And Neon, with a little bit of a fancy finish, will take home third place. Soldier, unfortunately, with that mistake right at the start, has not been able to make the pace up and should just about be able to finish, but unfortunately,
gosh, is that
comes up a little
tough
bit
to
short.
see, and even from the drone cam, you could argue makes it even tougher to see there. At the finish, that will be a DNF. No points awarded, but more importantly, we need to keep our eyes up top. It is Carl Jr. on 84 over Neon's 78. This will be your last lap around Argentina.
Line's pretty good from everyone. Hot Soldier, who just slid out a little bit wide there. Massa, Carl Jr. and Neon. Oh, pushing.
Yeah.
It's Neon who really is pushing it here. He's got a little bit more speed than Carl as we transition into the nose steer, into the bobsleigh. Through the reactor we go. We know Carl's been so clean on this turnaround, but look at that one from Neon. It's just as good as he goes into the lead.
Absolutely so well done here. Lots of tapping coming in from Neon, but Carl already gaining a lot of time there. Neon out in front by just a small margin, but Carl takes the lead into the ice slide.
He was down on the ice slide as well, sends his side on. Neon trying to close that gap and run him a little bit wider than he would have wanted to go there, Carl. Neon now into the bobsleigh in the lead. A massive opportunity for 10 points and to close that gap once more.
Yeah, you can really tell just how much this means to Neon. He knows he needs these extra points, and even though it will only mean 4 extra, it's a win and another world record here for Neon. A 1:12.425 to set a brand new world record, and more importantly, gain the +10.
And that boy's quick. Boy, is he quick. A world record to close out again from Neon, giving everybody here entertainment that they've been looking for. And I kind of got to talk a little bit. You know, it's been the Carl Jr. and it's been the Neon fight at the top of the leaderboards. I kind of feel at the moment for Massa and Soldier, because the level that they're at is so ridiculous that they're just not even in contention at this point.
Yeah, take a look at Massa at 56, Soldier at 39. Like you said, it's all the Carl Jr. and Neon show, but to be honest, it is the show that we came for as we get ready to head to Canada. By the way, Carl Jr.'s on 90, and after that win from Neon, he is on 88. Only 2 points away after all of these rounds here. 12 rounds played, and it's only 2 points separating them, and you have to wonder if the home turf for Carl Jr. will make the difference maker as we get ready to load right into Canada here. We're underway.
Speed and precision, the name of the game here on Canada. Those slaloms and the lines and how close you want to run it can be the difference makers. Onto the sausage slalom, everyone through pretty clean at the start of this one as Massa disappears into the ether. And it's Neon and Carl again as we go through the next checkpoint. There is a 1/10 of a second separating them at the top. It's Neon in the lead.
Neon and Carl both very clean there through that no break, and also
Carlos
clean
Jr.
through the
na
dirt
frente.
as well. Neon just barely ahead here as we get ready for the final set of turns into the identity.
Front left-hander as we do go into the identity, into this turnaround here, and it's Neon with a little touch. Carl Jr. does not make mistakes, and he will take home the 10 points here, landing on that finish line for Neon. A heartbreaking moment. He'll drop back into third. 4 points on the board for him. Massa will take home fourth. That's the difference again. Trying to push the pace, Neon, trying to see how quick he can be. Carl just not making a mistake.
It's a big moment indeed. We saw it from Carl's POV, so you only saw just a tiny, tiny touch on that right-hander, the final bit of the ice slide, but Neon trying to, as he does, trying to run that as quick as he can and as tight as he can. It does cost him in the end, and it costs him quite a few points. It's a 6-point difference there. But he's going to see Carl now jump to 100 points, leading Neon by 8.
Carl and Neon already out in front.
They're both so
Massa
good.
pretty close in behind. It looks like it might have been a mistake there from Soldier, though. Unfortunately, he's going to be dropping way behind the pace that's being set through the slaloms here on the dirt. Massa trying to go for a little bit more of an aggressive line, does make a little bit of time on and manages to hold the gear through it as well.
They're both so good through those sections. As we've seen earlier, usually you see someone gaining something through the no-break or the dirt, but instead, it's just Neon out in front again. Can he nail it this time?
Does manage to get the turnaround very, very clean. Has to slide out a little bit, but has the line on the finish line. Gets the 10 points on the bar. It's another world record from Neon. That is the level we're at, and it's only day 2 here.
It's a 1:01.775, as you say, a new world record for Neon as well. And it seems like as we go to each map, as we travel around the world, Neon just picking up new world records each time on each stop of this tour. He's very proud to do that, but right now he's not too worried about that. He just wants to go fast and put points on the board right now. It's Carl Jr. at 106 and Neon at 102.
It's the battle to who is going to hit finalist mode first between those two at the moment. Massa with a little bit of a gap at the secondary story in this matchup over Soldier. Neon and Carl just seem to be locked. The ghosts just seem to be consistently hovering over the top of each other for the majority of this match that we've seen.
Neon there dropping back 4 seconds. Did you see now Soldier and Carl Jr.? This is the first time that they've been duking it out for first place out of the dirt as well. Soldier going to try to get some points on the board here. Carl Jr. though still leading into here. We're going to see 5th gear for just a second. Back down into 4th final identity.
Carl in the lead. Soldier trying to push him. Oh, it's a very aggressive line coming in from Soldier. But Carl holds the speed, holds the line, and he says you can keep your world records, Neon. I'll take the 10 points, and I will keep myself in the lead here.
Neon going to just get across in time as well. We'll make sure to get what is now a very important +3, because we know how close this race has been. Now, round 4 of 4 on Canada. Carl starting to create a little bit of a lead here. Neon still with a very comfortable margin over Massa and Soldier.
There's a wonderful thing kind of about the exuberance of youth in the way that Neon is driving. It's either as fast as I can and really pushing the track and himself to the limits, or I'm not interested.
For a second, it was a sizable lead there, but Carl this time makes up an enormous amount of time. Soldier out in front in the dirt. We'll see if he's able to hold that through this section, as he's got both Neon and Carl coming right with him.
Two scary, scary names to see right in behind you. Carl goes a little bit wider to duck in a little bit earlier here, and he has a little bit more speed, which is going to put him in contention for first place on the identity, but it looks like Carl has fallen out of the contention. Gets that touch on the barrier, like you say, that puts him into fourth place, and Soldier will get his win on the board. 10 points for the Belgian.
A lot to be proud of there. He ran a really great round, and you have to think, for Soldier, with the break that he took, we saw a lot of times as that will wrap up Canada. We saw a lot of times where he was leading, but somewhere throughout the round would not find the consistency there. And Neon able to, almost with the back of the car, by the way. I think it was down to the 100th. Able to now get across the line in second to make sure that he gets points on the board. Just double checking that. Yes, indeed. It was actually only less than 300th between Neon and Soldier in that last round as well. That will wrap up Canada, but we'll look at the point totals now. It is Carl Jr. on 119, Neon on 111. It's still just one race separating the two.
All of the ones, 1-1-1 for Neon. But like you say, only the 8 points separating the two. That is a race. That is a round. That is not much at all, regardless of how you want to phrase it. And as we head on to Saudi Arabia, is it going to be the young prodigy, or the greatest to ever do it, who's going to hit finalists first?
And this is exactly how we knew it would go. It is Neon with blistering pace and world records about just every single map that we've seen in this split, but it is Carl with the overall consistency, but only by 8 points so far. Can Carl hold on here? Right now the pack really close into the jump number 1.
First transition is made by everyone. Carl just in the back of the pack with a great line and speed coming out onto the ice. Just shoots him up a little bit closer.
Caraca, mano, difícil.
Tenth of a second behind Massa, who actually has the lead in the start of this round. Neon, though, pushing him all the way. Massa with that Grenadier line, we'll call it, on the outside. Manages to keep the pace that he needs through the penalty sand into the final turns. But now look what's happened. Carl has arrived once again when it really matters. Does not thread the needle. It's a rare mistake from Carl.
Very rare, and at the last second is Neon with a world record right off the bat. It's a 107.511 for him. Massa only 200ths behind that. Carl will pass, but as you say, a very rare moment in Trackmania Esports to see Carl leading into the identity and clipping on the final identity. On the tiny gap, he will catch, and that will be the difference maker. Carl Jr. is now only up by 1 at 122, and Neon, he is here to play.
What an incredible battle it's been between these two. And I'll say it again, I almost feel bad for Massa and Soldier. Yeah. Having to sit in third and fourth place for the majority of this, just watching this almost flawless racing or blistering world record pace ahead of them. That's going to be Carl and Massa at the front right here as we go through the checkpoint up and to the island jumps. Neon a little bit behind right now, but knowing how this young man drives, that gap could disappear very, very quickly.
Massa taking that big line, as you said. We could even call it the big line since he's sharing it with Grenadier, as you mentioned earlier, and now it's Carl Jr. and Massa here right ahead of one another, but Carl starts to pull away. Can he nail it this time?
Carl in the air, nose down. Threads the needle this time around. Does he have the speed to hold off the challenge coming in from Massa? Yes, he does. It's 10 points for him. Massa in second place with the 6, and Neon this time down in third. It is a very, very close finish though between the two. 100ths of a second separate them at the line.
Yeah, 18 thousandths at the end between those two, and now Carl Jr. running a very fast round, but it's not Neon pace just yet, not world record pace, but really more importantly there, Carl Jr. yet again creating the gap. He's on 132. A win here puts Carl Jr. on finalist mode, but only a win.
Neon and Carl will be the first two through the hoop. Off the back of the first jump, Massa with the best of landings there, just lost a little bit of speed as we now go through the transition before the left-hander into the ice. Neon chasing down the pace that's been set by Carl here, but he is gaining a little bit of time. Currently down by A smaller and smaller margin to the point now where it's 0.006 between Carl and Neon is pushing this one. He wants to really put the pressure on a Carl.
Absolutely pushing it, just needs to nail this jump. As long as he does, even with Carl right behind, he should be good.
He's clean. And as he goes through and takes the 10 points, it's yet another world record here for Neon. He is blistering. You can see Spam as well. I think he doesn't know what you can do to stop that.
I mean, unbelievable.
I think Carl doesn't know what you can do to stop that.
Unbelievable from Neon. It's a 107.466 world record yet again. Carl Jr. does not hit finalist mode. That puts Neon now within a second place or a first place of finalist mode as well. We could very well see double finalist mode from both of them, of course, here, as long as the results continue.
Yeah, as long as the consistency of what we see continues in the first and the second. You're going to have a straight shootout to see who will be the first qualifier between the two. If you turned away from your screen for just a second here, no surprise, it's Neon and Carl Jr. out in front, first and second respectively.
Unbelievable between these two. What we knew it would be special. It has been even more. What a treat it has been to watch these two generations of Trackmania go up against one another this early in the tournament.
This is where Neon is making the pace up though. And he's trying to do it again, but Carl is holding off the challenge for now. Neon trying to push him once again, but Carl has the line, has the advantage, and most importantly has the gap. But does he have the tiny gap down? Yes, he does. Carl Jr. will take home first place just about. But most importantly, both players will now hit finalists simultaneously.
How about it? We could not ask for anything more between these two. We knew it was going to be close, but now double finalist mode between Carl Jr. and Neon. That will wrap.
Agora vai ser a hora, né, rapaziada?
And it has been incredible between the two. A little bit of a subtle, confident smile coming in from Neon.
Carlos,
right next to each other. You are witnessing two generations of Trackmania fighting it out here at the Esports World Cup.
I love the fact we're going back to Japan.
Oh yeah.
Think about the pace that was being set by Neon, but the consistency.
Cara, eu tava jogando a pista agora há pouco. Essa mesma pista é muito difícil. A gente acha fácil olhando, mas é muito difícil. Muito, tem que ter muita técnica. Muito difícil. Não era o Japão, eu tava jogando a Austrália e joguei Argentina. Muito difícil, rapaziada. Nossa. Os caras fazendo essa velocidade que eles fazem é muito difícil.
Into the wall, into the backflip. It's going to be Neon. He's looking closest, but out nowhere the speed from Carl Jr. Just all of a sudden, the ghost of Carl appears. And he goes into first place. Drops down though, very, very close between everyone at the moment. It looks like Neon is actually
tem que jogar essa do Japão. Só pra ver esses túneis aí. Vamos jogar depois.
Carl will have an opportunity to advance right here and now with no pressure from his co-finalist, and now starts to pull away as well.
It certainly does. A beautiful section once again coming through.
Carlos Jr. ou Neon. Quem ganhar vai estar um ponto. Tá na fase final, playoff. Carlos Jr. ganhando. O Neon na próxima. Ele tem que ganhar, ele tem chance ainda. Neon e Carlos Jr. são os dois favoritos, né? Aí, ó, Neon e Carlos Jr. são os dois favoritos já. Agora bora ver o Neon. Vamos ver como é que eles fazem isso. A gente fazer igual. Quando acabar isso aí, a gente faz igual. A gente joga a mesma pista. E vamos ver como é que a gente vai ser. Ui, Neon na frente, caiu o primeiro. Neon está a esta vitória de classificação para a semifinal. O Massa e o Souza ainda vão jogar mais um jogo amanhã para poder se classificar, porque os perdedores vão para outra fase. Aproveitam e vão para a repescagem, né? Os perdedores desse upper bracket.
the times that he's set, let's not forget, it is still unsurprisingly a Neon world record on the top left of your screen. He knows that he's done the hard work here, just needs to run his simple lines, does not need to push it here, and should be able to advance here as well.
Has to curb the instincts a little bit here. He wants to go quick, he wants to go fast, but there's plenty more time in this tournament for him to
Ai,
do
o Neon
exactly
errou.
that. All he has to do right now
Boa.
is get through the identity clean, but mistakes galore. Soldier now with a free run.
O Neon errou também.
Massa clips, and Soldier will get through Neon in second, and we might have to
O
wait
Neon
just a bit
bateu
longer.
parede. O Neon usa teclado, não usa mouse, não usa controle nem volante.
Very, very tough to nail the lines on those little tap drifts that you have to really manage well through those boosts. So Massa and Soldier keep us waiting. Surely Neon can't let this slip.
I think with the buffer he's got, even less. We talked about he wanted and needed the consistency. He's at last again. He's a second behind, and he taps again, and you could even see already he releases the keyboard. He DNFs again. He knew that that was not going to be the one.
Caraca, Neon, você precisa ganhar uma só, mano. Tá dando chance pro Massa e pro Soldier, né? O Soldier também joga no teclado.
They will officially deny here and see who can get more points. It's a long way to go for them, as Neon has to look ahead to yet another round.
I said for Massa and Soldier, they're going to have to hope to see DNF a few more times. Well, that's 2 rounds out of 2.
Yeah.
They're going to take a few more, potentially, to stop Neon from qualification. And it would be a complete implosion from the young man should he not manage to make it through. But Soldier,
he's going to get it.
Really going to push it here through the identity and does manage to take home the first place.
Neon tem mais uma chance agora, acho que a última corrida no... Ou essa foi a última volta. Não, tem mais uma, a última volta agora. Round 4 de 4 ali. No Japão.
Coming into this map on finalist mode, DNFs on 2 of the 3 so far. We talk about consistency. He's being given a big cushion of opportunity to find it. Is this the one?
You can just hear the chants in the back of Massa and Soldier's minds right now. Just DNF, DNF. Doesn't seem to be happening right now.
Boa, Neon tá na frente.
And he's got an established gap of over half a second between his closest challenger. That is going to be Soldier. For Neon, it's in his hands. But the mistakes, they've been plentiful towards the identity, but this time surely, even with a natural kind of inclination he has to go as quick as possible, it has to be about playing this one safe, Andy, and just closing out.
You could even tell not bringing huge pace into the no break, and he even knows, especially if he's toggling, that he's got the time right now. Just needs to wrap this and just needs to make the identity and the gates clean. It will be his.
I was going to say that was a very, very careful approach from Neon.
Boa, Neon. Classificou, boa, Neon. Pelo amor de Deus, que demora, hein, Neon?
Qualifier coming through. Cole Jr. and Neon will make it through. But what an incredible battle it was between the two. Unbelievable. A pleasure to watch.
It really was. I mean, and what a special moment. To be honest, I've got goosebumps. To just see Carl Jr. there next to Neon with the battle that they had, with the dramatics at the end of those matches. But to see them with a handshake, to congratulate one another for advancing, and the show that they put on for us, you cannot ask for more here. This is the biggest Trackmania tournament in history. You can feel that. The players can feel that. And it was a special match between these 4, but it's the expected 2.
Bom, tá aí, rapaziada. Vou deixar aqui, ó, no cantinho. A gente não perdeu quando começar. Vamos deixar aqui, ó. Não perder quando começar. E aqui, vamos até o alterar. Vamos sair. Vamos pegar outra pista. Vamos pegar essa pista que eles jogaram agora. Final foi Japão. Vamos jogar o Japão. Vamos ver como é que é o Japão. Já errei. Olha, aqui. É muito difícil. É muito difícil. Acha que é fácil? Você acha que é fácil com os caras jogando? Não é fácil. Cara, é muito difícil. Essa é mais difícil ainda, essa parte aqui. Porque é numa tacada só. Caraca, é muito difícil. É muito difícil. Caraca, tem clube de tudo quanto é coisa, mano. Ó. Da hora. Vamos ver. Da Pan-Americano Trackmania. All Stars Pasta, vamos ver. São 3 pistas, né? Vamos ver essa pista aqui. Cara, é muito difícil esse jogo. Ele certa fácil, ele é muito difícil, pô. Não, é gelo puro. Gelo puro, gelo puro. Ai, ai. Qual que é a pista do dia? Vamos correr a do dia? Boa pista, hein? Gostei dessa pista do dia. O que tá faltando?
Uma lateral. Eu não achei.
Represented by Binks there. Paco, though, maybe the biggest story as well, coming in first place in that triple finalist mode, sending Mutta to the lower bracket, who qualified, but this is maybe where you would have expected him to be. Otak as well, sending his teammate Epos out of this group as he finished first in there, and Stuffs from Godlike Esports. That's not German, is it, Kai?
He's from the Netherlands.
Oh, the Netherlands. Okay. All right. I thought it was kind of setting you up for a joke there, but I guess you're right. It's not German.
What kind of joke were you anticipating?
Wow, that is a German thing to say as well. Let's look at Otak jumping in. What kind of joke were you anticipating with that humor? That was not bad. That was not bad. Okay, Paco coming in, player Ravels G-Geek. What do we think here about this matchup?
Well, this matchup is definitely, for one, you cannot top the matchup that we just had before in terms of raw pace, energy. Like, it was just, I mean, even though that you got the noise, you got the energy for Binks, but yeah, Binks, of course, one of the two chips still in the game for AGAL, one of the remaining last hopes in the club championship, but they're going to have a tough ordeal. Stutz having played against Pac, of course, Pac being a bit of a scarecrow, but Stutz being the best performer, especially on Saudi Arabia, got the best median. As for Binks, he's also able to bring his best, his A game against another fellow keyboard warrior, winning from a Wosal on day one. He was trading medians against him on that for opening day, so I'm very much looking forward to see how the two Frenchmen get on, along with Paco, who has not shown any sign of any chinks in the armor were not shown. He has been one heck of a consistent player, and it's going to be one heck of a goalpost to shift.
Paco really took the next step in his career. I think he even skipped 2 or 3 there with his performance yesterday. That was absolutely stellar from him, winning against Gwen and also Mutta, sending him into the lower brackets. And then, of course, we have Binks, who played against Wosal.
Yeah.
Second place in there. Wosal also with a very, very strong showing there, that is for sure. I think it will be a great match, and I think we're going to have a close one here again.
It does seem like these 4 are, in some ways, you have those 2 like Neon and maybe Carl Jr. who stood out in our previous matchup. I don't know who stands out in here with the way Paco's been playing. I mean, maybe Otak, Paco, and Binks vying for those top 2 spots. Maybe Stuff's maybe the most to prove here in your eyes?
Stuff's being a little bit of an outsider, really. The one that could really throw a spanner in the works and take advantage of mistakes, or of a bit of an early game slump like befell Otak back in day 1, South Korea. He struggled a lot on that opening rotation, then corrected the shot back up with best medians on Canada and then South Korea recorrecting the shot of the second rotation. But much like Mutta during the previous day, early game slumps can really set you off on a really bad path.
They can, and hopefully how you respond to those is more important than the trips that you take. Speaking of getting it to the finals, there was nothing actually I was speaking of that got us to the finals, but let's just go talk about who is in this upper bracket decider matchup pretty soon. It's going to be Paco, who in that triple finalist mode made his way, kicked Mutta down to the lower brackets. Rachel standing by with him about his thoughts heading into this one.
I've got Paco next to me. The story of yesterday, absolute cinema last night. How did you do it?
I think I just got into the mood towards the end, and also in the start. I had a really good match, and I just went with the flow for the whole game.
Was it expected for you?
No, absolutely unexpected. But now my expectations are high for this game. If I can do what I did last game, then I can make it, I think.
How do you harness that feeling again, which you had last night, which propelled you into the next round?
I think it's gonna be an amazing feeling, and hopefully I can push through as well.
What does it feel like as well to make Mudder drop down and have to go through that lower bracket?
It's a weird feeling, obviously. Nobody expected Mudder to go down lower bracket, even I didn't. And well, I felt bad for him in the end.
You don't need to feel bad for him. You're going through.
Yes.
In terms of how you actually played out there, you know, what were your strengths? What did you think you did well?
I think back at home my consistency was lacking, but this game it was really good, and I also had good pace, so that's what made me good.
Yeah, the pace has to be there, of course, doesn't it? In terms of what you've been working on, because it was late last night, it's now late tonight. Have you had a chance to work on anything?
Not really, I'm gonna be honest, but hopefully it won't matter that much.
Did you get any sleep last night?
I tried. Obviously, I couldn't get the perfect sleep because I had such a good match yesterday, but I got more sleep than yesterday, so maybe that will help.
You got Binks and Otak as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is tough.